What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and these mics might be hot, Chris.
They are hot.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are, all right, now that mic's real low. I can't hear a thing now. We are live out at Norbeck Country Club for the Charity Classic. Many hands, one heart. We got the Lachlan Family Foundation. There's going to be a lot of Washington Capitals up here. I think it's going to be a fun day. EB's playing in it. Valdez is playing in it. Apparently, Cake's coming up here for some pickleball. I'm debating the water slide at the nice-looking pool over here. Good morning, Brian Mitchell. How the hell do you do, sir?
I'm doing great, but I'm starting to see a pattern. I'm coming to golf courses, and I'm never playing. So this
last time we did one of these, you played.
No, last time we did one, I didn't play. We were at International Country Club. You weren't here. You were on vacation.
I called in.
But the ultimate thing is, they have to understand, I do have a motto. I don't go to golf courses if I'm not going to play. So this is the last one we're doing if I'm not swinging the sticks.
Well, here's my theory, specifically to that. What time is the shotgun start? I assume it's a shotgun start.
12-ish.
Right? It's a 1 o'clock shotgun.
1 o'clock shotgun?
I don't know what group would like to add a Super Bowl winning future Hall of Famer that's about a 4 handicap that claims he's a 7.
No, I'm
but
a 6.7.
B's going to be available.
I'm a 6.7.
I imagine at 154 when this program ends, most of these groups, if it's a shotgun start, it's probably double stacked. They've maybe played 3 holes, and you can just go right
I'm
out.
just go where that little kid was hitting all those balls and hope that rubs off on me.
Well, we watched this 11-year-old just nuking balls and like shaping them. I mean, goodness gracious.
Oh yeah.
Good morning, Jeffrey. Good morning, Landini. Did you miss me?
No,
I didn't ask you.
Well, I'm telling you, they didn't. They were like, man, how long JP gonna be gone? I said, he may be back tomorrow. He said, can he stay for 2-3 more weeks? But I didn't want that.
Landfill, surely you missed me.
Not even a little bit.
The dramatic pause really sold it. Jeff?
I missed you, JP.
My guy, J-Dogs forever.
J-Dogs forever. But and yeah, Brian did keep your spirit alive. Didn't he, Landini?
Was he late on the clock all the time?
On the breaks.
I did it a few times. And normally it wasn't my fault. We had John Kime on. He asked him a question and he talked for 55 minutes. And then Doc explains everything in canine language. So
Doc cares very little for the clock.
Hey.
I'm not big on the clock, but it was funny walking in here. Our guy Patrick Ellis, who runs this joint, is a close friend. He's like, oh man, what do you need? Like you're on the air in 10 minutes. I was like, bro, 10 minutes is 2 hours.
Relax, bro. Relax,
man. To everybody that's driving to Norbeck Country Club for this tournament, should you come 270, the highway in Maryland, like check your GPS because it's a mess. You know how 270 has kind of the express lanes and then the local lanes?
Yeah.
At exit 6, I believe, which I think is 28. I'm not sure what it is. The whole express was closed. Everybody was diverted to the local. I think there was a bad crash.
By the time they get here, it'll probably be cleared up.
Yeah, especially, what time are they getting here? Noon for lunch or whatever?
Yeah, see, I went Connecticut to Georgia.
Oh, so you took Beltway, Connecticut, Georgia?
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder why mine didn't tell me that. I also.
Did you use Waze?
I used Google, which is
that doesn't work. Waze works.
Google owns Waze. They're the same thing.
No, they're not.
Well, dude, you know what I did?
How you always make these broad statements?
You know what I did?
Yeah, you probably just left late and took your own route, and then you were scared. I was chilling.
Nah, I just cut a whole lot of people off. I'll never understand. I'll never understand these people that we all got to get over here. So everybody just waits in this giant clump of cars to get over there. Just cruise around them, go all the way up, and then you find some person that's not paying attention, and you jump in front of them. It's not even cutting them off. It's just.
If I ever see a little gray Tacoma trying that with me, I'm banging him.
It's trying to. I am trying to displace traffic. I'm a one-man Waze because if all these people didn't just wait in the same spot, it'd be way easier. All right.
I'm looking at her face. She's like, this guy's crazy.
Google owns both mapping apps as they acquired Waze in 2013.
Yeah. And still, Google don't give you what Waze gives you.
Yeah.
Did Google tell you anything about police was up front? Did it tell you that
it comes up on the thing.
Did it tell you it had a red light camera?
Yeah, that comes up.
It told you all that today?
Yeah.
And it didn't tell you that it had traffic?
It showed
mine told me traffic that way, go the other way.
Well, what time did you head out here?
I left my house right about 9 o'clock.
All right, me too.
And I live way farther than you.
Yeah, sure. You
Yeah.
do.
I live in Virginia.
So you didn't. What time did you get here? It had to take you 45 minutes.
I was in the parking lot. I made sure I was going to come in late. I wanted to mess with him. I pull up here right around 9:45, and I sat in the parking lot.
I was here first.
Nobody cares. You should have been
first.
I would have. I
it
think
supposed
you
to
should
rain
be
today?
first when you live right there.
Bro, I don't live close.
Man, come
I
on,
live
dog.
closer than you.
You live way closer than me.
That's true.
You live closer. You live closer than
You
everyone.
live less than
on
15
the show.
miles from here.
You think? Let's look it up. I don't think I live, dude. I think I'm farther than you guys think. I did in a damn miraculous 18 miles. Boom.
That's
Okay,
close.
how many I live?
35.
Okay.
In a miraculous turn that in some ways gives hope to the children of the future, and perhaps like no matter how demonic our politics seems to be possessed, and like no matter how awful perhaps our options are on all sides, like whatever you think about the future of our country, Brian, something happened to me last night that was uplifting. And I don't say this facetiously. I was able to drive from Richmond to Washington without traffic, B. And that, it just doesn't happen. I made it the whole way. Fredericksburg, I said hello and goodbye. Like I just kept cruising.
Uh-huh.
And
What time?
I got to Richmond probably about 7:30. And
That's about the time when you're coming this direction that the traffic has cleared. That
it was
way.
beautiful.
Yeah.
So I think people should take that as reason for celebration.
So
for the
in other
future.
words, you're telling everybody to wait till 7:30 to drive through there, because if everybody starts listening to you, then it's gonna be packed up at that time.
Then we'll cruise it at 4.
I cruise it every time I go through it.
You claim you've never hit traffic on 95. You're Neo from the Matrix.
I have never stated that. I just told you I know how to work around traffic.
So what all did I miss? Get me up to speed. What happened this week? The Nats were hot. Then they lose 2 out of 3 to the Diamondbacks.
They're
O's
still
beat up
hot.
on Jets,
They're still hot.
Yankees.
They won 10 of 13,
They're 2 under 500 right now.
but they won 10 of 13.
That's hot.
That's hot. 10 of 12, whatever it was.
Now they have a long West Coast road trip going out to Denver, then San Diego. You hope they can keep it going. It was, you know what I actually did when I got to the Beltway last night.
Mhm.
I thought, because I just listened to podcasts the whole drive, and then I threw on the station. I threw on 106.7, and Linnell was on, and he had an interesting conversation that the Nats are hot right now, but the trade deadline's coming. Should they be buyers or sellers? And to me, it's not much of a discussion. When you're in this big of a rebuild, you're selling still. Like you're still planning for 26 right now.
I mean, I think you know what? I think that's just the easy way of getting into it. Buy or sell. You're rebuilding. What are you gonna go out there and start selling up? You're trying to build something, so why keep getting rid of all the good prospects?
So I wouldn't be giving away anybody with long-term.
That's what I'm saying. So,
but they have some pitchers, and that's been their strength right now. And I've said it, and people hate me for this. I think if you have read Moneyball or believe in the analytics community's theories on closers, it's more about opportunity cost. And like, if you could turn Finnegan for an absolute stud, you do it. Hunter Harvey maybe would have a ton of value on the back end of a bullpen for some of these real contending teams. And then
I look at all that stuff though, Jamie. Then all of a sudden, in a year down the road or 2 years down the road, then what you gonna do if you don't have one?
Find one.
Yeah, but what if somebody's not selling one?
But by the time they're supposed to contend, those guys will be free agents, and I wouldn't expect them to pay them anyway. I don't know.
I just think that
I believe in Mike Rizzo.
We are in a position where we always go with the analytics. Eventually, you have to learn that you got somebody good, you keep them a damn round. Because if Moneyball was great, everybody would be doing exactly what they did.
Well,
everybody didn't follow it.
Then they better get sold, or the learners better agree to start spending some money.
That's it.
Because until that happens,
the ultimate thing comes
trade
down
everybody.
to what are you going to spend? You know, but it's like the buy, sell, it's always the same topic. If I just put my finger on a date, put my finger on a year, it's always the same topic. It never gets to be something else.
Sure, got to spend some cash. we got a lot going on today. Coming up at 10:45, we're going to give away Kevin Hart tickets. Because we're out at the Caps event, we're hoping to hear from a bunch of guys. Hopefully, Craig Locker will join us. Al Koken's going to join us. I think Joe B is going to come sit down with us for a little bit. We're going to talk a little barbecue today, something that we all love. We're going to open the phone lines up at 1 o'clock. Also, I want to talk. We're going out to San Fran at noon. Jennifer Lee Chan covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area, I believe is what they're still called. The one kind of Commanders thing that got on my radar, apparently they're like settling lawsuits and did you see how they relisted or changed the zoning for
all they did was basically protect themselves so later on they'll have the same value.
Smart business.
Yeah, it's all it is.
And for everybody that's freaking out, like, oh, they're going to sell this thing. The amount of construction that's going on out there, people were asking me to describe what's going on. So they're tearing up the turf field. But to do that under that turf field, and you might know specifically, but at some distance, at some depth below that turf field was a concrete slab. So they not only had to remove the turf and everything, but then they had to get that concrete slab out of there, which was what drove the expense of the project, which is the reason why the last guy never did it. So when you're out there now and you walk by it, you see, what would you say? It looks like it's 3-4 feet deep. They had to dig out under that turf field.
It's down there.
So they've got that going on, which, listen, I ain't no grass expert, but they're going to have to put, like, what do you call it? Like good dirt, compost? I don't know what the hell. Like good.
They're gonna put some rocks and sand and stuff like that.
Whatever
first.
it is you do.
Then they'll put some topsoil on it.
Yeah, topsoil.
Then they'll bring in the grass and all that.
Yeah. So, but like they're gonna have to resod whatever that process is. Then they're gonna have to let that grow in. But more than that, there's another construction project up at the top of the building. If you're facing the building and you look to the right, there's a big old construction area that I believe is going to be sort of a player's lounge. But which also leads me to believe, Brian, if they are putting a player's lounge up there, and I could be wrong, I haven't heard definitively that's what that's going to be, but that was what was suggested to me. Players don't really hang out on the first floor. The players' area is the bottom floor. That leads me to believe they're going to reconfigure the whole damn thing.
They're getting rid of a lot of people, the business people from over there. They're moving everybody now over there to
FedEx.
No, not FedEx and
the annex.
Over there by your place. They have a whole new business part over in near
I have no idea.
Your college.
Oh, Maryland.
College
Park.
Yeah. They got a whole new area over there. So there's going to be a lot of people that's not going to be there. So it may be easier for players to hang out upstairs at that point.
Well, dude, what happens, especially when they're in 90-man rosters, like this time of year, and then during the season, say they lose 2 offensive linemen in a game, right? They will bring 6 guys in on early in the week for tryouts. And these dudes have nowhere to go. And you know those couple little chairs in that little reception area?
Yep.
It is not uncommon at all to walk in there, and it's just packed with 6'7", 320, 22-year-olds with no place to sit down. And they're kind of like leaning on the side of the couch waiting for Ubers. And the kind of like shuffle that is NFL rosters, the churn over the course of a season is entirely natural, but there's not really space for these dudes. So at least that will be there. And if you think about one thing that's going to be really interesting from their content perspective is like their studio occupies arguably like the best real estate in that building. And I've been told that's getting converted to player stuff. Like you said repeatedly, in the old regime, there were a lot of people that thought they were more important than the players, and that was allowed by ownership.
Well, that was forced and pushed by ownership.
Right. I think that's going to change tremendously. But the only real, and I know we're going to get to this a little later when we talk to Jennifer, but this is why I wanted to have her on. The thing that stood out to me was this Brandon Ayuk thing that seems to just not go away because he and Jaden were close friends. And they keep doing these Instagram lives. And just this thought.
I don't know if Jaden knew what was going on before that actual thing started.
I don't think my gut reaction, Brian, dude, this organization should absolutely be interested in a player like Ayuk. I believe he had 1,300 yards last year and 8 touchdowns. Like, if you're a red-blooded American male, whether you're 10 years old, 20 years old, 80 years old, and a really good-looking girl walks by, I think it's okay to look, right? Brandon Ayuk, it's okay to be interested in the player.
Mm-hmm.
I, however, think all of this is posturing. The Niners are very well known for paying their guys, and eventually it gets done.
But see, that's the whole thing about it. Like, I think Commanders fans and everybody else have, even Jaden Daniels have to understand, Ayuk is negotiating. Okay? Everybody that's listening,
see the money
everybody that's listening to him right now, you're the best thing, and I want to play with you until somebody offers him the money he wants. Then he's back to them, dating them again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the whole thing. So every time I hear it, I don't get a rise or anything, because I understand what he's doing. And he should be, but he shouldn't be pulling his guy into it. Because the way he was talking to Jaden and have somebody filming him, then he goes and posts it, that's not cool.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's going to be interesting to watch that unfold. I just think from a timing perspective, if this trade was actually going to happen, the timing would have been around the draft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not to say it can't happen. In no way am I saying anything cannot happen. It just seems less likely to me now, and this seems more contract posture.
I think everyone gets so hyped up for the mere fact that that Ayuk is in San Fran and Adam was in San Fran, and they automatically assume. But you got to realize, too, all the good stuff about him, he may know. It may be some bad stuff that Adam may know, too. But I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just saying. But if this man wanted it to happen, don't you think it would have probably been pushing it by now?
He might know. I totally agree with that. Like, Peters knows Ayuk. He was there when they drafted him. He might know, because think about it. By the time they drafted Ayuk, the Niners were good. Mm-hmm. They were competitive. He might know that this dude's competitive traits won't allow him for what is probably going to be at least a year, maybe two, of lean football in Washington. Mm-hmm. He might know that.
Well, if you get 30+ million, you won't have a problem with that.
I get that. I'm just saying, like, Peters knows this situation pretty well. I'd also add, people seem to be much more bullish on the Commanders' receiver situation than perhaps I am. I think they have no depth, and you're banking on a rookie wideout that we haven't seen a whole lot of him playing wideout. I think you know what you got in Terry, 1,000,000%. I like Jahan. I think he can bounce back, but there were some bad drops last year. And then McCaffrey. But, like, to me, can you add Ayuk? Hell yes, you can add Ayuk.
But the thing about, like, the way I think about it, I understand your mindset. People always want someone to be a finished product, but everybody started somewhere.
Sure.
So who's to say the next guy doesn't become Terry like Terry was his first year? You know, that's what I look. I look for guys to show some growth. I look for guys that want to be that guy. You can't always go get the best guy, because guess what? You're going to be broke, and you won't be able to get you a full football team. So if one guy steps in this year, one receiver, and be a person opposite of Terry, that makes your team much better.
I also think with Jaden, the first question is figure out what you have in Jaden. And then if he's the guy, then you build around him. What did the Texans do? They let Stroud play for a year. Then this offseason, because they had a stud on a rookie deal, they add Danielle Hunter, a stud pass rusher. They trade for Steph Diggs. They bring in Joe Mixon. Like, if Daniels proves it, next year is when you go nuts. But see, this year, you want that optionality to figure it out.
I think you build anyway. I think
they did in the draft.
But I'm saying you build, but what if, and this is a hypothetical, just a what if. What if he's not the guy? And then you get a quarterback that ends up being the guy. If you already have a team, when that guy comes in, your team could get to where it has to go quicker. I don't think you completely wait till the quarterback proves he's the guy before you start building.
Sure. But they're not. I think they keep telling you to be patient, and I think fans are just so excited. I don't think they think this year they're competing for a Super Bowl title, and I think they're going to keep their optionality. Now, Brian, I got to tell you, I made an upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
I've been with something for a long time. I decided I've had enough, and I'm moving forward in my life.
What you gonna do?
On Sunday, I'm going to Oarsman Fairfax Toyota and picking up this brand new 4Runner.
All right.
And I'm trading in my Tacoma. I need a girl with a little more space, a little more trunk that I can stuff. And the 4Runner is just that truck.
And it protects everything in the back.
Yeah, man. What happens is when I'm driving the girls to school, which I won't be this summer, but my lease is up, I have my work bag, my gym bag, then their 2 backpacks, and it's just a mess in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I have to go to the grocery store,
the way you pack anywhere, that's a mess.
I'm not a good packer, no. But the guys at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota and all the Oarsman stores throughout Northern Virginia, 7 locations, they just take really good care of you. They're taking really good care of me getting out of my lease, which is not the most advantageous time with all these crazy interest rates. And they take care of you with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
They definitely do. And you get up to $1,500 in extras with that, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. And you get a loaner car with every major maintenance. And they give you that lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news out there. If you have a car to sell, like JP, you call Oarsman, they'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. Take it from us, 2 extremely happy customers at Oarsman. Let's ride together.
Getting it going. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. It says we're in the great state of Maryland. I wonder if they got Scotty's here at Norbeck Country Club. There's only one way to find out.
Ask.
Patrick, where you at? You got Scotty's?
We'll find out.
I want to. Yeah. You're all good. The amount of people with the same name as us walking through here is kind of interesting.
Yeah, you just keep calling them out loud.
I want to talk about power rankings. We haven't done them in a long time, but I want to shout out. So the stream is up and running. If anybody wants to watch me and be live from Norbeck, you can. I want to shout out my guy Rev T though, giving me a compliment.
That was a compliment.
Rev T said, "JP, you got a tan. You looking like we could be third cousins."
Rev T is blind, and he normally smokes one in the morning, so he probably high too. There's no way.
What are the chances you think me and Rev T are related?
There is none.
I mean, it all goes back to Pangea, right?
I don't care where the hell it goes. Y'all not. Well, both of y'all loud as hell. Yeah, yeah, you could be.
There was a time in my life I probably smoked as much as Rev T. That time is over. The Reverend keeps it going, but hey, man, to each their own. It's all legal. Throughout the season and then kind of during free agency and stuff, we always do power rankings just as like a reference point for life in the NFL, where teams land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's won in the power rankings right now? It's got to be the Chiefs until
I keep saying, right? Not the Chiefs, then something's wrong. Well, they had a thing the other day we did with the rosters, and the 49ers had the best roster.
The 49ers have the best 1 to 53, but the Chiefs have the best maybe 2, but definitely 1.
Hey, and normally those
Chiefs might have the best 3.
The 2 that they have make you win.
The Chiefs have the best 3 players at the most important position. One
end, pass
rusher, tackle,
whatever he does. Well, he gets more sacks than anybody else, huh? And he disrupts the hell out of the game.
I mean, especially with Aaron Donald gone, Jones is the best. Mahomes is the best. Kelsey's the best.
Yeah.
Now, you could argue the Niners have the best running back in the game and the best left tackle in the game. That's debatable because Tunsil's starting to play at a really elite level.
Mm-hmm. Gas mask and all.
God bless him. Speaking of weed. But that's the only – I mean, it's interesting when you talk about rosters versus elite talent, right?
Yeah.
And I think when you – I mean, we're going to try to be the voice of reason with a lot of this Commander stuff. I don't know that 1 to 53, their roster stacks up that well with the rest of the league. I mean, just look at the division. Look at 1 to 53 for Philly or even Dallas.
But look at Dallas and look at Philly, okay? And I think this is where the person inside the locker room have a totally different mindset of a person outside the locker room. With all that they had last year, Dallas was gone in the first week. And the Eagles look like trash the last how many weeks?
8.
So it comes down to when you're playing and how good the chemistry is. Some teams have the best talent in the world and can't win a damn thing. Some people, they're telling you, look, you say, I don't know what they're going to get, and they'll keep eking out victories. That's all that matters.
I agree with that. So Landini set us up with this Yahoo article, Yahoo Sports, from Frank Schwab, who's a pretty sharp dude.
Mm-hmm.
Who did power rankings for the entire NFL. And we'll start here, and I'll go around the room. I'll start with Landini and then work up my way to you, Brian. He's got the Commanders as the 29th team out of 32 in the NFL power rankings.
Mm-hmm.
And just what is your initial reaction to 29 out of 32, Landfill? They were 4-13 with no Pro Bowlers last year. 29 out of 32.
I thought that was a little harsh.
Where you think they should be?
More like maybe 23-ish, somewhere up there.
How many teams to you are definitively worse than they are?
4 or 5.
Give them to me. Patriots.
The Panthers.
Patriots, Panthers, Giants.
Did we beat the Patriots last year?
Yes.
Did we beat the Giants last year?
Nope.
Okay.
That was Ron's last win.
These things that they're telling you right now came based off of what happened last year. And then you add some people along. The Giants beat us twice, didn't they?
They lost to Tommy DeVito.
How the hell are we going to sit here and say that we're better than the Giants? we may end up being, but at this present moment right now, I don't think anybody can truly fix your mouth to say that.
Jeffrey, are you mad at 29 out of 32? I'm guessing you are.
No, actually, JP, I'm not. Because
let them sleep on us.
You know it. Let them let them sleep. And it keeps us at bay too, because I believe if they would have put us any higher, the Ashburn syndrome would have ran crazy over the area. It's fine. We know what happened last year. We're sitting at 29. It's a preseason list. We don't care. But if things change for the better, I'm gonna keep sipping the Ashburn juice. If we still there,
it sounds gross.
It's okay.
Heavy Metal Chris is with us, as he always is on remotes. Heavy Metal Chris, 29 out of 32.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Jeff on this one. I think it'll matter when the season starts. Let people see where we are then.
Yeah.
Right, for now, it doesn't really make a difference. Let them underestimate us. Sleeping Giants, right?
See, I don't think they're sleeping giants. I think they will finish the season. I really like what this author did, because it's not just like a hot take, like, oh, if Jaden Daniels is good, they could vault to the top 5. Like, no, they probably can't. It's going to take some time.
No, not this season.
But they asked a series of questions here. He went through the offseason, and the first line of this says the Commanders had a strong offseason. 4 top 53 picks. Remember the trade out of 36 to get 50 and 53, which I thought was really smart because it's a volume play. I think you've got an immediate contributor in Sammer Still. I don't know what they've got in Johnny Newton until I see him on the field without a boot. But they think he's in good shape for that. Ben Sennett, I think right now is your tight end 3. Armstrong's a starter. Luvu's a starter. Biadish is a starter. Allegretti looks like a starter. Wagner looks like a game changer. Chin impressed me in camp. We'll see when they have pads on if he can run deep. Honestly, of the guys they've lost, Gibson, Curl, Samuel, Fuller, Leno, I think for a fantasy perspective, Samuel could have a monster season in Buffalo. Kendall's a good player, but they weren't going to pay him. A contending team like Miami is willing to pay Kendall. AG and Curl, I think, were good players. I think they can withstand both of those.
Yeah.
Here's the biggest question I really think, B. Quarterback is what everyone is going to gravitate towards.
Yeah.
And whatever Jaden becomes. But they asked this question, the burning question. Can Dan Quinn fix this Commanders defense? Quinn, and I'm reading now from the article. Quinn has led some tremendous defenses and should add value right away on that side of the ball. The Commanders need help. They allowed a 105.7 passer rating last season.
Not good.
Worst mark in the NFL. The biggest question for this organization, because if Jaden hits offensively, they could be right there. Their defense was god-awful, and we don't focus on that whatsoever. They had a dude who had never been higher than an assistant defensive backs coach take over the DBs, and it completely fell apart.
Yeah.
A guy without a significant track record. So, Brian, my question to you is, can Dan Quinn fix this defense? How much can he fix it in year 1? What does that look like? Can Joe Witt continue to work his magic with the existing Commanders DBs? B. Mitch, answer the question when we come back. So I've been remiss. Is Toby in there? I want to say good morning to Toby. Hello, Toby.
What's going on, JP?
Hey, buddy. In about 13 minutes, Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday commences. So everybody buckle up for that. Right now, though, can't mess around with this. These are dope. Kevin Hart coming to town. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to the Kevin Hart Acting My Age Tour Sunday, September 15th at DAR Constitution Hall. A lot of legendary comedy shows at Constitution Hall. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets courtesy of Live Nation. In the last couple of weeks, we've given away tickets to Kevin Hart and to Martin Lawrence.
Yeah.
Those are 2 like legendary dudes.
Yeah, busting gut laugh.
I mean, I still want to go see Bad Boys in the theater. I don't think I'm going to, but I want to. Brian, I left with a question there that I think is a real ask. Commanders' defense last year was god awful. Lest anyone forget, it was 27-3 at home at halftime against the Bears.
Yeah.
And DJ Moore went for about 250 in the first half with 2 touchdowns. They ranked 32nd in points allowed, 32nd in yards allowed. I can give you more stats, but if you're dead last in points allowed and yards allowed, like I don't think we need any more stats.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn has a reputation, pretty well earned, I would say. If you go back to those Seattle teams,
is he called the fixer?
Certainly in Dallas as the DC there, they had a good defense. His Atlanta defenses, ironically, when he was head coach, weren't that great, but the offense was so good. Can Dan Quinn fix this group?
I think Dan Quinn and crew can fix this group. I think individually, every position will be getting a little better coaching than they were getting prior. I also believe Dan Quinn is not one who's going to sit back and just allow you to keep playing bad and keep putting you on the field. I don't think Dan Quinn is a man who necessarily believes in just a scheme and not trying to fix. I think Dan Quinn believes in players that can play. And that mere fact will tell me they'll play better. He's going to expect more from John and Duran. He's going to expect Wagner to come in and do things he's been doing. And the young guys, if you're getting burnt in the back, you won't be on the football field. So will they fix them? They'll be better than they were. I don't know what the definition of fix would be, because you're going to have to get some better talent to be the upper echelon defenses. But I think he'll get the most out of this team that they could possibly get, which in turn will make them a lot better.
This to me seems really fair. Just because I'm reading from the article now, just because the Commanders made strong hires at GM and head coach and drafted an exciting quarterback, that doesn't mean it will work, especially right away.
Yeah.
The offensive line might be a liability, and the Commanders lack a difference-making edge rusher, and the secondary is also questionable. This is what I can't stress enough. Washington was a really bad team last season. 31st in DVOA, 31st in net yards per play differential, among 2 telling advanced stats. And even a big improvement might not get them to 500. Like, they could be way better and go 7-10.
Well, see, this is the thing. I hear a lot of writers writing a lot of stuff. Okay, let's go back to last year. They could have easily won 3 or 4 more games.
Sure.
Okay.
That gets them to 7.
But they had nobody that knew how to make adjustments and do things differently. So if that horrible team could have won 7, 8 games last year. So now you got some better talent in positions, and you have a coach who's going to make them compete and also hold them accountable. Why don't people think that can make you better? And let's stop saying 500 anymore. You get no such thing as 500 in football anymore.
Sure.
Hell, unless you go 8-1.
B, I'm looking at the schedule from last year. I think the Eagles game they lost in OT, they should have gone for 2 to win it at the end of regulation. I give you that as a winnable one. But looking at the rest of these games, maybe the Seahawks game, they lost that by
They could have won
field
the
goal.
Seahawks game.
But the rest of these games, the Jets, week 16, when they finally put Jacoby in, he came in and shredded. And then when the Jets were like, okay, this is a game again, they put their starters back in. They kind of
I would say put Jacoby in. If Jacoby played most of the season last year, it's a total different outcome.
At least once Howell was clearly beat up late in the year.
I mean, I'm just saying, even when he wasn't beaten up, he was not delivering the ball on time. He was holding on to the ball. We could sit up here and Howell, the line that wasn't good, but Howell was a big damn problem too.
We're having a serious football conversation. And Jeff, are you farting? What are you doing that you and Heavy Metal Chris are just giggling about?
No, nobody is farting, JPM. Nobody would have known if you ain't say anything.
It's
Bro,
distracting me.
I'm
easily distracted, Brian.
I'm just over here stretching my legs, and Heavy Metal and I just looked up and made this awkward eye contact, and I'm like,
No, he's
what?
making these faces though. That's the thing. He's making these faces.
Landfill, how happy are you that you don't have Jeff stretching in your direction?
I'm pretty stoked.
Jeff's stretching is out of control. Listen, there's a lot of vices within this program. A lot of us have a lot of vices. Jeff's stretching might be at the top of the list. Like, you might think it's my gambling. It's Jeff's stretching. I'm telling you, man. I think they could be much better. I still think they're like 2 years away from it being a breakthrough.
But that's the thing of it. Who thinks they're going to be a breakthrough this year? If anybody think they're going to break through this year, you're crazy. Okay?
So,
now, they could, but if you're
if they
expecting
break
them
through
to
this
automate,
year, it's Jaden.
but if they break through this year, it's more than Jaden, because I know we keep throwing this stuff on the quarterback. Jaden can't do a damn thing without that offensive line being better. He can't do a damn thing without a tight end emerging and a running back being consistent. And he can still
can make a bigger impact than a quarterback.
But I understand
emerging.
it. But I hear that, but I don't just fall for just the quarterback. I think everybody else have to bring with it. If Jaden and them go out there right now and score 21 a game, that'd be a great improvement. But if the defense give up 28 a game, you know what I'm saying? They all have to improve to a certain extent, which will help his improvement come a lot quicker.
I think it's got to be more than 21 a game. I know that.
I understand, but I don't think, like, when we in a sense put more pressure on Jaden than we necessarily than we tried. We go, oh, if Jaden, I know what I'm doing with Jeff.
Jeff out here stretching. What are you trying to do to be? All right.
I don't know why I dropped out.
Here's what we're going to do. PFT commenter is going to join the program next. We're going to say hello to Kevin Ewald. We're going to get B. Mitch's stream working. We got a lot going on, all right? And Jeff's still stretching. Nobody go anywhere.
When I walk in the club, all eyes on me.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. That's right, 11 a.m. Shots. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday gets started. Scotty's Maryland made and amazingly smooth. Check it out at your local liquor store.
Jeff, you need to see if they got some Scotties in here.
Yeah, Jeff, get to work. Joining us right now on the BetQL guest line is our guy, Mr. PFT commenter, live in Chicago, I assume. PFT, what's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, fellas, I am in Chicago. I've got some just personal stuff today. I'm going to be going to the Cubs-Mets game, and I'm gonna try to personally deliver a Mets loss to the people of Washington today. So I'll be repping the Nats at Wrigley Field, doing my very best, try to keep us in that wild card area. I'm going up against Grimace today, so I'm taking on Grimace 1v1, and I like my odds.
The Grimace storyline is incredibly bizarre. I was actually in the Outer Banks for the last week, so I was a little off the radar, but I kept seeing Grimace pop up on social media. So what happened? He showed up at Shea Stadium and threw out the first pitch, and they've been red hot ever since?
Yeah, this is what a loser fan base does. So when you're a bad team and anything good happens, you have to like trace it to the most ridiculous thing possible, because that's the only explanation for how the Mets are good. It's because a cartoon mascot from a fast food restaurant threw out a first pitch. And so then they all rally behind that, and they get super into that for a little bit until it fades away, and they inevitably collapse. But it's my mission today. I'm a one-man wrecking crew, and I'm going straight at Grimace's knees. If I see him, I'm going to give him the Caitlin Clark treatment.
You going to take him out?
So, he's on notice right now, so it's on site between me and Grimace.
Oh, my Lord.
Dude, so
they really think that him throwing out the pitch has something to do with it?
Yeah, that's what you do when you're the Mets, and you just need something to point to. So as bad as things could be and have been at times for us as DC sports fans, at least we're not just like cheering on Ronald McDonald's lapdog.
Correct. Dude, so I had a long ride home yesterday, and I listened to Monday and Wednesday's PMT and thoroughly enjoyed it. But the conversation with Florio was really interesting because obviously Florio is, I don't even think he would question this, but he's a pot stirrer. Like that.
Yes.
It's one thing he does, and he does it really well. But it's interesting to hear him kind of talk about the quarterback scenario, because B and I talked about this at length when the Trevor Lawrence contract came down. How much of quarterbacks have to be paid the top of the market no matter what? Do you kind of think as a result of how Bruce Allen and Dan Snyder handled Kirk Cousins going back 10 years ago?
I actually think that there's a straight line to that. There really is, because the way that they screwed that up was just, it was unbelievable. And now you live in fear of losing who might be your guy, and then having to settle for the unknown, which a lot of times could be worse than having your guy. I think, so when we talked about like the different guy tiers, which we're experts at in Chicago and in New York, we know that more than most fan bases, I would say. You've got the guy, and he's the guy at the top. You know when you've got the guy. Patrick Mahomes is the guy. Josh Allen is the guy. Joe Burrow is the guy. And then one step below that is your guy, and we say he's our guy. You know, we went through our guy with Kirk Cousins for a little bit. It's like, yeah, he's not the guy, but he's our guy. And then right below that is, we're not sure if he's the guy, but we'll see. Maybe this year we get the weapons around him. That's stage one of guy bargaining. That's when you're kind of guy curious, is what I like to call it at that point. And it's not a good place to be. I would say those two stages are bad, because when you have a quarterback that you know isn't the guy, then you can make plans and figure out the best way to move forward. But like last year for a little bit, Sam Howell was like, he was almost our guy for a little bit, and then things kind of fell off the rails a little. But we're very experienced in having a guy that we're not totally sure is the guy, and then deluding ourselves into thinking that he's our guy. So with Trevor Lawrence, I think Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville fans love him. I think he's worth way more to the Jaguars than he is to any other team, which is it's an interesting scenario that you find yourself in if you're a GM, because yes, if he hit the open market, he would not command. I don't think he commanded the type of money that he's getting from Jacksonville, but it's like he's worth more to you guys because he's been there for a couple of years. He knows the team, knows the system, knows the city. It's a weird scenario where you almost have to pay a quarterback, But when you find yourself having that discussion where it's like, yeah, I guess we have to pay him, it never works out well in the long term. I can't think of a single time that we've had a quarterback that's going into like maybe a year, maybe 2 years left, and they get an extension because they have to, and it turns out good. I feel like more teams should be more willing to cut bait with a quarterback that's kind of in, we call it purgatory, which is like right in between two of those stages. But at the same time, like if you're a Jaguars fan and they don't extend Trevor Lawrence, then you know what that does? It makes the next like year of all the news surrounding your team. When are they going to get the Trevor Lawrence deal done? Why haven't they got it done yet? And then that can be definitely a distraction at that point.
I think it'd be a distraction. I think when the team, the actual team, is looking at how the club handles the quarterback, and a lot of times those teams,
like the other players on the team,
they're the rest of the players on the team. So when they see a guy that the team has been telling them he's the guy, now it comes up. It's a fine line. They stop believing in him, it's over. Or does the club have to do it sometimes just in case if the team gets behind him, they may play a little better. You never know. But ultimately, I just think that it happens like that because when your team don't believe in the quarterback, especially if the front office doesn't, the people in the locker room won't believe in him as well.
Yeah, and if you don't extend, going back to the Kirk Cousins situation here in DC, that was like almost Bruce and Dan just like being very, very what's the word for it? They were just procrastinating. They were really good at procrastinating. They didn't want to make a decision, so they're like, "Oh, we'll figure this out later," which is very relatable as somebody that loves to put stuff off into the last second. Probably not the best way to run an NFL franchise. It's just keep kicking that can down the road because at the same time you're paying a guy a lot of money. We ended up paying Kirk a decent amount of money while still sending a message to him and to the rest of the team that we're not going to trip over ourselves to give contract extensions to our good players.
Right. And I mean, I think you see it with Kirk in Minnesota. Like they offered him a good deal, but it was only 1 year guaranteed. I think you're kind of seeing it right now with Tua in Miami. I wonder if Dallas isn't kind of going through, man, is Dak really going to ever get us over the hump? Do we have to pay this dude $60 million or whatever the number might become? It's fascinating. And I think the worst case of when teams get into this mindset, I'm going to change sports, but when teams get into this mindset of, oh, well, we've got no other choice. That's how John Wall and Brad Beal got Supermax contracts. Because it's like, oh, you know, these are our homegrown guys. We have to do it. And I just think it's a flaw in the system, man.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I'm very much looking forward to the discourse around Dak for the next year. And then you can just pencil that in to open up every episode of First Take for the next 365 days. Just talk about Dak's contract. And then also every time a quarterback gets a big payday, you look at who the highest paid players in the league are, and you're like, where's Patrick Mahomes? Why isn't he on this list? Right. So I don't know if they're going to redo that contract at some point.
Josh Allen too.
They probably will. Those guys, but you got Pat makes so much money off the field right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's not forced by it because his own comments were, some people want to be the highest paid. I'm trying to win rings. Yeah,
what the Chiefs really should do is they should try to focus all their marketing energy into Brittany Mahomes and try to grow her brand. I know she's doing skincare routine stuff. Make her get obscenely wealthy like Giselle got, and then that way you don't have to pay Patrick Mahomes as much money because his wife is bringing home more bacon than he is. That's what Taylor should have done. Taylor Swift should have just told Travis, "Don't worry about it, Travis. Take a cap-friendly deal. I got you. I'm going to add an extra 25% to that prenup whenever we get around to signing that." So that's really the life hack. I don't know if we can set Jaden Daniels up with Melinda Gates, or that to me feels like it. We gotta think like 3 steps ahead right now. Jeff Bezos' ex-wife.
What's Steve Jobs' widow's name? Because she actually she might live in DC, dude.
Well, there you go. Yeah, we could do that. Or I think it's Mackenzie Bezos, right? She's like the richest woman in the world because she got half of the Bezos fortune during the divorce. Let's get those two together, and then that way we can just get by on a league minimum salary for Jaden, and we'll be good to go.
Melinda Gates is 59, but she's holding it together pretty well. What was Bezos? Mackenzie Bezos?
Yeah, Mackenzie Bezos. Buddy, you can hold it together.
You could just rebuild it.
You rebuild everything.
Yeah, Dolly Parton. Let's get Dolly to DC. I kind of like the sound of that.
Mackenzie Bezos, much younger, 54, and whether rebuilt or holding it together, that'll work. All right, that's a great idea. You're thinking 5 steps ahead.
I'm going to try to set them up. I'm going to see what I can do. I think I'm trying to do like the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. How far away am I from Mackenzie Bezos? It's probably like, let's see. I know the Emir of Qatar, so he knows Mohammed bin Salman, who hacked into Jeff Bezos' phone to get his nudes. So I think I could probably get Mackenzie's number from MBS, from Saudi Arabia. I'll even tell you what. I'll even do a deal with the Live Tour. I will sign up to be a Live Tour influencer and go out there and talk about how great the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is. If Mohammed bin Salman can get me in touch with Mackenzie Bezos to set her up with Jaden Daniels. That's how dedicated I am.
That is true dedication. Apparently, Steve Jobs' widow is dating Adrian Fenty, former mayor.
That's been a while. That's been going on for a while.
So I take it back. But she is in DC. Just saying, Jaden might be the new. I don't know. He might be the new mayor of DC.
Well, I'm gonna just take that completely off. No, we don't want that happening.
We're thinking outside the box here, but credit to us for trying to figure out what the new Moneyball is.
Yeah, for sure, dude. How much? B and I were just talking about this. A lot of thinking this team can be better this year is that ideally there's just better coaching and better in-game adjustments. We talked a lot about the defense. PFT, how do you feel about Kingsbury and the staff that's been put together and all the focus on developing a quarterback the right way?
Well, I know he loves to pass the ball. If you look at what he did with Kyler Murray in Arizona, I was reading some stats on him the other day. I think he has, if you're just going based off like fantasy numbers for quarterbacks, he has the highest number of fantasy points per drop back at the quarterback position, I think, of any offensive coordinator in the NFL during his tenure there. So, or as a head coach, he would have had the highest points per drop back. So he's going to let Jaden run. He's going to let Jaden throw it deep. And, there are going to be some weird plays in there. He likes to noodle around a little bit and try some stuff that might be on the experimental side. But I think it's going to be just like a very, very aggressive offense. And we're going to find out pretty quickly, I think, whether or not we've got the guy. And so I like that. I think with a dynamic quarterback like that, that's exactly what you have to do. And then, you know what? You fast forward a year or two, if Cliff Kingsbury becomes a head coach because he does such a great job as a coordinator, then that's a great problem that we're going to have. And I know it kind of stinks if you lose coordinators to head coaching positions, but that's kind of the nature of the beast. And I think we would all take that. Now, Cliff, I think, has proven himself to be a really, really, really good offensive coordinator. Some people are great coordinators and they're not great head coaches. That might be the case with Cliff. I mean, on the defensive side, like Wade Phillips, great defensive coordinator,
sure, not
a great head coach. Spagnuolo, great defensive coordinator, not a great head coach.
Yeah.
Offensively, it's the same way too. It doesn't always translate that way. So I have a great offensive coordinator, and I think that we're going to find out sooner rather than later about Jaden because of the system that he runs.
I agree.
Go ahead.
No, go.
I'm just wondering, what is your realistic expectation for this team this year?
Okay, well, I'm not a very realistic person, so
I
I'm
need you to be realistic on this one.
Okay, all right, I'll try. I remember last year when we went through the schedule when it came out, and I think I had like 6 ties at the end of the year for us. I think 7 wins. I think 7 to 8 wins realistically would be a decent result, depending obviously on how a lot of things look. But I think it wouldn't be insane to think that we could get a wild card this year. I don't think we're going to get 10-digit wins. I would love to be wrong about that, but we have a lot of stuff. We got a young
Did you just
team.
say 10-digit wins?
Oh, sorry, double-digit.
We damn straight we'll get 10-digit wins.
I don't even know what that is. Now we're getting into Mackenzie Bezos numbers here with all this stuff. But yeah, I think we could be competing for wild card. But if I'm being realistic, I'm thinking like I'll say 8 and 9 sounds like a realistically optimistic outlook for this year, because we do have a lot of young talent. It's the first year for a lot of guys, not just on the team, on the coaching staff as well. So there's going to be some changes. There's going to be some growing pains, and As long as we can trend in the right direction, I could see myself being happy with an 8-win season.
I agree, dude. I mean, people might see 8. People might see 8 and be like, "Oh, that's under 500. Like, you're not making the playoffs." They were 4-13 last year and didn't have a single Pro Bowler. Like, the amount of growth needed to compete is so significant. We're talking with our friend PFT commenter on the BetQL guest line. PFT, I want to switch gears, and I'm going to show B-Mitch's picture. So on PFT's podcast, one of the guys named Hank Lockwood, right? And he's a huge Celtics fan. And he said he would shave his head if the Celtics won the title.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to wiggle out of it, and then they got Joe Mazzulla on the podcast and said he had to do it, and he got to go to the parade. What do you think of that dude's haircut, B?
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm actually upset at how good he looked. I wanted him to
Chrome
look worse.
domes, man. We take it.
It was funny. He does look better than you'd expect.
I know, and I hate that. Everything's coming up Hank right now, and he's had quite a run this spring. And he's a first-time baldy, so I don't know. We're trying to educate him on what he had to do to take care of his bald head. Like, does he have to put lotion on there?
Hat, probably, if he's outdoors.
Moisturize. He's not allowed to wear a hat today. Mazzulla made that very clear that if he's going to be on the duck boat, he can't be wearing a hat. So, he's probably just going to get really sunburned on the top of his head because he's never had a bald head.
Just sunblock. Just like
sunblock.
Just like you put it anywhere else, you put it on top of your head.
Yeah, so it does irritate me how well he pulls off the ball. He looks a little bit like
his head was shaped properly. He had a good shaped head for the ball head. If he
had
a square head, then that'd be a problem.
My ears are way too.
Yeah,
big
you
for
being now. See, that should be a bet we have with you. You have to shave. Yeah, you'll look a mess.
So PFT, B and I are broadcasting at the Craig Laughlin, the Locker Family Foundation. They have a golf tournament to raise money for their charity, Many Hands, One Heart. It's the Norbeck Country Club Charity Classic. And there's going to be a ton of caps here. I know Locker Joe B, Smoking Al, and then I'm sure some former players will be rolling through. You can briefly react to this trade they made earlier in the week if you want, but then I want an Oilers prediction too.
Okay, all right. So the trade this week, I'm not. If you're coming to me for like in-depth hockey analysis, you're a very smart person because I know puck. I get it. I get hockey. I think I saw this best described by my coworker Liam Blutman, who is a bit of a sports genius. He said it was a mid-off. And so I'm cool with that, I guess. Like if
Kemper stunk and they got to go with the other guy. So I'm
cool.
If
if we have a bad contract and a guy that we don't like for the future, and another team has a bad contract and a guy that they don't like for the future, then sometimes that's the only trade partner that you can find, right? Is you take something from someone else and you roll the dice on them because you know what you have in house. You know that nobody else is going to give you anything for the guy that you're trying to get rid of. So sometimes it's like we're going to a swap meet right now. That's pretty much how it ends up. And we traded, a lawnmower that we paid $2,000 for that's missing a carburetor, and we trade that for a guy that's got like an awning that only has one adjustable arm on it, and the other one's been stuck for the last 3 years. So yeah, that's all we can get for our guy. But I guess just roll the dice on it, and both guys I think have a lot of upside if they get in. If they figure it out, it's something. The switch flicks on for them. So I'll take a chance on it. I don't expect it to change the future of the franchise really, but if we get something for it, then it's better than what we had. So yeah, I don't hate it. And maybe this is one of those things that capfriendly.com told us was a good trade to make. Maybe there was some like behind the scenes numbers that the rest of the NHL isn't able to look at that we saw. So I'm just going to say blindly, we fleeced them. They got fleeced.
Cap Friendly is now Caps Friendly, and it's no longer open to the last thing, dude, you got to pick. Can the Oilers keep it going tonight?
Yeah, I think they can. I really do.
Hope so.
I want to see 7 now.
I want this to go 7. We need a little bit more. We need more sports taking us into the dog days of summer. So I want the Oilers to win. I want there to be Connor McDavid in Game 7, and I think that would would be awesome to watch. So I'm picking the Oilers tonight. Our colleague Nikki Smokes is the biggest mush in the world, and I think he's like 0-6 for Panthers games that he's gone to. He's a big South Florida guy, loves the Cats, and he has never won a game that he's been at in person. I think he's lost every Dolphins game that he's been to in person
Wow.
as well. And so Dave, my boss, he put in a massive, massive future on the Edmonton Oilers, and I think he stands to win like $1.5 million on this bet if they win the Stanley Cup. And Dave paid for a plane ticket and a ticket to the game up in Edmonton for Nicky Smokes to go to, just because Dave thought it would help the Panthers lose this game.
I love it.
We're pulling out all the stops
So
right
Nicky
now.
Smokes is a cooler.
Yeah,
He is the
and
cooler.
I heard this on their podcast. The Oilers fan that we've all become big
Kate.
fans of, she came out and told the world, bleep you, I can celebrate any way I want.
We saw that.
She has my full support.
Yeah. She just got a little drunk and got excited, she said.
You know what? I'm glad you said that, JB. She needs a lot of support. I can tell that, just from how she's built, support is a big thing for her. So hopefully the Oilers will be raising a couple different types of cups, and I'm looking forward to seeing her reaction to all that. I loved her message when she was like, "I just want to say to all the haters, like, shut up." And I was like, "That's right, yeah. Tell those haters." I don't know who's hating on her, but she's got a lot of fans.
Wasn't us.
As far as I'm concerned, Kate should run for mayor of Edmonton. PFT, thanks for your time, bro. Always appreciate it.
All right, PFT.
All right. Have a great weekend, guys.
All right, man, you too.
That's our guy, PFT Commenter. You can follow him social at PFT Commenter. Check out his podcast, Pardon My Take. When we come back, we're going from PFT to SVP. Terry McLaurin joined Scott Van Pelt. We got some interesting comments next.
Hey.
Skins golf bag.
Tell
That
him
joint,
come here. I'll sign it for
that
him.
joint was awesome. Let him know. Hey, dude, B. Mitchell, sign it. Super Bowl winner.
Go tell him, Jeff. Tell him you want to sign. I'll sign it for him.
That is dope. If you were watching along on the stream, we're here. We're out here. Maybe we'll get this guy with his Skins golf bag to come over here. B. Mitchell, sign it on the stream. I am
We're out here at Norbeck Country Club.
Norbeck Country
Yeah,
Club.
there you go.
We just saw Al Koken. I think Craig Laughlin's here. Joe B is apparently coming. Joe Beninati. There's gonna be all sorts of Caps memorabilia. Supports a great cause. Laughlin Family Foundation.
I'll put up the fee for you to play pickleball. I just want to see you get whipped.
Bro, it's hot for pickleball.
Dude, who cares?
Golf, you're standing around, riding a cart, drinking. Pickleball, you're moving.
I know, and I think you're young, so you can do it.
I don't claim to be great at pickleball. I can hold my own, but I don't claim to be great. So
You never heard me say anything about great when I was saying your name, right?
I'll get a scouting report on the pickleball competition.
All right.
That's a cart full of booze. Stop here. Now I did say this to some people that this, if you're watching on the stream, this is a Arnold Palmer. Okay, it is lemonade and iced tea. In a
Why
few
did you have
hours,
to bring that attention?
in a few hours, there's going to be a John Daly. This will not remain in Arnold Palmer.
You should get a
afternoon.
Chi-Chi. Get a Chi-Chi.
What's a Chi-Chi?
Just put
Tequila?
tequila in there instead of the vodka.
I'm not a tequila guy. Patrick, what is the pickleball tournament setup? Like, what's the level of competition? All right, B-Mitch thinks I would get whipped. I think I could hold my own. Oh, man. We're on the air. You're not allowed.
It didn't go across the airwaves. We didn't hear him.
All right. What did go across the airwaves was Terry McLaurin sat down with Scott Van Pelt last night on SportsCenter. All the legends are coming in now.
The locker.
Here, we'll hold off on Terry and we'll put Locker on the air. Are you able to join us right now? All right. We'll put Locker on the air right now. Oh, and the dude with the Skins golf bag is here. Everything is happening. All right. This dude, you want me to sign it? Yes, that'd be great. All right. We need a marker. Yeah, maybe he's got a Sharpie. A lot of golf bags have Sharpies in them. Jeff, bring it around here so they can see it on the stream. All right. Craig Laughlin joining us now, the Locker.
What's up?
How are you, dude?
I'm good. Hot out there.
It's going to be warm.
Yes.
How do you recommend people to fight through the heat?
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not a water guy, but I'm going to hydrate.
I believe it. I saw the coolers out there.
Yes.
They are packed with the ability for people to hydrate.
You got to hydrate.
You do.
Up your game.
I showed the people on the stream. Let's put Locker on the stream. This is currently in Arnold Palmer. In a few hours, it's going to be a John Daly. Tell everybody about the work your foundation does and who you're supporting today.
It's all for rare endometrial cancer. It's exciting that, that we're making a difference. I think, it's a lot of hard work, a lot of after hours work. My daughter and my wife do yeoman work as far as making sure that we try to make a difference for my wife's issue that she had 4 or 5 years ago. And it's really changed our lives. We've been so focused on that, and it's been an exciting part trying to raise money. And we've raised close to $1 million so far towards the cause, and we keep going in this golf tournament. It fell into our lap. It's been wonderful.
I mean, this thing looks like it's going to be packed.
It is, and it's always exciting to see faces that we know from the past, but meet new people too. And it's been absolutely fantastic.
That's awesome, man. And are you playing?
Yes, I am playing.
You said you're not much of a golfer, though.
No, I'm usually.
He knows how to have fun, though.
Yes, I have fun. I like if I played as much as B-Mitch, I'd be on the tour. Like I'm a '70s now guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't play a lot.
Get out of here! I don't play. No, I just have fun out there. If I need to hit 5 balls, I'm going to hit 5 balls.
Nobody is a better. I don't play much than B-Mitch. And what's remarkable about Brian is in the off chance we're drinking on the golf course.
Yes.
Most people, you kind of find that sweet spot and then it falls apart. B finds that sweet spot and it takes off. Like he'll drink a bottle of bourbon, be under a tree and carve it out. Like
it sounds like a teammate of mine, Rod Langley.
Okay.
That's Secretary of Defense.
Sure.
When he gets on the course, it's unbelievable how his game goes up as the Bud Lights rise. I mean, it's amazing to me.
See, you know,
Something about hockey, guys. I don't know.
It kind of relaxes you.
Yes,
Not me.
You're right.
See, JP, you get
I start
overboard.
out well every round of golf. If you ever have to bet on me, Locker,
Yep.
bet like the first 6 holes, and
And
then
then-
See, Locker,
fade the rest of
he
it.
doesn't drink the same thing the whole time. He'll drink multiple things.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I'm a
no,
wild
no,
ride, dude.
no, no,
And
no,
that's
no.
why
You
he
gotta
messes up.
stick. Gotta stick with one thing.
what do you think of the trade the Caps made?
Love it. I know there's a lot of people thinking it's a bad deal because of the term that he gets, but
Because he's got 7 years left on the deal or something.
yeah, 8 or 9 million too. I've always liked him. I've always thought he was big, powerful, and when you look at it, pretend if you're starting the lineup tonight or today, and you said, "Well, we're going to play Ovi with Dubois and Wilson."
Right.
That's huge. Look, they're both 6. All three of them are 6'4", 6'5",
Sure.
over 230 pounds. That should be dynamic, and also it allows Dylan Strome, who for the last year or so, because of no Kuznetsov, no Nicky, he's been put into the number 1 role. I think he can flourish even more and put up more points playing against the second tier rather than always being out there against the first line guys.
Yeah.
That's my opinion coming up.
To me, and you know far more than me, but I agree with you because, and maybe I'll speak more frankly, but like Kemper was giving you nothing. So what's the point of keeping him around? And then Nick Backstrom asked for privacy. I think everybody has granted it, but at some point you got to start planning
Address
for next. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I think when you look at what happened up the middle, back in the age when I played, it was all about, you need good defense. And back in the day, we had some really good defense. We just couldn't get past that finish line because if you looked at our defense in the 80s with Langway, with Hatcher, with Stevens, with you go down the list at Larry Murphy, you go down the list, we were loaded. But in this day and age, it's changed so much because you just about have a rover mentality that the D are part of the offense that now it's sort of like you need power up the middle. And if you look at the teams in the playoffs, case in point, the Florida Panthers are very strong up the middle, starting with Barkov, Connor McDavid up the middle in Edmonton.
Sure.
You need guys up the middle to control the pace of the game, to put pressure on offensively. And now you look at the Caps, you arguably go Dubois, Strome, McMichael or Lapierre, and then you have Dowder in there. So you've got 5 really good centermen that play different roles, but the first 2 are offense. Then you've got a real good 3-hole guy, and then your 4th line guy is always going to be dependable in Nick Dowd. So you're strong up the middle, which we haven't had since the injury to Backstrom and the loss of Kuznetsov in the deal.
Locker, it's your tournament. You're a busy man. Coming up next, we play a game called Real or Fake. You're welcome to join us to figure out if things are real or fake. But if you got to bounce, you got to bounce, and we understand that. But it is fun.
No, I want to win. I'll do it.
All right. Craig Laughlin joins us for Real or Fake next on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley live at the Laughlin Family Foundation Many Hands, One Heart golf tournament out at Norbeck Country Club. Enjoying the day. It's starting to fill up in here.
Yeah.
Locker's joining us right now. Locker,
Yeah.
how you doing?
Good, man. I'm excited for this game.
So I'm telling you, this game is fun. We have the tech exec, Cody Betts, on the line. Cody, you there?
Yep, I'm here. What's up? What's up?
Anybody in the
You
freezer?
should have come to Norbeck, dude. You should be here. Lord knows tech
I'm on the
execs don't
clock.
work. Oh, okay. Are you honored to have a legend like Craig Laughlin, the Locker, joining us?
Yeah, I've actually had 3 of my friends text me and say, you got one hell of a guest on today.
And Locker, for you, we are in this insane hot streak of first-time players winning Real or Fake.
No way.
So we'll see if it continues.
Okay.
Kodo, explain it to Locker and to the audience.
All right, I'm going to read headlines for you guys, and you guys are going to determine whether they are real or I made them up.
All right.
All right.
All right, first one here. 14-car pileup on Georgia Interstate caused by overturned truck full of baked beans.
Probably my recipe.
I'm going real.
Beans. All right, B says real. I have Landfill, Toby, and Heavy Metal Chris all involved in addition to me and Locke.
Yeah.
So shout it out as you got it. Locke, what do you think?
Cans of beans or beans?
Cody?
Cans of baked beans.
Cans of baked beans. True.
Okay. One vote real. Landfill?
I'll say real.
Toby?
I'll go fake.
Heavy Metal?
Real. I'm going real.
I'm also going real, but I'm hesitant. All right.
Does that mean you and Jeff win?
All right.
Real?
Toby's the only fake. Oh, yeah, Jeff, how did you vote? Jeff and I are a team. J-Dogs forever. Okay, we'll get some headphones. And listen.
Beans.
Cody, go ahead, bud.
All right, next one. Parents arrested after baby left alone on beach while going on boat.
I hope that's fake because that's awful.
Real.
That's
I'm
real.
going real.
That's real.
Real.
I'm with JP. I hope that's fake too. I'm going fake.
It's not hope is real or fake. It's real or fake.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I'm
still-
speaking it into existence. That's fake because if parents did that, they should be thrown in
Well,
jail.
there are some dumbasses in the world. Come on.
All right. So that was 4 reals, 2 fakes. Cody.
All right. Next one. Alabama teen arrested after being found with illegal exotic snake farm in basement.
Okay.
I'm going real. It's Alabama.
B's on a clean, real sweep
I'd
so
say
far.
real. That sounds real to me.
Heavy Metal Chris says real. Locker?
Real.
Locker says real. Landini?
I'm just gonna go fake.
Tobo?
That seems real.
I will also go fake. That just seems too easy. That's just like, there's some weird kid in Alabama with 100 snakes. It's too believable. All right, Cody, you're up.
All right. Pocahontas man arrested on
Wait,
multiple
wait.
charges.
Wait. What the hell does Pocahontas man mean?
That is a city.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But, it's like Iowa man, Alabama. I mean, it's just a city in this state.
What? Okay. Anyway.
All right. Pocahontas man arrested on multiple charges for livestock theft.
Where is Pocahontas? I'm aware of the movie and the perhaps historical figure, but I'm unaware of where the city is.
I'm not
Real.
sure.
Real.
Yeah, that sounds real.
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 Locker.
Yeah. I've
Locker,
got 4 in a row now.
Locker, very trusting fella, says everything is real.
I'm saying, I'm
Chris?
saying real just because that Pocahontas place does not sound like it.
I'm saying
It's
fake
too
because
specific.
where is Pocahontas?
It's too specific.
All right, last one, Cody.
All right, last one. Polish Spider-Man tried to scale 30-story building with no ropes, later arrested.
Polish Spider-Man. and
Real.
Pocahontas man. B says real. Landini.
Real.
Locker.
Does he ever give a fake one?
We'll find out. He's going to give us answers next.
Okay.
Real. All right. Clean sweep of reals for
Yeah.
Greg Laughlin.
Yes.
Toby.
Real.
I am saying real. Chris.
I'm going fake on this one.
Ooh.
Again, too easy. It's a too easy one.
All right. I think we're prepared to find out who won.
Okay.
Let's
Yep,
start with
let's
the
go back through them
beans.
here.
All right.
Yep, 14 car pileup on Georgia Interstate caused by overturned truck full of baked beans. That is fake. I made that one up.
Damn. Only
Yeah.
Toby got
Only
that.
Toby.
Let's go.
All right, next one. Parents arrested after baby left alone on beach while going on boat. That one is real, and it happened in New York.
Uh-huh. See, y'all here with this feeling all.
I know, but
Oh
I couldn't-
Lord, I
I
can't
couldn't-
believe.
I
All right.
couldn't pick it.
Toby's 2-0 so far.
Wow.
So
Next
far, I am 0-2.
All right, next one. Alabama teen arrested after being found with illegal exotic snake farm in basement. That was fake. I made that one up.
Oh, yeah. We needed that.
I'm
All
doing
right.
terrible today.
Me
Awful.
and Landfill got that right.
Awful.
Me and Landfill got
All
that
right,
right.
next-
We saw right through you.
Next
Cody.
one. Pocahontas man arrested on multiple charges for livestock. That one is real, and it happened in Iowa.
Pocahontas, Iowa. All right. Everybody but me got that.
I'm
Great
throwing
job.
All right, and then the last one.
Hold
Polish
on, real quick.
Spider-Man
Hold on. I'm gonna give a
Okay.
scoreboard update. Right now, Toby has 3 and Landfill has 3. They're in the lead.
Yep.
We'll see what else we got.
All right. Polish Spider-Man tried to scale 30-story building with no ropes. Later arrested. That one is real.
Everybody but heavy metal. Chris got that one. All right. So
I
check
take
it.
3 out of 5. I'm okay with
Locker in your debut, you got 3 out of
that.
5.
Not bad.
You got to learn to be a little more skeptical.
I know. I do.
Um,
But they were good stories. Very well
Yeah.
done.
All right. So B got 3 out of 5.
Yep.
Locker got 3 out of 5. I got 2 out of 5.
Yeah.
Heavy metal Chris dead last with 1 out of 5.
Not my day.
Your winners, tie winners, both guys in the aquarium, so they may be Googling this stuff. Just
Two
saying.
tie, all tie.
That's right. No winners. Landfill and Toby got 4 out of 5. Cody, as always, thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, that's
Hey,
our guy, Cody Betts.
I'm just glad we beat you.
Oh, yeah. Locker, what you'll come to know is that's not much of an accomplishment.
Why? You don't win that often here?
No.
No, I don't win that often here. I don't win that often there.
There it
It
is.
doesn't really matter where I am. Speaking of winners,
Yes.
who we got tonight? Oilers Panthers.
Well, I thought it was going to be an easy series for the Panthers, so I'm sticking with my guns. Panthers. I
All
thought
right.
they were going to win 4
Nah,
games to
I'm
1, but I'm going with
If
Panthers.
the Oilers win tonight,
Yes.
where do your mind go then?
Panthers at home.
In 7.
I think home ice is still
I
important.
think that pressure gonna be on them, man.
The most important,
Yeah.
the most
got you.
important person in this series.
Yeah.
The Oilers lady fan up
Kate.
in the upper deck.
Her name is
Kate.
Kate.
We're pro Kate. We're pro Oilers. Thank you to Craig Laughlin. Enjoy the
Thank
tournament.
you.
It's an awesome
Thank
way
you,
to
guys.
raise a bunch of
Great.
money.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
When we come back, we're going to San Francisco to figure out what the hell's going on with Brandon Ayuk. Nobody go away. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west.
Thank you.
We are, I'm guessing, northwest of the city in Olney, Rockville. We are at Norbeck Country Club for the Caps golf tournament today.
Yeah.
Craig Laughlin benefiting the Laughlin Family Foundation. Norbeck's a beautiful track.
That it is.
And I really want to go down that water slide.
You should.
I'm thinking about it. Joining
Don't
us,
get stuck on the slide, though.
I don't think I would. Do you think I would?
Yeah.
That's kind of messed up, B. Joining the program right now, we are excited to go out to San Francisco and talk to our friend JLC. Jennifer Lee Chan covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. Jennifer, what's up? How are you?
Well, first I want to know why he thinks you're going to get stuck on the slide.
He's just being mean.
No, he probably would. You know, he's been on vacation, eating all that stuff. Looked a little heavier than he did when he left.
I'm just
Wow.
swole, that's all.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
How is everything in Niners land? I mean, that had to be just a gutting loss in the Super Bowl, but now they've had their off-season sessions. How's everybody feeling and ready for 24?
I feel like the mood in the locker room is good. You know, I think they feel like they are stacked and ready to go. And, you know, I think things are looking up. Guys are healthy. George Kittle had core muscle surgery. So did Charvarius Ward. Those guys are feeling better. I think it's going to be a beginning of the season on the PUP list for Dre Greenlaw, but Talanoa Hufanga, goal is to be ready for week 1. So they're getting healthy. I think they like their draft class. It's pretty positive, you know, and I think it's always been positive, really, with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch there. They've just been really a good locker room, positive group of guys.
You got to be after a game like that, but they've also been so close for so long. Do you feel like this is the year they break through? Is there reason to think it's significantly different? I mean, they continue to just be a great team, but unable to get that trophy.
Yeah, they've been so close so many different times. I think, you know, they're on the same path. So, you know, I think a little bit of luck going their way will always help. I think there's so much luck involved in a team getting to the postseason. It's not just about, you know, the wins and the losses. It's staying healthy. And, you know, some of that is luck. And some of it's the ball bouncing, you know, their way. I mean, if it wasn't a muff punt where the ball hits the guy on the ankle, maybe it's a different game. You know, maybe Christian McCaffrey doesn't fumble the ball and it's a different game. Spencer Burford stays on an assignment and Brock Purdy connects in the end zone and it's a touchdown. So, you know, there's just, when you take, you know, when a team takes the lead 3 times over the fourth quarter and in overtime, there's some luck there, or bad luck, I guess, that, you know, didn't happen for them to win the Super Bowl. So, I mean, they're really just on the cusp and they've kept most of their core players in the locker room. So, you know, all signs are pointing that they'll play again deep into the postseason.
They've been relatively healthy. They've had some guys they missed, and they got them back in the right time. What's the depth like? Because, you know, you're starting to see little people be picked from that team.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, you look at those core positions, the skill set positions, they picked up some good guys. I think Ricky Pearsall, their first-round pick, number 31 overall in the draft, really good, detail-oriented wide receiver, runs his routes really well. I think that they're, for all intents and purposes, that there's all signs pointing to the fact that he'll be very involved in the offense, especially with Brandon Ayuk sitting out for probably training camp if he doesn't get a deal done. So Ricky already got a ton of reps during OTAs and minicamp, already building a quick chemistry with Brock Purdy. And he's a guy who really takes the job seriously. Like, he is a film junkie. He is really good at running routes. He looks smooth coming out of his breaks. I think just a guy who really pays attention to detail. So, you know, the Niners got a good guy in him that, you know, I think his transition to the NFL will be pretty quick.
Talking with our friend Jennifer Lee Chan here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow Jennifer at Jennifer Lee Chan. Covers the Niners, has done it for a while, does a great job at it. You mentioned something of particular interest to us in Washington, and that was Brandon Ayuk and his contract situation. There's a bunch. I'm sure you've seen it. He and Jaden Daniels are friends from their time at Arizona State, and Ayuk posted this video talking to Daniels on Instagram about how the Niners just don't want to pay him.
He said they told him they don't want him.
Which
I don't buy that.
The Niners have
I
a
don't
track
either.
record of paying their guys. How much of all this is just contract negotiation posturing?
I think that's exactly what it is. The 49ers want to keep Brandon Ayuk in the building. He has really come along in his last 2 seasons, 2023 being his best so far. And for how much work they put into developing him into the receiver that he is, to let him go at this point I would think goes against everything that we've learned about this regime. So I think they want to pay their guys, and it really tends to happen right before training camp or during training camp. So to me, watching how these guys come in the middle of training camp and not being there for the full off season, we've seen how they kind of ease their way into the season. It's kind of a little bit of a slower start for them. So you'd think they'd want to get the contract down earlier, but I think their track record proves that they want to get him in, but it may take a little bit of time. I know he wants top dollar, and I'm all for players getting as much money as they can for as quickly as they can because their careers are so short. But it just depends on, what the parameters for this deal is. He's probably not going to get Justin Jefferson money because that is just, an exorbitant amount of money. But Justin Jefferson has had 4,000-yard seasons. Brandon Ayuk has had 2. So, when you compare the stats and what they've done, it's hard to put him at that level. So it's going to have to be, maybe a little bit of, agreement on both parts to give up a few things. I don't know what exactly it might be. There's been no talk, no leaks coming from the organization or from Brandon Ayuk's parties. So, it's just going to be, I think it's going to take some time for them to figure out what, where each side is going to kind of give in to what they want.
You cover this team. How do they react to players with this type of game that's going on with Ayuk?
I think all the players are very respectful. When it happened with, it's been year after year, right? Last year it was Nick Bosa. Before that it was Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel, I think, had even a more acrimonious time in his contract negotiations, asking for a trade, wiping everything Niners related off of his page. I don't think it's been as public for Brandon Ayuk. He's put some little, breadcrumbs out there, like dancing when wide receivers get big contracts, and what he put out there on social media just a couple days ago. But I think ultimately it's just kind of playing the role of both sides. I think both sides want a deal done. Brandon Ayuk wants to be back with the 49ers, and the 49ers want him back. It's just where they'll end up having to meet on which side wants what.
Yeah, I just, the Commanders fan base, God bless them, just gets so excited about the possibility of adding a guy that went to 1,308 scores last year. And I think you got to just kind of remind yourself that this is part of the game. Like, if I don't know if he has or hasn't, but if in 2 weeks we wake up on July 3rd and it's like, oh my gosh, Brandon Ayuk has deleted every 49ers image from his Instagram, don't get caught up in that stuff. That's just what people do now.
Everybody does that
it's
now.
standard.
It's ridiculous.
Right. But Adam Peters is in Washington. So there is, a level of familiarity between both parties. And I know Adam Peters wants to build the roster up, and he's very familiar with Brandon Ayuk and what he can do and what he brings to the offense. So I think, that makes it maybe just a little bit more likely that it could happen as opposed to completely no way possible. So, with Adam Peters there is a small chance. It's that Jim Carrey, you're saying there's a chance.
Right. Well, that was one thing I was kind of curious about. Was there any talk on that end that maybe there was a conversation around the draft? Because the other part of this is I feel like the actual time to get this deal done would have been draft time, and it becomes less likely as we continue closer to the season. Any conversations, any leaks then, or has this been pretty buttoned up throughout?
This has been really buttoned up throughout. The 49ers have done a really good job since John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have taken over their roles. There really have been no leaks. If there are any, it comes from the agent or the player. But from inside the 49ers facility, they are very, very secretive about what is going on. And I think they really honor the, the players' privacy and the team's privacy during the negotiations.
Well, I can tell you in the brief time he's been here, Peters is definitely cut from that cloth because we're not getting anything over here.
Nothing at all.
What can you tell us about Peters, a guy you covered for a lot of years in San Fran and has a pristine reputation?
He's a great guy. You know, I've had the opportunity to be able to talk to him, you know, just chatting off the record about, you know, how he evaluates players. You know, I had a conversation before the draft happened. I'm a USC alum, so we were talking about Caleb Williams and, you know, what he looks like and what, you know, how he will be and how he will translate to the NFL. And he, you know, told me his honest opinion about what he thought of him, you know, believes that the talent is there. So, I mean, he's so honest. He's really good at what he does. And I think, you know, the Commanders are much better for having him in their building.
I agree. I mean, that was his reputation just kind of league wide for a long time before, and he was turning jobs down. I think it's Brian and I have talked about this repeatedly. I think Dan Quinn could prove to be a good hire, but I think what's most important in Washington is that they identified the GM to build the identity of this team for a number of years.
I mean, Dan Quinn's a great guy too. I mean, I talked to my colleague Matt Mayoko. You know, you're very familiar with him, and Dan Quinn is one of his favorite guys. You know, they've known him since he was an assistant way back in the day with the 49ers, and you know, have watched him kind of grow into different roles. And you know, just nothing but positive things about Dan Quinn from both him, Cam Inman. So everybody in the Bay Area that's been around since Dan Quinn has been part of the 49ers way back when, they all love him and think that he's going to do a great job out there.
The last dude I wanted to ask you about, and this is one of those like hashtag just saying things, right? I don't know that there's anything to this, but Anthony Lynn was with the Niners the last couple seasons. Anthony Lynn as a player won 2 Super Bowls in Denver on the same team as Ed McCaffrey. Anthony Lynn was the running backs coach, run game coordinator in San Fran when they traded for Christian McCaffrey. Anthony Lynn is now the run game coordinator, running backs coach in Washington when they drafted Luke McCaffrey. Is there anything there? Is there anything there?
And we watched Anthony Lynn working with Luke at running back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Anthony Lynn is, you know, a disciple of Bobby Turner, legendary running backs coach. So what he knows comes from Bobby Turner, who is one of the best running backs coaches in the game. And, you know, there's so much respect there from the McCaffrey family to Bobby Turner. And then, of course, to Anthony Lynn, who's been with him for so long. So I thought Luke McCaffrey was kind of one of those under the radar guys who I think is going to really blow up. I actually had a scout tell me during the combine that he could be the next Puka Nacua type of player. So, you know, a guy who, you know, wasn't really looked at in college, but could really blow up in, you know, once drafted and on a team. Luke McCaffrey was incredibly insightful when he had his interviews at the combine. Just such a great speaker. And I think because he was a quarterback before, you know, knows how the game is played, understands more as a receiver because he was a quarterback. So I think those connections are always good. And I think because he's, you know, was less lauded as a draft pick, is only going to work harder.
I think it's been really interesting to watch Luke, who is kind of long. Like, I mean, his body type compared to Christian seems quite different, whereas Christian's
right.
A little shorter, certainly more compact,
stockier.
Yeah, Luke is like longer, but still seems to have like the
he
same
has the muscular frame though.
And I think he can still move. Like his feet are really good,
yes.
And that's got to be what stands out watching Christian, right? Or among many things.
Right. I mean, I think they're both incredibly talented. And you look at the gene pool, you know, Luke McCaffrey, you know, incredible athlete. Ed McCaffrey, obviously NFL player, incredible athlete as well. So, I mean, the gene pool is pretty good coming from these McCaffrey brothers.
Yeah,
for sure. That's the truth.
For sure. So do you get a little time now to chill? I don't know, the insatiable appetite and huge fan base the Niners have. Do you guys get to relax during the little break here, or are you just still cranking out content?
Wait, a little bit. I was just at Tight Ends University in Nashville with George Kittle. Travis Kelce, Greg Olsen. It was fantastic. Dak Prescott was there for a little bit throwing. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Matt Hasselbeck. So they bring in some arms to throw the football to the tight ends who are working on route running and blocking and everything. So, I mean, they've done such a good job. It was the 4th annual event. And, I mean, they went from, having a wellness center for all the players and their wives and girlfriends to having a concert that was a fundraiser. I mean, it's a huge 2.5-day event. And, I actually love being in the huddle around all the players where they're teaching how to, use their hands or use their feet and move in certain ways to get leverage. Because, I mean, it's just so educational. And you look at these young tight ends in the league who are there, and even some of the veterans as well. And 49ers picked up Logan Thomas,
right?
and
yeah.
So I
How'd
mean,
he look?
he said, fantastic, and he's like, I love coming to this thing. He's like, it's even as a veteran, learn so much just from the guys that are there, because you've got guys like Greg Olsen, Dallas Clark was there. So even though the game has changed since the time that they've played, there's still so much they can learn from guys who've done it for a really long time. So
Logan's
getting
a great
to know,
guy too. You're gonna enjoy coming to him.
I talked to him for a short bit, and he just seems like a really great guy, very sincere, thoughtful. So yeah, really excited to have him.
Last one, and I meant to ask about this early, so forgive me. Washington signed Clelin Ferrell this offseason. Last year was with the Niners. I mean, his stats don't pop, but he was on the field for a lot of snaps.
Yes.
Obviously, Peters knows well to go out and sign him. What are they getting in Ferrell?
A 100% effort guy. I mean, he is really good. I would have thought that his stats would have gone up, and unfortunately, he didn't make it back for the Super Bowl with the knee injury. But Nick Bosa said that he was the guy that he thought had the best effort on the defensive line. So, I mean, he gets props from Nick Bosa, who's completely honest and, not going to, mince words at all, but really liked what Clelin Ferrell brought to the field. He just was unfortunately injured towards the end of the season, but I really think you're getting a good guy there. And, he wants to prove himself. I think that's part of the deal with the guys that come into the Niners for those short-term deals. They want to, kind of erase what they weren't able to do at their previous stop, and then really kind of get the momentum going for whatever it is on their next stop. So I think you've got a really good guy, and he's a great guy to talk to. I remember talking to him during training camp, and another really thoughtful guy who's just, I think, really understands the game of football and wants to do better. So great guy, great pickup.
It'll be interesting because you know how it is when the rosters are at 90, we're not in the locker room. So you kind of only get availability with guys as they're brought out. But as you get into the season, you get to actually just kind of talk with guys more. But the thing that has stood out to me about Ferrell particularly, and they're not hitting right now, so you can't draw too many conclusions. His length is crazy. Like, I mean, when he jumped up to block a Jaden Daniels pass, and I swear with the wingspan he had to be taller than a basketball goal. Like, it was remarkable.
Yes. And honestly, with that length and the effort, I mean, I think you'll see your productivity on your defensive line go up.
Effort. That's quite a concept with our defensive line sometimes. JLC, thank you for the time, dude. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Good to see you, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody give her a follow at Jennifer Lee Chan. Does a fantastic job. When we come back, we got some Terry McLaurin sound you got to hear. B. Mitch and Finley brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. And don't you dare forget, Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. B, you notice that Jeff keeps complaining when we have guests and he doesn't have his headset, and then we don't have a guest and he just doesn't have his headset on?
But I got a correction. Cody Betts, there was a baked bean truck that turned over and caused an accident, and you said you made that up. I got the proof right here. He didn't make that up.
Well, where is that, though?
I don't know, but he didn't make it up.
Yeah, but he said it was in Georgia. So,
But how you can't be taking a real story and just moving it down to Georgia?
I mean, in the scheme of the world, a lot of
technically,
these things,
he just took this from June 7th. So, Cody, we just found out you lied, too.
Cody, you're going to have to take that up with Brian Mitchell.
Yeah.
Right
We were
now,
4-1.
I don't want to mess with this because I've teased it for an hour. Terry McLaurin joined SportsCenter. When Terry talks, I recommend people listen. He's incredibly insightful. And he talked about, I've said this, and we both watched, like, it's hard when you're watching these OTA sessions and minicamp, your eyes just kind of gravitate towards Jaden Daniels. Like, you want to see what that young man's doing. And Terry, in this first clip, Landfill, kind of says it's happening with the players, too. It's not just the media.
The first thing that stood out to me about Jaden Daniels is the poise he came into the first day in the building. By the time the rookies got there, we pretty much had 4 or 5 installs in. And I think Coach Kingsbury did a great job of trying to integrate everybody at the same time. So when the rookies got there, we started from ground one, but it seemed like he knew the entire offense when we got there. He's in there calling the huddles through the walkthroughs. He's in there calling the plays, and he's extremely confident. And it's a testament to his preparation and his studying that he did on his own.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I just think the kid loves ball, and he has a good feel for the game. So I think he really came in with the right mindset and energy, and guys are already gravitating to him.
Gotta like it, B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But see, I'm not surprised. And I'm going to say this because when people are dedicated to their craft, all you need to do is study a playbook, right? And we make it to a point like, oh, it's so amazing that a guy learns his playbook. That's what the hell you're supposed to be doing. And when I hear players come in and do it, I'm like, okay, cool. Now this guy, he gets it. But the guy that doesn't get it, he probably won't be making it.
Right.
Quarterbacks, they are way more adept at studying when it comes down to learning playbook because they don't just learn their job, they learn everybody else's job. And when you have to learn everybody else's job, it gives you the whole concept of what the offense is about. And when you hear Jaden talk and you heard all of the rumors about him and things going through the draft and all, it was exactly what you're hearing now.
Terry went on to kind of talk about building his on-field connection, which a lot of times happens through just hanging out in the locker room, but McLaurin's connection with Jaden Daniels.
I think with any line of work that you're in, it's still about the people. It's still about the connection. It's still about getting to know one another, the person that you're going to be going to work with, or in our case, you're going to battle. You know what I mean? And you got to know he has to be able to trust I'm going to be where I'm going to be when he needs me to be there. Like, I'm going to be on the spot. I'm not going to cut my depth short. I'm not going to fade away on an in cut and let the DB undercut me. Like, he has to trust that I'm going to do my job, and I have to trust that he's going to do his. And I think that really starts when you get to know someone, because you get to learn what they're about. You get to learn their whys and why they put the time and the effort into what they're doing. And then it's honestly easier when you have that connection to be honest. You know what I mean? Like, we don't take any conversations that we have in our building amongst teammates personal, because we know our brothers are looking out for us, and they just want the best for not only us, but the entire team. So I think he exudes that, and our personal relationship, I think, is really going to help us and our entire group as we go forward.
Terry McLaurin's comments, I believe, last night to Scott Van Pelt on SportsCenter. Lots of like there.
Yeah.
You got to build that trust, but it's also, I think there's one thing that some of these Commanders receivers that have been there through some pretty lean years at the quarterback position, I think there's going to be an element, Brian, of like, yo, don't stop running your route after 2 seconds. Don't think you're out of the play because that ball might still come. You're running that deep crosser. He might be rolling out and still find you. One, he has the arm to do it. Two, he has the vision to do it. And he can extend plays. And I think that is something, maybe not Terry, but other dudes on the team got to recognize.
And I think Terry understands that. But you always talk about quarterbacks throwing the anticipatory passes. And that's something that he does. Because Terry mentioned this, I think last week. He said, hey, you don't think the ball is coming, but then it comes. You know, I'm running a crossing route, and the guy's standing here in the zone. You keep running. That's another window. And Jaden still throws the ball. So guys got to stay alive.
Got to.
Yeah.
And stay locked in. And, I mean, a big problem they had last year is that because they didn't run the ball very much and the play action never worked, a lot of these receivers didn't get much separation. And especially as you got late in the year, if you go back and watch it, like a lot of these receivers weren't crossing the face of every safety.
Yeah.
They were allowing they would round out routes that needed to have hard edges.
Yeah.
And it's just, I understand it's a byproduct of losing bad and the offense being bad, but you cannot allow that stuff to creep into your game. You just can't.
Each person has to do their job to the highest
of
their abilities, not just say have an excuse as to why.
More from Terry, who is very much accepting a willingness to be more of a leader, and it seems like he's challenging himself to be more out front in that capacity. Number 3, Landini.
I feel like when I'm involved in the game, in the not only my level of play that I bring to our team, but the energy and the leadership. And when I make a play, I feel like not only our team feels it, but the whole building feels it. Like I've been in games where I can hear the fans, Terry, because I haven't got the ball yet. And I love that support. And I just try to be ready when my number is called. And you want to be looked at as one of the top receivers in the league. I don't play this game not only not for the money and not for the notoriety, but I play to win championships and be the best at my craft.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm making sure that I put the time and work in so I'm prepared for those moments. But at the same time, knowing that I have to be able to raise my level of play and bring other guys along with me if we're going to be successful. And I think our coaching staff has done a great job of keeping things simple. We haven't overcomplicated anything this offseason. We've gotten to know each other, and the offense has really been installed in a way where guys can be on the same page and really start to grow from the ground up. And I just want to be that catalyst for our team in the locker room, on the field, and off the field, because that's who I prepare to be each and every day. That's who I feel like I was born to be.
I mean, it's hard. Terry's everything you want in a team captain, a football player, just a person.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes from a sincere place.
Yeah.
You hope. I think a lot about Santana Moss when I watch Terry McLaurin play. Not that their games are identical, but their personalities are very similar. Guys that gave it everything, every play. And because they were never able to kind of catch on with a great or even a really good quarterback, it impacted the scope of their careers. And that's
I think that the fact that they did not have the great quarterback shows you how good they really are.
Totally. And I just wonder if this hits and Jaden's the dude, it's going to hit for a lot of people on a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
Brian, I think it's fair to say you and I love football. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fair to say you and I love golf. Is that accurate? There's a few other things it's fair to say you and I love, but we're not going to mention those. I got one thing we can mention. Fair to say you and I love barbecue?
Hell yes.
Let's talk barbecue when we come back. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan, on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We're fired up. We're going to the BetQL guest line to talk to our friend Donnie Smith from Gouda Barbecue.
Goudas.
Donnie, what up, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, how you guys doing?
We waiting on our ribs, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to get you some soon, man. You just got to let me know.
All right.
Dude, so tell us about the event this weekend, where people should head, what they should be looking forward to.
Yeah, it's the 32nd annual DC Barbecue Battle. This is our second year doing it. Gouda's Barbecue, it's me and two of my brothers. We're a team, and my buddy Josh, he's our chicken man. He's with the DC Police, and in the DC Police Union, they got us inside the barbecue battle. So basically, it's down there on 3rd Street, Pennsylvania, and 4th Street. You got a bunch of vendors, live music. They had go-go last year, which I love. Barbecue and go-go goes together. So
Yep.
yeah, but yeah, man, it's a blast. It's going to be hot like it was last year. You know, we're out there doing 4 different meats, which is brisket, ribs, pork, and chicken. And you got some heavy hitter teams, man, world championship barbecue teams from all across the nation. And it's going to be a tough one, but we're going to give it our all. We're pretty good too. So,
All right, Donnie, listen. So a lot of people barbecue at their house, okay? And
yeah.
what's the difference between just barbecuing to get ready at home or competition barbecue?
Yeah, it's wild, man. And we learned that a few years back when we started competing because, you know, everybody's at home. Oh, I cook the best barbecue, you know, and everybody's pit masters. But we got humbled early on with that one. But the difference, man, is in competition barbecue and KCBS, you're packing as much flavor onto a piece of meat because that judge, once you turn it in, they're judging you on presentation, you know, flavor, texture. And you're trying to pack as much flavor into that one bite because that's what the judge gets. One bite, and they got to set it down. So that's the difference. I mean, there's so much that goes into what you're putting in that box. It's so tedious. Rubs, sauces, glazes, the cook times, you know, you're wrapping meat, you're letting it rest. I mean, there's so much that goes into it. But that's the difference, man. I mean, at home, you know, a lot of people, everybody's different. Everybody's palates are different. You know, you get a lot of different comments on you know, the judges give you different comments on the comment cards, and sometimes it makes our head spin around, but everybody's palate's different. And at home, you know, most people, from what they like that fall off the bone on the ribs. Me personally, I don't like that. I like it to be, you know, have that meat on there, stay tender, have that one tender bite, and comes off with ease.
Donnie, you said an acronym there that I hadn't heard. KCBS. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's the Kansas City Barbecue Society. And
this is
because
wild.
it's Kansas,
I didn't know that existed. They're like the governing body.
Yeah, they're pretty big, man. It's all up and down the East Coast. They have the World Invitational, and actually, what's good about the DC Barbecue Battle, if you win this one, it's an automatic invitational to the Jack Daniel's World Championship in Tennessee. So
wow.
So this little birdie said, like, I know y'all cook more stuff than you turn into the judge. What happens with the other stuff? Can the birdie just pop up and nibble on a little something?
So
my birdie name is Brian.
If you want to ask the guy for ribs, he already said he'd bring them to you.
No, I'm trying to get the ribs on Sunday as well.
I mean, the rule of thumb, that gets you DQ'd for doing stuff like that. But yeah, we'll talk, B.
Serious question, Donnie. How do you get to be a judge? Being a judge sounds freaking awesome.
You just getting one bite.
Yeah, they actually have classes for it you can take also.
But you're getting one bite from 100 places. That's
well,
plenty
yeah,
for
I
me.
mean, actually, the guy that told me about it first, and B, you know Darren Proctor. He was actually, when me, Josh, and Mike, those are the 3 guys on my team. They're like my brothers, man. The first time we got into competing, we did this local amateur event, and we ended up sweeping the competition, and it was pretty awesome. And I met Darren Proctor, and he's with Cosmos and B&B. Those are big barbecue distributors. And anyways, he ended up giving us our awards, and we got the grand championship for that. And he's the one that started telling me and teaching me about, you know, the judging classes. Go get a judging class, and it'll help you with your cook and what they expect from you. And so, yeah, to answer your question, you can take a class. It's not hard, but pretty much gives you an idea.
Is
It's
there a
really
fast track angle here?
In other words, JP not gonna sit in the class.
Yeah, dude. I barely went to class when I was a student. I'm not doing it as an adult. Like, can you just be like, hey, this loudmouth big ear guy wants to be a judge, and they're like, cool, let's do it.
We gotta do like a celebrity thing when that happens.
no, yeah, you can't do that. You got to be certified because I mean,
by the
if they just
KCBS.
Yeah. I mean, if you just have somebody come off the street, you know, they're going to be like, they're not going to know what to, you know, judge on. So I mean, you're scored on a point system, and I mean, look, basically like a perfect score. We'll just talk about ribs for a second. Like, if you get a 180 on a rib, that's a perfect score. That's something that everybody really blasts and shoots for. I mean, if you get that, it's a good day. You know, just like we did a Masters event in Urbana for one meet, and I had like a 174 on my ribs, and I came in 14th to kind of give you an idea how tight that window is. I mean, these guys everybody out here they can barbecue, man. They're not coming to play games. And you're talking about being dedicated to your craft earlier, B. It's the same thing. If you don't have a playbook and you don't, you know, run a system with your cook, you're not going to win. You got to have a playbook, and you definitely got to be dedicated to it. So
that's fascinating. I don't want to peer. You have a restaurant now, or a like? Here's my question: what is like when you play professional sports? You want to win. You want trophies. You want banners, but you also get paid a lot. Like, is this a labor of love, or is there big money tied into all this stuff?
I think it's both. I mean, it's definitely a passion of ours. I mean, me and my two buddies. I mean, we love barbecue, man. We put our heart and soul into it, and I love catering. I mean, I don't think the restaurant. I mean, I'm not gonna like say I rule that out. I mean, that would be great, but I know a few guys that have restaurants, and I hear pros and cons. And yeah, and I work full time on the railroad too, and you know.
So this is a hobby or a passion.
It's both. I mean, I do cater. I mean, that's how I met B. Mitch. You know, there's good guys over there at T-Stats.
Rude, right? Yeah. So you know, Donnie, B. Mitch came in the next day talking about the food at the Rude event. So you sold him for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, we had a good time, man. I got to try his beer. That was a really good ale. I've actually gotten it a few times since, and he showed me. He was trying to break my wrist, trying to show me how to hold his golf clubs, but
that's how he operates. That's definitely how he rolls. So I looked up the event this weekend. It's the barbecue battle. I think Grant and Danny might be going to that. I feel like I heard them talking about it. This band that's playing Saturday night on the Pepsi stage, I believe. White Fort Bronco
stuff, right?
No, White Fort Bronco's 90s cover band. They are awesome. A million years ago, they used to play this tiny little dive bar I worked at, and now they're playing like 930 Club and big events like this, which is really cool. They're also, now I thought this was strictly a 4th of July joint, but apparently they're going to have a hot dog eating contest Saturday at 3 o'clock on the Pepsi stage. Donnie, do you know how we could get Jeff entered into the hot dog eting contest? He's a glizzy gangster.
Jeff's a good dude, man. He has me laughing over there at that cook we were hanging out at. I can tell you, Jeff, if you do that, you're gonna be hurting. It's hot out there, so.
I'm sorry, I would not be contesting with the glizzies.
All his boys will be like, "Oh, Jeff."
Well, hey, Donnie, good luck this weekend.
Appreciate you, dude.
Thanks for making time.
Hey, thank you, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Hey, man, good luck to you.
And seriously, bring some ribs in, dude.
I will, man. We'll have to set that up. I got all summer, man. We'll bring you up a tray of some, give you a sample tray.
Hell yeah. All right. Thank you, Donnie. Good luck this weekend.
A big sample tray.
In the barbecue battle.
All right, bro.
More information.
All right, man.
See you, Donnie. For more information, go to bbqindc.com. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
Have you said anything about this being a Vodka Red Bull Friday?
I've said it repeatedly.
I haven't heard you say it.
Jeff, anybody back me up?
Has anybody kicked it off?
That's a different conversation.
I'll be back.
I also want to shout out my man, if you're on the stream right now, to Forrest, who just gave me this Calvert Chaney Bullets jersey. I will be wearing this immediately. I'm thrilled. If we weren't at a fancy country club, I would have put it on already. Phone lines open next. 800-636-1067. Ask B. Mitch anything. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. The folks here at Lockers Golf Tournament getting ready to
Go
I
out
think
there.
they're about to tee off. I'm holding up my new Bullets jersey for the picture with Marla. This joint is Frizesh. I will, for the last segment, Patrick Ellis might get mad, but I'm just going to wear this sitting here in the country club. And I'm going to get a cocktail.
Wait. You're going to just wear that over your shirt?
No, I'm taking this shirt off and putting this shirt on.
Nah, don't do that.
Yeah.
No, man.
It's a Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby.
No, bro.
Let it loose.
No.
Cut it loose, Jeffrey.
Certain things you're going to have to stop cutting loose.
Certain things we're going to cut loose right now are the phone lines. Phone lines are open. 800
time?
636 1067. 800 636 1067. Let's start on line 3. Line 3. Brian is in Silver Spring. What up, Brian?
Hey, B. Mitch. How you guys, Finley? How you guys doing, man?
Doing good, man.
Good afternoon. Hey, B, my question to you is this. I met you before, Doc. I met Daryl Green at the Wizards game, and Charles Mann and Art Monk at the Mystics game, and it was all very cordial.
Uh-huh.
My question to you is, I've never ran into like our offensive linemen, Jacoby and Bostic and all those guys. Are those guys still in our area, B? And do you guys still get together?
We still get together, but Bostic lives in, I think, South Carolina or Georgia, one of the two. Jacoby is still in this area. Lachey is
Jacoby's down in Charlotte.
He moved to Charlotte.
Yeah.
I thought he was still in the Winchester.
He was.
area.
No, they moved down there.
Charlotte. Not Charlotte. Jim Lachey is in Ohio because he does the
McKenzie lives in the area.
He called Riley McKenzie is here. I was just with Riley the other day. He actually played in my tournament.
Yeah.
And then we were together the other day. Ed Simmons is in Washington State.
Ray Brown's in Arizona.
Ray Brown's in AZ. But all the guys still get together when they come around. You know, one thing about them, they normally are going to hang with each other.
Didn't
more
they
than
just have a
going out.
Hogs reunion thing?
Yeah, they do a lot of that.
Doc's your guy to track them all down. Thank you for the call. All right, we have a lot of very specific questions, Brian. Let's go to Commander Tequila and see just how specific this gets. Hello, Commander.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. What's happening?
Good, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Mitch, I got one question. Why didn't you 3 hours ago go start golfing and make this other hole in one and just leave JP there?
Because they pay me to be on the radio, Commander. You know, I could go play golf if they want me to, but
I see your bags are right there.
Actually, it's a little hot. My bag is in the back of my car. My bag lives in my car. I can always go out there. I may go to the range though. Me and JP may go have like drive for drinks.
JP's got to go. Thank you, Commander.
Brother. Take care.
Appreciate you, buddy. We got this from Tay on the stream. I like this one. I don't know what this was in reference to, but Commander Tequila wrote on the stream page, I can just smell it now. I don't know what he's smelling.
Top of the ribs.
That's what he wrote.
Top of the ribs.
PE. Tay asks, ask B Mitch anything, spare ribs or baby backs? This is for research purposes.
To be honest with you, it's depending. You know, I like both of them actually. But the baby backs normally when you get the right ones, they have a lot more meat to me and they're a little thicker. And then the spare ribs just a little longer, but I'll go with either one, but the best flavor I've had are the baby backs.
I want my baby back, baby back. Sing it, Jeff. I bet you can sing the whole thing.
And you know what I normally, when I buy them, I will buy, if I get six slabs, I'm going to get 3 of each.
Okay.
Because
not to say I don't
the
like
baby back,
like
the spare has a little more fat on it sometimes too.
But dude, pork ribs, whatever variety, are way better than beef ribs.
If you get the beef ribs cooked right. And
beef ribs are still
beef
good.
Beef ribs are huge.
Yo, Brian, there's no such thing as bad sex. I'm not saying that beef ribs aren't good. I'm just saying they're not as good as pork ribs.
Bad, but anyway.
What?
Yeah, you just gave me college flashback.
Jeff, that's on you.
But out, but beef ribs are just a little. It takes the pork ribs have a more tender, but if you get somebody that know how to cook beef ribs,
of course,
you'll be like, oh man, this is great.
I mean, if you get a famous chef cooking liver and onions, it's good. But like on
I ain't
average,
saying a famous chef.
Jeff, I did want to give you the opportunity. I said something to you, and you've been very upset all day about not getting your airtime. Jeff, please sing the Chili's rib song.
I want my baby, my baby, my baby. Why am I doing this? My baby, my baby, my baby, back ribs.
No.
You're so bad at this.
Add words.
You're better at freestyling, and you're awful at freestyling.
No, because
all right, let's try it again.
It's because I keep saying
turn around because I think you look at us, and you get distracted. All right, 3, 2, 1, go, Jeff.
I want my baby, my baby, my baby, my baby back ribs.
They don't say mine every time.
No, you know what? I keep thinking
mine is one time.
Fat sauce. I don't know if I can say the word on radio, but fat B word from Austin
say
Powers.
bastard.
Oh, all right, I had to make sure. Fat bastard. That just keeps playing in my head every time I hear somebody say that.
But okay, so for all of his talk of being a musician and a DJ, and earlier how he wanted to discredit other DJs, Jeff is incapable of battle rapping or singing a damn commercial jingle. Like how hard? Like,
bro, I sang it. I want my baby, my baby, my baby.
No,
my baby.
It's not my baby, my baby.
No,
it's
yeah.
my baby back.
You're
baby
turning
back.
it into like a Motown
It's just
song.
all baby backs.
I could have sworn
I
heard
want
that.
my baby back, baby
Hey,
back, baby back.
Yeah,
That's
they
how
don't
it
keep
goes.
saying mine, dog.
All right, Chris, you're also in the music industry. Can you sing that song?
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back.
Oh, hey,
baby
bro,
back, baby
yo,
back,
bro,
baby
you
back.
just lost another battle.
Oh
And he
my
got the
God,
Barry
it's not
White
even a
going.
battle.
It's the barbecue battle.
And
Jeff
he-
just
Barbecue.
lost.
And he got the
Oh.
Barry White going too.
Hey yo, I can't help it. He got the voice of God over there.
Jeff,
Like,
that was terrible, dude. Landfill, I want to. Landfill, you're the judge of these things.
hey, as long as
Did
my
Jeff just
Commander
take
songs
another
are
L?
good, it don't matter.
I mean, it was a bloodbath, bro.
All right, let's get back to the phones here.
Oh, boy.
Damon is in Oxon Hill. Damon, what up, man?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Hey, Jeff.
Yes.
Chili's baby back ribs.
Hell yeah.
Come on, Jeff.
Chili's
man.
getting a lot of
It's-
free
it's-
plugs today.
We got to go to Philly.
Yeah, I don't
Lock
sing
the
nothing
door
right.
in.
That's not paying me.
Oh Lord.
So, all right. So, good afternoon again, gentlemen. My question is, well, I actually had two questions because I heard that they hired J.J. Redick with the Lakers. Why y'all think Sam Cassell keep getting passed over for a head coaching job? And my first question, or the original question was, Mr. Mitchell, who was that player that, like, when y'all made contact, it was like that welcome to the league rookie moment, and you was like, yeah, I'm here.
That I ran over, they hit me.
Oh, well, I know you initiate the contact, but
Well, I
that
got
player
hit
that
by
you.
I got hit by what's my man was a linebacker for the Saints, Vaughn Johnson. He hit me, lift me, dropped me on my back, and said, "Yep, Rook, that's how it's gonna be all your career." I said, "Yeah, I'll be right back the next damn play." I ran to the sideline. I was like, "Damn, he hit me." He caught me, but I ain't let him know he hit me. But you know, I got him back later though. Yes, I did.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
Cheap shot.
What, just go right at his knee?
Oh, he was slowing down. All up in his ribs.
In his baby back ribs.
See,
Thank you,
didn't-
buddy.
Like I didn't just go out there and return punts. I covered him too, so I can get you back. But he was asking about Sam Cassell. I don't know, but I really think the reason that they signed JJ Redick because all of the people of any status was going to take the money they were offering, and I think also LeBron James had a lot to do with JJ Redick being hired.
I think it's LeBron. LeBron does what he wants at the coaching position. And like for all the people that I think are incorrect to try to claim LeBron over MJ, you know what MJ wanted in his career? Hard ass coaching.
Yeah.
Because he was focused on winning,
Yeah.
not his boys being in charge. I do think Redick is an interesting hire. I don't want anybody to get Sam Cassell because I hope my guy now, Brian Keefe, is the Wizards coach for 20 years and leads them to some trophies. But I kind of think he is the standby guy until they're good enough to pop.
Then you want Sam.
And I want Sam.
You love
You
Sam
know how I
Cassell.
love Sam Cassell, dude. That is my guy. All right, we'll keep the phone. Jeff, did you have something you're trying to defend yourself or something?
No, I had a question for B. B, what was your favorite touchdown dance? Why are you looking at me like that? What was your favorite touchdown dance? And can you do it for the people on the stream?
I never had a favorite touchdown dance. I just did whatever popped into my head.
All right, so out of all the touchdowns you scored, what was your favorite one? Like, what is the most memorable one?
I just dove into the first one. The most memorable thing, I just ran in the end zone. And I forgot I was in the end zone. I didn't even spike the ball.
What was the play? What was the touchdown?
The first kickoff return I ran for a touchdown.
Because it means you were going to make the team.
Yes.
Did you ever Did you ever have like a planned touchdown routine or dance?
Now we had gone to see.
You did this a lot. I feel like when you came in,
I pointed. I dive from the 2-yard line, stuff like that. But we went to a what was it? What is it? Sexual chocolate. Coming to America. Yeah. remember when they did the little kick or whatever?
Yeah.
We did that in the what's called.
All right, part 2 of the question. Can you show the stream?
I don't know.
You can't do it right now?
Nah. You're not trying to make me go viral.
Can I ask a question?
I don't believe in going viral unless I'm gonna get paid some millions.
Can I ask B. Mitch a question?
Yeah.
You know how Jeff always gets real mad when we ask for callers and then we don't take them and I just talk.
Yeah.
How do you think Jeff's handling all the callers that are sitting on hold when he just keeps asking you more questions?
Yeah.
Well, in my defense, that was the same question from the start.
Hold on. J-Dolls forever.
Let's go to Vinny in Sea Pleasant.
What up, Vinny?
Vinny, what up, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling today?
Doing
y'all
good,
cutting
man.
up today on Vodka Red Bull Friday. I'm loving it.
We have fun, man.
Scenario again, B. Mitch. I'm gonna call in with a lot of scenarios for you, so I hope you're ready.
All right.
It's fourth quarter, fourth down. You guys are by 6 points, and you have to have a goal line stop to win the game. You have 3 elite middle linebackers. The ball is coming up the middle, 100% guaranteed. You have Ray Lewis, you have Brian Urlacher, and you have London Fletcher. Who are you placing there to make a goal line stop?
I'll go with Fletch.
Was it Fletch, Urlacher, or Ray Lewis?
I'm not going Urlacher at all because Urlacher got ran through a lot. Urlacher chased down plays. He don't stop people.
Well, remember, he was a safety in college. Too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna go with Fletch because he played for my Skins here. So Ray's my dude. But
yeah, I'm about to say, man,
Ray, you look at the tackling, Ray and London damn near what for what?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the call.
I
man.
like that
Appreciate
though.
you.
But Urlacher, no, because I'll be honest with you, we didn't have a great running game in Philadelphia. We threw a lot of passes and worked our running game out. But when we played against Chicago, Andy said we were running the ball at Urlacher. So that tells you all you need to know.
Let's try to get a couple more of these in before I think we got Joe B and Smoking Al coming to join us for the remainder of the show. Right now, though, we're going to go to line 5, Rick in Annapolis.
Hey, how's it going?
Well,
Mitch Finley.
How you
I'm doing good, man. My question really was more about the bike ride. I think that you had been talking about. Is that in Ocean City, Dewey Beach?
It's going to Dewey Beach. We're going to leave. It's different areas you can leave from, and you could do anywhere from a 25, 50, 70, or 100-mile ride, which ends up being about 108. That one is leaving D.C., Northeast. You ride to the bridge, then they have shuttles take you across the bridge. Then you ride from the Bay Bridge to Dewey Beach. It'll be a total of 108 miles. So that's on August 2nd.
Yeah, no, that's not about to happen at 67, but I could probably
Hey,
do
man,
the
I ride with
20-25.
people. I got ride with people over 67
How old do you
and
think
70 all the
B-Mitch
time.
is?
Hold on, JP.
Thanks for the call.
Well,
man.
we're taking donations, so
I got one quick question before I go. Can I ask one quick one?
Yeah,
sure.
Did Jeff go to Largo High School?
He did not, but here, let me show you just Jeff's level of dedication. This is his chair. If you're watching on the stream, that's Jeff's chair. That's his headset, and he's not there. There's Heavy Metal Chris.
Well, I thought I heard that he went to Largo High School.
No, he went to
Largo
Forestville,
High
I
School.
think.
Forestville, I think.
Yeah, he would
Forestville,
tell you,
okay.
but he's not here.
Hold on. He might have went to 3-4 schools.
That's true.
Before he left out.
That's true.
Okay.
Thanks for the call, man.
We'll find out
Okay,
when he
thank you,
comes
bud.
back.
All right,
We're gonna
Thank you, man.
try to churn through these. Kevin and Ashburn. Ask B something.
Hey, what's up, B? What's up, JP?
What's up, Kev?
My question: when you first got into golf, did you take lessons at the range a lot, or did you just get out there and play?
I played 8 months before I ever took a lesson. And then when I took lessons, and I'm sure all golf coaches out there going to hate it, but I took enough lessons to know the complete game. Then I took what they taught me, and I went and worked on it myself every day. Because I got tired of paying 150 on up per hour.
And let me tell you, my practice, improvement technique is just to not do it whatsoever. So there's a lot of ways to skin a cat, is all I'm saying.
And that's why he's still the same golfer he's been for the last 8 years.
I'm very good usually on the first 5 or 6 holes. Line 2, Greg in Forest Heights.
What up, Greg?
Hey, B. Mitch and Finley.
What's up,
I
man?
always enjoy y'all show, man.
Appreciate
but I'm
it, buddy.
calling them because I wanna know how I can get some of that gumbo B. Mitch make in them ribs.
Yeah, what's up with the gumbo and the ribs?
Hey, man, JP, since JP doing all the talking, I cook it, he buy the stuff, and he sets up a way to invite guests. Now.
Okay.
Wait, what?
I always enjoy y'all voice, man. Y'all do. I always enjoy it. I
Appreciate
listen to
you,
y'all
man.
every day.
Got you.
Thank y'all so much, man.
Jeff, did you go to Largo? Okay, good.
No, I'm a Fairmont Heights boy.
Fairmont Heights.
So you know what happened is somebody actually had a question for Jeff Walker
And you were
during
gone.
Ask Me Mitch Anything, and you were gone.
I had to use the bathroom, bro. I had to.
TMI, bro. TMI.
What was the question, though?
Where'd you go to high school? And he asked if you went to Largo.
Oh, okay. The luxurious Fairmont Heights High School.
I do want to shout out Chris Russell, who's listening to the program. We've been on the air now for 3.5 hours. We've talked mostly football. We've talked some hockey, a little bit of Nats baseball. And the only thing that Rooster heard, and he texted all of us, he said, there's no such thing as bad sex. I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but we're talking hockey when we return. It is B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley live on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Go buy some Scotty's. It's at the liquor store. It's at the bar. It's good. They'll take good care of you. You should also consider Rude products. You get tax breaks, get anything you want. RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. I would do the read, but my computer won't open.
There you go.
B. Mitch and Finley brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to Rude.com to find a contractor near you. Now, joining us, two of our dear friends, two guys that are absolutely fantastic at their jobs.
They're great.
Smoking Al Koken and Joe Beninati. Thank you, fellas. How's everybody doing?
Doing great. And first of all, as somebody who's been involved with the Norbeck Charity Classic, thank you for bringing yourselves and your fantastic crew out here to broadcast live. It adds so much to the event. And I can't thank you guys enough for spending a little time with us this afternoon.
Dude, we're happy to be here.
By the way, you've been distracting me from all the great practice I was watching out on the range. I was torn between the range and listening to the show. So I'm sort of stuck in the middle.
Well, one of the things we may want to do is we've got a long drive pro out there. I want to see if he can match my guy.
Oh, no,
Mr.
no.
Brian Mitchell.
No,
I know he can bring it.
I thought he was talking about me.
No, not you.
I outdrove you a couple times the other day.
Huh?
I outdrove you a couple
When
times.
you're playing real golf, it's drive for dough, puff for show.
I can't do
drive for
Show.
show, puff for dough.
Yes.
And he outdrives me every once in a while. But
then I shank an iron.
there
in the
is
woods.
nothing that says who drove it the farthest.
No.
It's what's the best score of that
Exactly. No pictures.
That day
The
that you
gentleman out
outdrove
on the
me-
range was
Hold
breaking legs, though. The ball contact, it sounded as if they were broken. bones.
We got here early for the show this morning,
This
and there
little
was a kid out there that we were told is maybe the head pro son or the director of development son or something.
Jeff St. John, yep.
This kid was nuking the
Yeah.
ball.
And
Just
he is
Isn't that
nuking
fun?
the ball.
Isn't it fun?
I tell you what, one of the things last year I brought out a number of the Capital players and some of the former Capital players. Nick Backstrom, Braden Holpe, and John Carlson played with, and our general manager and the head of this tournament, Patrick Ellis, who can
He
bring it
bombs
as
it.
well. Who can bring it
Yeah.
as well. Played with Marcus Johansson, Lars Eller, and former assistant coach Blaine Forsythe. On number 3, from all those guys played from the tips. I certainly have my tips days are long. My tips days maybe if I'm at the bar,
There you go.
but not on the golf course. Okay.
There's something I want to say that I'm not going to say.
Yeah, don't
Careful.
Don't
Careful.
say it. Don't say it. Don't
It's a
say
Red
it.
Bull Friday. I understand that.
Even when the bills are folded lengthwise. Is that what you're saying?
Anyway,
no. So Marcus Johansson on number 9, into the wind, 454 yards from the tips, driver, 56-degree wedge.
Damn.
That's
Like,
he need help.
I've seen
right?
JoJo
You've seen him, Joe?
play.
Yeah.
JoJo is stupidly long. Like
Yeah.
it is crazy how far he.
And all the other
it's
guys
all
were long
legs.
too.
It's
Right.
all
But
legs.
this
I mean,
was
that-
ridiculous.
the power those dudes could generate through their hips. I want to do something
kind of good. You should do that when you hit your weight.
When I do it really slow, it's there. It's when I speed everything up, start going crazy like a Tasmanian devil. I want to do something different for both of you. We're obviously going to talk hockey. We're going to talk Caps. We're going to talk this trade, Oilers tonight. But you guys have both been in town a long, long time. And you know what the Redskins football team Commanders means to town. There's obviously been a seismic change in ownership. Now you have coaching change, new quarterback. Just in your own dealings with sports in this city, does that feel very different to you?
Night and day. Leading up into training camp, night and day. Excitement level, a legitimacy, a feeling that, you know what, the Commanders belong in the discussion now. Starting with the ownership change, with the management changes, coaching changes, the turnover of the roster that you guys are always talking about and breaking down so well for us. It sounds like and it seems like the community should be excited. And when the football community is excited in this area, everybody rises up, whether it be football, basketball, hockey, you name it, baseball, everybody rises up. And right now, I think there's that groundswell of support and enthusiasm for the Commanders that has everybody looking forward to when the real plays fly.
And as somebody who's done sports talk radio for a long time and for many years with the esteemed Mr. Mitchell, listening to you guys, it's so odd now to hear you guys talk about this team without talking about how they've stepped on their,
The
you know
other
what,
stuff, yeah.
right?
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
The dumb stuff. That's gone. Now, maybe it comes back, and once the season starts, and you know, we understand this can't be suddenly from nothing to a Super Bowl team. But the mere fact that you're not talking about, oh, can you believe what they did now? Can you believe this lawsuit? Can you believe this transaction? Or can you believe they let this guy walk? That's the part that stuns me the most, how professional it's become overnight.
And that's it. That's it. Because we kept hearing lawsuit after lawsuit after complaint after complaint. And now Josh and his crew roll in. Let's clean this up. Let's cooperate here. Just cooperation a little bit will solve a lot. And I said to people that used to be there in the front office and people that have some of the ones that were there that here still, show respect and you'll get respect. Because when Dan was around, it wasn't nothing about respect. It was just like, oh, you want to be a part of us. Dude, those days of the Redskins were gone. You destroyed that. Now I think when you come back and what Josh is leading with, that level of respect, sitting outside in the rain with people, they say, oh, this dude is at least trying. So they'll start to support him.
You know, Joe can appreciate it. You know, right after 2018, you still had to sell tickets for the Capitals. After 2019, unfortunately, the Nationals didn't get the buzz that they probably should have gotten because of the COVID situation. I don't care how successful you are, you still have to treat people like customers.
There you go.
They never treated people like customers. They were like, you're entitled maybe to come join us, but we're not going to go after you. And that's disappeared.
It was like medieval times, and the customers, the fan base, were serfs that were like chained to the land. You know what I mean? Like that's just not going to work, and it's changed tremendously. I'm trying to put Smoke and Joe B on the stream. I should probably show you that the stream is going on while I do this.
Hey there, hi there, ho there. There we go.
There you go, Joe.
There we go. I got a question for you because I can feel it from the local media.
Sure.
That I think everybody recognizes the Commanders are going in the right direction. Do you get that same sense from your national cohorts, the people that you rub elbows with? Do you get that same sense that they feel like, you know what, the Commanders belong in the discussion?
That's a great question, and I think yes. So one thing I can tell you is that Adam Peters, a new GM, and Dan Quinn are incredibly well respected around the league. And generally, the guys that had leverage and options didn't always pick Washington and didn't always land in Washington. And I don't know that Dan Quinn had a tremendous amount of head coaching opportunities, but I know that Adam Peters turned down interviews last year twice, could have probably gotten his pick of 3 jobs this year. So that to me is more important than if, national people still kind of slam what Washington's doing. I think what you see with a lot of especially as the take industry has evolved, sometimes it's easy to fall back into a narrative. And I think we'll still see some of that. But I think the offseason they've had, the types of people, the types of character they're starting to put together. And dude, if you consider the ownership, Josh Harris can, not that any NFL owner can't get Schefter on the phone, but Harris can get Woj on the phone. Harris, the Sixers team, has a lot of relationships with a lot of people at ESPN, at Turner. And then the depth, because they're, what is there? There's width and then there's depth, right? They have width and depth, whereas the last group, all they had was this. And they were so siloed. This group's got a little bit of everything, and I think it changes the calculus for how they're viewed.
I think, yes, because as I go around and when I look at the media, whenever a grade or something popped up for the Commanders over the last 5, 6 years, 7 years, it never started with anything higher than the C.
And it never started and the Commanders grades. We did one earlier from Yahoo where they were 29th out of 32 power rankings. But if you actually read the article and went past the tweet,
for the
they're
offseason.
A+ offseason. They're really building something. There's a different tone, perhaps, than there has been.
The fan in me says, I realize that you're plugging a lot of holes. You've turned a lot of things over with respect to the roster. Have you done enough on the offensive line? Because when I do get the chance to do college football, I always notice the best teams that I do are so good in the trenches, and especially on the offensive line. And I still keep hearing people see people putting question marks next to the Commanders up front, the big guys up front.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, you gotta have to, like Doc say, you gotta have the guys that smell like bacon. They gotta be good.
and listen, I'm a big Tressway fan, but when he's your only Pro Bowler, what does that tell you about
Tells
the
you
people
something.
who's been doing the selecting or the free agent signings, right?
Yeah.
That to me is going to be the ultimate turnaround. How quickly can you see some of these guys or people you've added via the draft or free agent? It makes no difference to me. How quickly can you see the return on that to make sure now, ooh, they've got the personnel to compete? It's great that you can sell people on. I'm excited to watch Jaden Daniels. I love hearing all the things about him in OTAs and mini camps. But now you got to tell me that the people that are now doing the selecting are dramatically better than the people that have been doing
Yeah.
it before, because they brought zero in other than a Terry McLaurin every once in a while.
Dude, Terry was a Gruden, Bruce Allen pick.
Yeah.
I mean, here's what's scary. Ron Rivera is a good man, somewhere between an average to good NFL head coach, but that track record of personnel of front office was abysmal. There's not a single player on a second contract from the 2020 draft. Not a single player from the draft 4 years ago.
That's called cleaning house.
Dude, and it started much prior to that. Here's what: are you guys able to chill through the end of the program?
Absolutely. We are here for
We're going to
you.
make two very specific predictions between the four of us. One you can probably guess. The other, I think, is a little bit more outside of the box. Before we get there, though, I told you guys earlier in the program, Sunday morning, I'm going to Oarsman Fairfax Toyota to pick up my new car. I've been dealing with Oarsman Fairfax Toyota now for 7-8 years. That's the only place I've bought a car from in the last 7-8 years. My wife's car, mine. Brian's bought about 1,000 Kias for Billy and Chantilly. You go back to a place. If a restaurant serves bad food, you don't go back.
Yeah.
If a restaurant's prices are too high, you don't go back.
Yep.
You go back to a place because they take care of you and they treat you like you want to be treated. And that's what you get at Oarsman.
Yep. You get that Oarsman Lifetime Edge. You know, I like to sit up here and I'll tell you all of the different little things that come with it. But they basically, when you take your car to Oarsman, you're going to get a service. You're going to get your car worked on. They may just give you a car wash. They actually take care of you. They don't sit you and run you through the ringer. They give you $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they also give you a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. If you want to sell a car because you want to get a new one, you take it to Oarsman. They'll give you 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, no matter the make, model, or the year. And it's very simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. So take it from JP and I to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Maybe. B-Mitch and Finley 1067, the Fan live, Norbeck Country Club. The boys are out on the course now. It is the Many Hands, One Heart Charity Classic supporting the Laughlin Family Foundation. Now, I have played golf with both Joe B and Al Cook. I have played golf with Brian Mitchell. All three of these men are much better than I am at golf. I think the one dude I'm better at than in golf is Locker, who's the only one playing today.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't
Why
that the
aren't
truth?
you guys playing?
I have to admit that I'm still on the injured list.
Okay. You all
I
right?
don't want to be on the injured list.
Okay.
This is driving me to make. I want to say lots of bad words, but I can't say them on the air.
Yeah, you can say some of them.
My back's been
JP
acting
says
up,
them.
and my back needs to get fixed, and we're in the process of fixing it.
All right.
And I hope before the summer is over that I will play a few holes,
And
but
Joe
not
B,
today.
Joe B
Can't
can
do
play.
much without that
Joe
back.
B can play, and he loves playing out here at Norbeck.
I believe I saw
Yeah.
Joe B break 80 when we played. Is that accurate? Maybe it was like an 81?
Yeah, when I'm right, yeah. Sure.
Your short game and
he
your
broke
ability
80
to get,
out here. I know that. For
I
a
did
fact,
break
yeah.
80 here.
Your
No
ability to
question.
get out of the sand when we played, I
Yeah.
thought was phenomenal. And Smoke, you're just hosting a tournament. You gotta be.
I'm the
every-
embarrassed. I'm
Smoke
shaking
is
hands.
smooth,
kissing
The
dog.
ambassador.
Yeah.
He's smooth.
He is an ambassador. All right, so here's my idea, and I feel like you guys are nervous and shouldn't be. Bill, largely because I haven't heard it yet. Can you play the Who Heard It Here First sounder for me, and we'll run through the week, and then we'll make predictions for the weekend? Whoa! Wow!
B-Mitch is going to be part of the rhythm section.
That is wildly different.
Yes. I heard it yesterday. I was like, what?
I literally heard it here first. All right, Landfill, did you put that together?
Yeah, but Landfill doing it. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
No.
That was Landfill live. So who won the week? Jeff's over here. He probably has no
He
idea.
missed one it.
I
All right,
won.
Landfill.
No, Landfill didn't win.
Okay,
I
we
won.
don't know. It's TBD.
Landfill know he didn't win.
Here's what we're gonna do, boys.
Killed him.
We got Al Koken, Joe Beninati, me and B Mitch, the boys in the
I know
aquarium.
I won. Landfill was trying to say he won.
I
Go
moved
ahead.
on.
Go ahead, JP.
First, we're gonna pick Game 6 winner tonight. Joe B, you lead us off.
Edmonton.
Oh, so you got to go in 7.
I do.
All right, and then who do you have winning the whole thing?
Florida.
Ah,
Bobrovsky returns in Game 7.
Smoke. Game 6 tonight.
I'm going Florida wakes up and takes it, wraps it up in Edmonton.
Brian.
I'm going Edmonton.
And who wins the whole
I'm
thing?
going to go Kate and Edmonton.
We're big. We are big Kate fans.
Wow.
I will join my brother.
Kate's going
Mr.
to be the
Mitchell.
reason that they win the cup.
You have a lot of support for her.
That's a lot of support. We want to hold up the cup, Joe. A lot of oil. Jeff, who you got? Jeff's going with me.
He
Jeff's
don't know.
going double oil. Landfill, who you got?
I stand with Kate. I'm taking the Oilers.
See, we are an all Kate radio program. Now, Toby's a different cat. Toby's very serious about his sports. He flies straight. Toby, who you taking? Game 6.
Panthers.
Oh, you're so lame. All right, there we have it. All right, now this is the surprise. I don't know that we're all ready for this. I said it's far away, both physically and time-wise. The next and last golf major of the year, we're at a golf tournament. I know the 4 of us are all golf nuts, is the British Open. Bryson DeChambeau had an incredible win in the U.S. Open. My guy choked it away. Bryson took it back. Joe B, who you got winning the British?
Why do I want to go with another live guy? Koepka.
Ooh, that would be his first British. Okay. Joe B in with Brooks Koepka, smoking Al Koken.
They're going to be loving him because he's one of theirs, Tommy Fleetwood.
Ooh. Where are they in England this year or Scotland? Do we know?
That's a good
Troon.
question.
I think it's
Oh,
Troon
Troon?
this year.
That's,
I think
that'd
it's
be-
Troon.
I'm
that'd
going-
be
they're
Scotland.
still all
Yeah,
kind of the same.
I'm
they
going
want
with
to
the
yeah.
chef then.
Schauffele?
Scheffler.
Scotty.
Ooh, Scotty getting it back
Red Bull
together.
Scotty.
It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull
Scotty
Friday.
only fall off like 1 to 2 tournaments and he's right back.
Well, and he probably won't drive over there because it's the other side of the road. So if he's got somebody driving for him, he might be in better shape. I weirdly think Xander's going to win another one. Dude is so locked
Wow.
in. I think his game.
By the way, if he gets 2 majors, is he going to become player of the year or is it still Scheffler? 2 majors.
It's Scheffler, man.
Scheffler. Okay.
I don't know.
I think he's already wrapped that up.
But dude, there's
I mean, he won what, 6 or 7 already?
But you've got
and he has some top 10s.
Jeff, who are you picking? Jeff's picking Xander with me. J-Dog's forever. Landfill.
I'm taking Tom Kim.
Tom Kim. Let him know, Landini.
Wait, what?
Yo, Tom Kim's good. He's winning the Travelers right now.
62 yesterday.
Toby Altizer.
Victor Hovland.
I thought of Hovland too. He
He's out of
smiles
form,
too much
though.
for me. He seems a little serial killer-ish with all the smiling. I hope you guys raise a ton of money today. I hope I hope everything goes great. Thank you for having us out here.
Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it.
B, JP, everybody, your entire crew, thanks for being here.
No, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to all of our guests that joined us, Mr. PFT commenter, Jennifer Lee Chan, Donnie Smith, and of course the great Cody
Thanks
Betts.
to all the folks at Norbeck who made it special.
What's your name, ma'am? Destiny? One more time. Thank you to Ceci, who has had to sit here and listen to our sometimes on the edge radio program all day. She's done it with a smile on her face, seemed to enjoy it. Jeff is such a creep. He's standing behind B. Mitch flexing. I guess thanks to Jeff. Appreciate that. Heavy Metal Chris, you do a hell of a job. Thank you to Craig Laughlin. Thank you to Smoking Out. Thank you to Joe B. You guys take us out. Say whatever you want.
Welcome to Washington, Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Yes. Interesting. Isn't it interesting how quickly the goalies change and Charlie Lindgren's your number 1?
The Bandit.
There you go. Thanks for listening, folks. You made it this far. B. Mitch owes you beer.
No.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's June 21st, 2024. It is piping hot outside, but we are in the air conditioning on Half Street in studio, and we have a excellent show planned for you. Coming up at 3 o'clock in 1 hour, the original closer for the Washington Nationals in their first season back in D.C., one of their first ever All-Stars, Chad Cordero's in studio with us. Right at 3, you'll want to be listening. We're also giving away tickets to Old Glory Rugby DC at 3 when we start talking to Chad. So make sure you're locked in an hour. Danny, what's up?
Looking forward to talking to the Chief. That's going to be cool, man. He's got a million good stories. He's got a new role with the Nats Youth Academy and being a mentor to so many young kids that have actually done incredibly well over the last handful of years, with a bunch of kids, playing through high school, going to college. And we'll ask him about his role there, but he's got 1,000,001 stories. His story about when he threw his bullpen for when the Nationals are sitting there thinking about drafting or whatever, and he bounced a bunch of pitches and felt terrible. He's like, I'm not going high. I'm not getting drafted at all. And then he ends up being a closer in the show. And he's a great dude to talk to. Can't wait.
Friday means Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. G&D's Tony's Mailbag at 6 o'clock. So if you want to prepare your questions for us, you can send them in via the 1067 The Fan YouTube chat where you're watching the show right now, or you can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny, as we are live on 1067 The Fan all over the DMV and coast to coast on the Odyssey app. Because it's so disgustingly hot.
Yep.
Was yesterday the longest day of the year, or is today the longest day of the year?
Actually, don't know.
The solstice
It's around now.
It was one of the two, right? It was either yesterday or today. I have prepared for you, Danny.
Oh.
If you're a young person, the top 5 activities for smoking hot days when you don't want to be outside.
Okay.
Now, this is kind of like a hybrid for both you're out of school for summer break, but also it's stuff that I wouldn't hate. So I'm thinking of it as I'm the parental chaperone for my kids. These are 5 activities for the hottest days. You tell me what I got wrong. Number 5, super soakers and water balloons. We're doing water stuff. You can shoot each other with water. You can throw water balloons at each other. These are water games outside on a hot day in the yard. Number 4, bowling. Bowling's not that fun when you're a kid, I don't think, except for you're indoors, you're eating, you're drinking. You can pull up the gutters. You can, even if you're a real little kid, use the little thing where you push the ball down the ramp. My kids have been asking to go bowling. We're going to do that inevitably, and I think it's going to be on a day much like today. You're going to notice a theme here. I want to get people inside.
Every time I go bowling, I go, why don't I bowl all the time? I have fun every time.
Number 3 is ice cream. On a day
Just doing
like
ice
today,
cream, yep.
You need to go get ice cream. Presumably, you get the ice cream and then you go inside as fast as possible. Maybe you eat at an ice cream parlor if there's no seating. Maybe you get right back in the air-conditioned vehicle which you left running. I don't know if there's an ice cream truck situation, you can just walk back in the house. That's the perfect scenario. But I've got ice cream number 3 on a very hot day. And then number 2 is the pool. I know you spent the entire day at the pool on Wednesday. I'm not a big pool guy because you got to be outside and sweating, and it's not really for me, but I know kids love it. So I put that there. Number 1 is a movie. Avoid the outside. Go inside to
cold
a theater,
and dark. Oh, yeah.
Get in that dark, cold room and watch something entertaining while you eat popcorn. So that's my top 5. Movie, pool, ice cream, bowling, and water balloons on a day much like this one. Did I leave anything off my list?
No, pretty good list right there. I mean, there's no local ice rink. There's no way to go full send, or a place to do that. So yeah, I love it. That is the right approach right there. I love the get ice cream. Just meaning it's so hot, we're just going to get ice cream. Just sort of shoehorning the ice cream in, because most of the time you probably have to eat outside, and now you're hot and sticky but you have ice cream, so it makes it better. But yeah, if you have the opportunity to get the ice cream and then get back into a colder place, that's a good play.
But don't you agree? I mean, you're acting as though, not that I'm taking offense, because I would never, ice cream's the best. You're acting like I kind of forced that onto the list. I would think that's one of the first things that comes up. If you say, what does the average person try to do on a really hot day? Going to get ice cream is high on that list.
It's on the list.
Like, you think about vacation in the summer, synonymous with that. What activities are there? One of them is
getting some ice cream.
Find ice cream because it's so refreshing. It's like on a freezing cold day, having a nice hot drink, a hot cocoa, or it really is weather related. You're cooling yourself off.
No, it's part of it. I mean, I guess the point I was trying to make, and I didn't make it very well, is everything else you've got is inside, pool exception. where I actually water sports is outside, shooting people with squirt guns and water balloons.
60% of the list.
Yeah, so it's water related to cool off directly, or you're actually inside letting air conditioning cool you off directly. To me, the ice cream is very as much an outside thing, just because there's not that many opportunities to eat it inside, unless you're like get back in the car and get it, or like run to the corner, getting it back into the AC.
So I am also thinking, probably based on my own experiences, my proclivity is to go scooped over soft serve. Doesn't mean I won't do soft serve.
Mhm.
I will, but I like scooped. Most scooped places you can sit indoors because you kind of go down. It's almost like
It's like you're shuffling down the line.
casual,
Yeah.
And then they've got some tables and chairs. You think like a Dairy Queen or a Baskin Robbins or something kind of like that. That indoor seating. Sometimes when you get soft serve, it's not always going to be that way. I went to a new spot over in Kingstown near the Wegmans called Brewster's, and it's tremendous. Really, really good ice cream. And in fact, I'm pretty sure if you're under 43 inches tall, little parental tip for you if you're in that area, you can get free ice cream.
Oh,
for
hello
your-
there.
Like a kid scoop or whatever. So go check that out. But I was there and there's no inside. So my wife brought us and I'm like, this is fine, but now what do we do? She's like, eat your ice cream. We're just sitting on a bench outside. I hate that,
Mhm.
to your point.
Yeah, so like in the place I first thought of in the Outer Banks, a place called Kill Devil Custard. They got everything, right? So they got burgers, fries, a whole bunch of great stuff. It's like a Dairy Queen type thing where they've got hurricanes, which are like blizzards. You could see the relationship there, but tons of good ice cream, tons of good options. And it's like, here's some benches. There's an umbrella that covers 1/4 maybe of the seating area in some shade, and it's like in high demand. So you're just sitting there eating it outside. That's awesome, but you're outside.
We've already got a question that just came in that we'll save for the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
There
but
we go.
This one will get answered today. I promise you that in the 6 o'clock segment. I am asked, just like Danny, what is your favorite fast food place and your favorite item?
Jeez Louise.
So that's going to come up on the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Wow.
Huge trade, blockbuster deal in DC sports made by the Washington Capitals on Wednesday when many of you were off for the holiday. We had Tarek El-Bashir on the show yesterday. If you want a detailed breakdown of Darcy Kemper being shipped straight up out west for Pierre-Luc Dubois, you can listen to what Tarek had to say in our 6 o'clock segment yesterday. Cliff notes on this before we get into the larger conversation we want to have, which is less Capitals and more broad DC sports. This is a really risky trade. This is a gutsy, courageous, positive connotation, ballsy, negative
Shoot the moon, yeah.
connotation. Like, this is a huge swing for Brian McClellan. If it goes well, it's going to go really, really well. And if it goes badly, it's going to be a disaster because of the contract. They basically took on Kuzi 2.0 here in the sense of a really talented center who's a bit of an enigma, who has not put it all together consistently, who's coming off of a really bad year for a playoff team, who makes $8.2 million for the next 7 years. That's scary, but he's super talented and he's only 25 years old, and they weren't going to be able to bring in a center with Pierre-Luc Dubois' skill, who's 25 years old, any other way this offseason. So to your point that they are swinging for the fences, it's a massive trade, and you got to have faith in Brian McClellan if you're buying in, or if you're nervous or you're anxious about it, and you're not as high on maybe McClellan over the last few years, then it's going to change how you view about it. But it got us to thinking about executives, front offices, GMs in DC sports. And right now there's so much going on, Danny. The Caps make their biggest deal 1-for-1 in years. The Nationals are in the process right now of doing two things. One, getting ready for the draft. They have a top 10 pick. It's a month away. And two, deciding if they're going to buy or sell. So Mike Rizzo is spearheading meetings on that over at a boardroom at Nats Park. Meanwhile, the Commanders just put the finishing touches on their offseason, essentially. Draft in the rearview mirror. But they're still making decisions to build their roster. And the Wizards are less than a week away from having the number 2 overall pick. Fun little time to take inventory on how we're feeling about the GMs and the front offices running our teams in DC.
Yeah, all four are in different phases, of course, but they're kind of at crossroads, right? I mean, the Capitals are not rebuilding because they've got Ovechkin chasing down Gretzky. So instead of maybe torpedoing things, they're retooling and kind of shuffling on the fly, folding in some young pieces, and you make a big move like that to try to keep that window open of competitiveness and more scoring chances for Ovechkin. The Wizards are in full rebuild mode. The Nats are a couple years ahead of them, and the football team, I would say, is starting you don't rebuild the exact same way in the NFL because just the lifespan's too short and the way free agency is and everything. They are doing cultural overhaul. That's for sure. New GM, new coach, new quarterback, new everything. 25, 26, whatever, it's 27 new players. When you add in draft picks of guys that are going to make the team, that's a pretty big overhaul from the previous couple of years.
But I like how you put that the Caps are retooling, because we all know what that means when we watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they are rebuilding, yes, but not like the Wizards and the Nats are. They jumped into the deep end, and they are doing full, legitimate, tear everything down to the roots rebuilds. And you're right, the Nationals are just further ahead than the Wizards in terms of getting back to the competitive part of playing sport. But what are we calling then what the Commanders are doing? If the Caps is a retool, Wiz and Nats are rebuild. Now, Dan Quinn loves saying recalibrating. So are we saying they're more in the Caps bucket of trying to have their cake and eat it too? I think they probably are.
Yeah. To me, it's an overhaul that what's got some of those connotations.
You know what's complicated about the Commanders too? Tell me if you agree with this. Is because of the one-year nature of so many of the deals they just signed.
Yeah.
It's like they brought in 20-plus players. Not quite, but close to half of their roster on these one-year deals or two-year deals they can get out of after a year. And they're basically going to be right back in a similar situation next year where they've got to go out and spend and add a ton of pieces to the roster. So it's almost to me like they just kick the can down the road while they wait to see if Jaden Daniels is the real deal. You can call it whatever you want, but they're trying to surround him with talent, help him to play well. And if they think he's really good, then they'll go out and be aggressive, make some trades, and spend next offseason. And football, to your point, is so different. You don't really have to do the several-year rebuild of a basketball or a baseball team. And you'll just skip the line and keep it moving because you got the quarterback.
Right. So it's not apples to apples, and it's tough in the different sports because the true honest to God, detonate everything, trade away every asset, stockpile draft picks and try to build something doesn't really work in the NFL because you don't really need to. As you said, there's a cheat code. If you draft a quarterback high and he's good, all of a sudden the cologne smells great on everybody, right? So yeah, but the point of the discussion is everybody's at some kind of a crossroads, right? When you think about this new Hog ownership group, this is their first full year where they're in charge from start to finish, not taking over the day before training camp, but this is their imprint. That what they're going to do for the fans, what's happening with the stadium, what's happening with this coaching staff, young quarterback, everything is new and shiny and different. With the basketball team, they finally did the thing that any reasonable person would want, which is to stop pretending that Bradley Beal's a superstar and fight for the 9 seeds you can lose in the play-in tournament and actually try to build something special. Their big first step was jettisoning Beal away, adding a bunch of picks because of it, and now trying to kickstart their program. Look at the Nationals finally had to make that terrible decision post-2019, getting rid of all their stars, et cetera. Capitals a bit of a different story. I give them a lot of credit for kind of walking both sides in the middle of the highway, but they've done a pretty decent job here. I don't know how high-end competitive their roster can be. I don't know if they're a Stanley Cup contender, again, doing it this way, but they can be pretty decent.
The Capitals have made the playoffs in all but 2 seasons since 2007, 2008. It's hard not to tip your cap when you're talking front offices to them for just having a sustained, legitimate contending product. They also hit the jackpot of one of the greatest players in the history of the sport at 1-1. Now, the Nats, to some extent, had some pretty good luck in that regard, too. They created their own luck by being bad on purpose to position themselves to draft at the top of the board when you were allowed to do that. And they got Steven Strasburg, ultimately a World Series MVP, and Bryce Harper, who's on his way to the Hall of Fame eventually. But as I try to compare teams, as far as the GMs in town right now, or front office structures in town, and those are 2 different conversations, so maybe we need to narrow down exactly what we want to compare. Like, my confidence in the GM or the highest part of the front office, it's so complicated because the goals for each team are a little different. Like, the Capitals are trying right now to get Ovi a record and to also be a playoff caliber team. So maybe Brian McClellan doesn't make the trade for Pierre-Luc Dubois that he did yesterday if they didn't have to guarantee another 35 or 40 goal season for Alex Ovechkin, as an example. Or if he was able to just reboot right now, I'm sure he would have done a lot of things differently the last couple of years. The Nationals have their own weird restrictions. You're not allowed to spend any money, Mike Rizzo. Good luck. We'll see you next offseason, and we'll tell you then that you still can't spend money.
This is what I was going to bring up, is the ownership angle and all this, right? Like, for example, I think Rizzo and his staff are pretty damn competent. We got a pretty good track record there. But I don't think you just covered it. I don't think they're allowed to do what they would like to do. I think they show up to the owner's office. Here's a proposal where we could win 95 games. Well, I see money on the right side. We're not doing that. Okay, go draw up something else. So how hamstrung are they? For years, when we talked about basketball with the Wizards, I think there may have been great ideas at various points, but the mandate was different. And ownership, I think, was overriding a lot of stuff. It's always hard to figure out who to blame and who to give credit to. This front office here with the football team, this is all very new. So far, it's shiny, but no games have been played with them making these decisions, right?
Yeah, those other two teams, the Commanders and the Wizards, are also really complicated because I think there's a ton of potential. They have hired really smart people that are well respected around the league that we think are going to be great, but they're not at the point yet in the Wizards' case where they're really trying to be great. Like they're doing an amazing job at being bad, but that's literally their goal basically right now is let's be as bad as possible and pick really well in the draft, and we'll see if they're able to do that. It's going to be pretty hard this year when you have the number 2 pick in a draft that's not that special. But I like the Wizards front office. I think Michael Winger's really good. I think Will Dawkins could be a star, but I think I would have them 4th in terms of my confidence just because I haven't seen it and I don't really know. I'm relying upon what other people are telling me out in LA or in Oklahoma City. But if I'm thinking about a ranking here of which GM I trust the most or I'm most confident in, I think the unproven ones, Peters, who I love, I think he is going to be outstanding, but it's so early. It's in his infancy. He doesn't have the resume of the other guys. It gets hard to rank them. But let's try next. We'll open up the phones on this as well. Maybe the best way to ask it is which GM in town right now or front office, if you want to go that route, do you have the most confident in? And are you the most confident in and the least confident in? Where is your confidence if you were to go, number 1 and number 4, top and bottom of the rankings for you among GMs and front offices in DC? And I think the timing on this is good for a conversation. Again, the Capitals just made a blockbuster deal that the whole league is talking about. The Wizards draft coming up this week. The Nats a month away from a draft, deciding to buy or sell. The Commanders just put the finishing touches on their roster for the offseason at least. 800-636-1067 if you want to get in on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Former Nats closer Chad Cordero will be in studio with us in a half hour at 3 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. We're looking forward to that. We're giving away tickets to Old Glory Rugby in D.C. at that time, right at the top of the hour. We thought this would be a nice opportunity to kind of hit pause on everything going on in D.C. sports and take inventory on our front offices. Caps just made a blockbuster trade. The Wizards are making the number 2 overall pick next week. The Nationals have a draft next month and are deciding to buy or sell. And the Commanders just finished building their roster. Which GM and front office do you have the most confidence in and the least confidence in right now? You can call us at 800-636-1067. Danny, let's work one down to kind of workshop our list here. Who do you have at the top?
I've got Rizzo and the Nationals front office. There are wrinkles, certainly. Nobody's perfect in this. You look at their track record over the last decade plus of drafting and kind of a dearth of player development through their own organization of guys that have come up and helped at the major league level. But there are enough pelts on the wall where I feel like they've been really hamstrung, more maybe even than we know behind the scenes. That's anecdotal. It's hard to prove. I don't have any receipts or definitive anybody caught red-handed, so to speak. But it just feels like have done more with less more often. And when it was time to engineer the rebuild, it wasn't a halfway. It wasn't a tippy toe. It was a full-on thing, and now we're seeing the benefits.
So I had a internal debate between the Nats and the Caps. I think that's the conversation right at the top between Rizzo and McClellan. I think both are excellent. And frankly, if I'm just going with like track record of GM, because Rizzo's the one that actually turned the organization around well over a decade ago, whereas McClellan came in when they're already rolling, where he was the assistant to McPhee, you could probably tip your cap to Rizzo. But I went Caps narrowly over Nats. And I think the argument for the Nationals you just made, which is they do a little more with less. They are hamstrung financially, it seems like. I think the Caps are given more resources. They're buying way more often. They're able to be players at the trade deadline and go get big-time veterans. And the Nats are not really doing that and haven't in a long time. So why the Caps for me, number one, narrowly over the Nats? I just think that for many, many years, and this is really changing in a great way, but the Nationals didn't develop anything.
That's the knock, yeah.
And that, as great as Rizzo's track record's been from a trade standpoint, and I think their system got way too much heat for too long because they traded a lot of good players away to stay really good at the major league level, to basically have gone a decade without developing a single starting pitcher, just on accident. Like right now, everywhere you look, you kind of accidentally bump into a really good arm in the minor leagues. It doesn't need to be like that. This is pretty extreme, but it's hard to go nearly a decade without a decent major league starter developed from all your draft picks and all the international signings. And that happened. So just because of that, it breaks a tie for me. I think both are really, really good. I'd go Caps over the Nats. Then I have a hard time with what to do with the Commanders and the Wizards, because I really do think that the Dawkins winger front office are going to be great, but all they've tried to do so far is tear it down correctly. It's exactly what I want. They're executing the plan well. I really, really like Adam Peters, but he's never done it before. So I guess I'm going to go Peters in Washington third and the Wizards fourth. I think you could put them in either order because it's mostly projection. It's unproven. And if you want to say, well, Dawkins did it in OKC and Winger did a pretty good job in LA, so I'm going to put them third because Peters just doesn't have the pelts on the wall, to use your phrase. I think that's probably fair too. But I'm going Caps, Nats, Coms, and then the Wiz in that order in terms of confidence right now.
I had those exact same debates and ended up just flipping where you flopped. So I got Nats 1. I give a little extra. The extra bonus point for them to put them slightly over the top over the Capitals is I really do feel like it's take these 2 nickels and give me $1 back. Like I think that's what they've done more often than not. It's the figurative Matt Caps for Wilson Ramoses. How many times have they had to do that? Whereas I think there's been a full support, full staffing, full go. Not that I'm not holding that against McClellan and company necessarily, but that I'm more giving and rewarding Rizzo and company.
I think Rizzo's trade track record probably stacks up favorably against any GM in any sport.
To pretty much anybody, yeah. So McClellan's 1A, call it 2, or for this Caps front office. The thing, their biggest asset to me is, or their biggest attribute that kind of makes them at the top of the rankings to me is player from somewhere else that comes to Washington and performs better. I think we undervalue that. I don't think we talk enough about the Brett Connollys. I think we under talk about the fact that they finally got through to Anthony Mantho or whatever, right? This ability that they have to fold guys into the culture is a huge deal and shouldn't be underrated. I think that's directly, and McClellan on down, this culture, this organization, they're really good at that. My faults for them, again, we're picking nits here. We're talking about someone that's really good. The entire sort of Kuznetsov saga, start to finish, where we're holding on too long and it doesn't seem right and we can't figure it out. We can't get through to him. We tried everything. I don't know. We finally just sort of get rid of him. Those sorts of things maybe put him a peg below the Nats for me. But number 3 is the Wizards. And not much has been accomplished yet. Obviously, we know that. They made the correct decision to move on from Beal and company and Porzingis and everybody else to start this thing over. It's the track record of Dawkins in Oklahoma City where they were innovative. Same with Winger in L.A., kind of building the super team together. And it's nothing against Peterson Company, but it's so new.
Yeah, I think that they have the least resume because most of them are in roles they've never been in before. Doesn't mean there's not a lot of expectation or that we're not confident. But if you're just going with, hey, I can't judge what hasn't happened yet, I think that's a very reasonable
I like
point.
him and I'm in. Yeah.
Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. Rich is in Newmarket. Rich, we're looking for the GM in town you're the most and least confident in.
Okay, you got number 1 is Brian McClellan, the Capitals. 2, and it's, like you said, it's pretty close, but I'm an Orioles fan, so I can't give Rizzo a 1. I'll give him a 2 spot. We don't know anything about the Commanders guy, really. Haven't seen what he's done, so he's a 3. And the Wizards are a dumpster fire, and I don't care who you get in here. They're not going to fix it. That would be my 1 through 4.
Appreciate you. The only thing I'm going to say about the Wizards being a dumpster fire, which is factual, is that means they're doing a good job, if I'm being honest. The whole point of them coming here was to make them finally a dumpster fire because they were on the hamster wheel of mediocrity where you just spin your tires in perpetuity as this barely playoff or just outside the playoffs kind of team, and you can never get better doing that. It is the purgatory of sport in the NBA to just be a 40-ish, 35-win type team. So they were brought in here and told, build a championship team. And the first phase of doing that is to be horrific.
Get out of the 35 and 47 business immediately.
And they've been really good at tying a cinder block to our feet here, proverbially as a basketball team, and letting us sink to the bottom. Because that's the first thing we got to do to get back in the boat. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on G&D. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. Hey, can I just start first with the question about what you were talking about earlier, just because you have young kids?
Yeah.
Hot day. Do you guys do slip and slide, or do you need a personal injury lawyer?
Oh,
because,
boy.
man, the slip and slide was the thing in the 60s for poor families like mine, that or the sprinkler.
Yeah, I watch my kids do it. I'm not doing it myself.
So I'll say this, Kevin, and Danny, this will not surprise you at all. You know your co-host pretty well.
Yeah.
I was always out on slip and slides. I hate messiness. You know what I mean? Like the reason I don't like the beach is the sand is stuck to me all over. The reason I don't eat certain foods is it gets on all over my face, whatever. The idea of a slip and slide and then you go off into the grass and you've got that itchy dirt stuck to you. I hate that. I was never a slip and slide guy, but it looks fun. I know people like doing it.
All right, cool. I was just wondering if people even do it anymore. Okay, back to the Forge GMs, support front offices in town. Grant, mine follow yours, and you've made some points. I just want to add a couple, but I want to, on the Wizards, who I have fourth, I do want to say part of this, and I have a blind spot probably, is what they have to do is so hard. Let's just look at this year. We have the second overall pick. There's nothing close to a LeBron James in this draft. Okay, so there's that. Plus, this franchise under Ted and before under Abe, we've never been a place to draw free agents to the city. So I guess my point is, boy, do they have a high mountain to climb. And that's why I have them in fourth behind Peters and Newmarket. I don't need to say any more about them. And Riz, you did mention he's the trader galore. My thing I want to say about Mac and the Caps, just consider this. I was a senior in college in '83. They went to the playoffs the first time that year. I think since '83, they may have missed a half dozen, perhaps 7 playoffs in 41 years. Second, and part of that is the Patricks. Dick Patrick was a consigliere to first Abe and now Tad. And you've got the Hershey organization. There's that whole angle of building the culture, and even the South Carolina. I mean, we home grew Spencer Carberry.
Yeah, this should be mentioned too, Kev. Appreciate
Thanks,
you, buddy.
buddy.
Thank you. What the Hershey Bears do year in and year out, and sometimes it matters more to the long-term health of the Caps than others. There's probably, I don't know, depending on who you ask, 3 to 5, maybe 6 guys in Hershey right now that are actually going to be impact players for the Capitals in the future as they're trying to win another Calder Cup. But they do sustain organizationally below the NHL, whether it's churning out NHL coaches and players. I think there is something to commend them for from a front office on that standpoint. They hit on picks.
Yep.
They develop players. Haven't really developed stars, but they've developed a lot of decent core players, and that's while trading a lot away to stay good.
And pick
over
a
the
26th every year,
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Daryl's in Maryland on Grant and Danny. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, how you fellas doing?
Good, buddy.
To me, I really believe that Washington, the Commanders, ownership group, with the way they're doing things now, they blew it up, got an owner in here that decided to put football people in place, people who know how to build winning organizations together, to build this franchise and put it back to where it's supposed to be. So I give them number one. My number two, or in 2A, the Capitals and the Nationals, you can flip-flop them either way because they're doing it the right way as well. But the dumpster five, all dumpster five, are the Wizards. Until they get rid of ownership and get rid of the management staff that they got in the front office and put basketball people who know how to put organizations together, who's not afraid to spend
Daryl,
money.
they've done that.
Who do you think Winger and Dawkins are?
Yeah, the whole front office is now basketball people who have thrived elsewhere. They did that last year.
Okay, and look where we are. When they had a
Well,
chance to even let me finish. And if they had a chance to even get the number one pick, and what do they do? All of a sudden, after about a 14-game losing streak, they decided to put together a winning streak.
Yeah, I mean, but to be honest, though, that just the idea that they need basketball people in the front office, either you weren't paying attention a year ago, or it's just not a fair critique. So I'll throw that one out. That one's getting tossed out of court. The other points we can leave on the ledger when we read our minutes down the road. But they quite literally brought in a guy who ran the Clippers and a guy who ran the Thunder and two of the more respected people from around the NBA to run their front office. And you said to get rid of ownership, it's the same ownership with the Capitals. You had much higher on the list. I guess they don't need to be gotten rid of. And also, that's not a thing. They're not going anywhere. So
I think it's well said. Yeah, and we're trying to do it irrespective of ownership. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Clippers, that they were the Wizards West. No one wanted to go there. They were the disaster. Now they're not. Now they're a destination. All of a sudden, they went from a place that no one wanted to be to, yes, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard will be here. We'll go to the Western Conference Finals. Oklahoma City, part of the flyover territory. So let's get inventive. Let's get weird. Let's find players that everyone else looks over and figure out a way to be competitive. And they have been a group that under Dawkins's control, this young core was one of the top seeds in the Western Conference this year.
One of the first Nats All-Stars ever, Chad Cordero, their closer back in the early days at RFK Stadium, is going to be in studio with us at 3 o'clock coming up in 20 minutes when we're giving away tickets to Old Glory Rugby DC. As radio personalities, occasionally you botch pronunciations or you say something poorly. Sometimes you just can't say certain words.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Wait to hear the audio we got for you next for a famous radio personality who really struggles with a name. We're Grant and Danny. With us right at the top of the hour, one of the OG Washington Nationals from the RFK Stadium days, first All-Star, came over from his time with the Expos, still rocking the hat, just
Flat.
like Chief Wood, right?
You could balance
I
a drink
love
on it if you wanted to.
That's the best. That's why a lot of people, like me and so many people, wore their hat that way playing baseball. If you're my age, like you're watching the Nats at that time, it was him. And you know who else did that? Maybe a couple years after. I'll have to ask him about this. You remember George Sherrill? Closer. George Sherrill was a reliever with the Mariners, the Orioles.
Okay.
He also did the flat build, low cap. It was a kind of similar, right? Late inning reliever, and did the same kind of deal. And my team at the time was Orioles, Nats. So between the two of them, that's just what I did.
So it was so tough because, like, if you were flat, it was hard to get low with the hat.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Like, it was much easier to do like that dirt dog, super curved hat look where it barely covered your eyes like that, like you're doing peekaboo. That was the way that was easier to do. So that was a tough look if you could pull it off.
We'll chop it up with him right at the top of the hour, see what he's in town for. He's actually got a lot going on. He's going to be in town permanently moving forward because he's got a great gig over at the Nats Youth Academy now. We'll ask him about as well. But we told you, if there's audio out there of someone botching something in a funny way, probably going to make its way onto the show. And if it's our guy, and I say he's our guy now because I was out at the Super Bowl. We had him on the show. He was great.
Yes.
Super entertaining, really funny. Couldn't have been nicer. Just an awesome guy. Mad Dog Chris Russo.
That's right.
I want you, Danny Rouillet, to hear how he said Condoleezza Rice's name. This is not that uncommon of a name. This is a name that comes up from time to time. This is also a name that's pretty easy when you see it to just work out. It's spelled pretty similar to how it's pronounced, but he really struggled with it.
The 4 or 5 things that I picked up that were interesting that I relate to you. Number one, Condoleezza Rice, formerly of the Bush administration, her mother was a school teacher.
Condoleezza. Now, what's funny is you go, oh, he just saw it and like read it wrong or whatever. He botched it several times. Like, they're like, who? And he's like, Condoleezza. Not Condoleezza. Condoleezza Rice. Let me hear it one more time.
Come on.
We all botch things, right?
Yes.
There's even words sometimes that trip us up. I've got mine.
Yeah, everybody does.
Past tense of win for me is won like Soto. I don't say he won. I say he won the game, right? What I don't do is call Condoleezza Rice Condoleezza.
Condoleezza.
Things that I picked up that were interesting that I relate to you. Number one, Condoleezza Rice, formerly.
Now, this is the same guy who gave us microphone glass instead of magnifying glass. When you're looking for something, you have to find something and magnify it and put it up to your eye or a little inspector.
Sherlock Holmes uses a
microphone glass
to find the clues.
It's certainly not a microphone glass. That would be you're looking for a magnifying glass.
Microphone glass.
This is a microphone.
Yep.
There's no glass.
Nope.
It's just a microphone.
It's a microphone glass.
Or if you're looking at something, you use a
microphone glass.
No,
Nope.
sir. You use a magnifying glass, right? We're looking for a magnifying glass. So I saw another one of these back after this, the account that just Jones on him and his old partner also had another one of his old foibles. Another word I didn't realize that our guy struggles to say. Mad Dog Russo is Nickelodeon. I didn't know that was a long time thing for him.
Anybody who's watching that Nickelodeon for the game needs their head examined. The girl, when the Bear dropped the touchdown in the end zone, said, "Oh, almost. This is the NFL. Almost." I mean, that's not the response you want. That Nickelodeon thing I could not get into.
Nickelodeon. That was 3 of them. He's also joking, I think, on the call. The call is like a 14-year-old
It's like little kids doing stuff for other little kids.
Noah Eagle calls play-by-play with Nate Burleson. So those are pros. You could talk. Like, I think he's talking about like the girl sideline reporter. It's now Adam Schefter's daughter or whatever. But it was just some little Disney girl who's out there trying to do an interview, and he's like breaking it down like, you got to ask better questions on Nickelodeon.
I think it's like isn't it like pre-Mesozoic? Some dinosaurs roamed the earth. What was that era called? Do you remember what that was called? What? It's like right around then. The Nickelodeon era?
And for the game needs their head examined. The girl, when the Bear dropped the Nickelodeon.
And I think when you hear those, microphone glass makes a little bit more sense, doesn't it? He's hilarious. I wonder just day to day how many of those you'd get just hanging with him. because he speaks a million miles an hour, barges right through, doesn't care, and you think, oh, he just botched it, and then he goes back and just does it
and re-racks it. Like the whatever he called. Like I would just love to point at objects, be like, what's that called? A remote instead of a remote. You know what I mean? Or like
Nickeldonian.
So good. No, what? It wasn't Condoleezza Rice.
Condoleezza.
Condoleezza. Thank you.
Condoleezza.
Condoleezza Rice.
Condoleezza.
Famous person, man.
Pretty famous.
Just a name.
Pretty famous.
There's also one of those Condoleezzas that I know of. Like if you were to have to come up with a famous Condoleezza.
I've never met a Condoleezza.
Condoleezza.
A Condoleezza.
Thank you, Mad Dog. Next, we'll talk to the Chief, Chad Cordero. He's in studio with us on Grant and Danny. We're also going to be giving away tickets right at the top of the hour. The Old Glory Rugby DC. You're locked into the Fan.
All around RFK Stadium, from the expensive seats down low, the fans on the third base side who are jumping up and down, making the stands rock behind the Nationals dugout. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I haven't. Here's the pitch. Swing and a fly ball center field. Church backing over to his left, waits. He's there. He's got it. He's got it, and the ball game is over. And the Washington Nationals have won their home opener. Fireworks again to close it out. And the first regular season game in Washington, D.C. since September of 1971 is in the books. And the Washington Nationals are winners over the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight by the score of 5-3. They're all on the field to high five. Levon Hernandez shut him out for 8 1/3. Chad Cordero came in to finish it off, and Vinny Castilla was the hitting star.
What a trip
Throwback.
down memory lane.
Let's go.
Charlie Slows on the call. Nothing's changed. Chucko's done just about every single game since. He'll be on the call of Nats baseball with Dave Jagler tonight right here on The Fan as they're in Colorado to take on the Rockies. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kandori and Murad, can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby Saturday, June 29th against NOLA Gold at the Maryland Soccerplex. Congratulations to whoever wins as caller 10 on Grant and Danny right now. That highlight was the final call of the first win back in D.C. for the Nationals in decades after they'd returned to RFK Stadium in the 05 season. The closer who got that out and saved 46 other ball games that year to lead the major leagues with a 1.82 earned run average as an all-star, and the 5th leading balloter in the Cy Young chase that year is in studio with us right now, the Chief, Chad Cordero. It is awesome to have you in studio.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
It has been a long, long time since we've seen you around these parts, but you're now back in D.C. for good, which we'll talk about. I know you've got an event coming up. Want to go down memory lane, talk old school Nats with you, but we should just start with what brought you back to the city here, as you've got a pretty cool thing you're doing with the DC Grays, mentoring some young athletes before their game 2 days from now.
Right. Yeah. So what brought me back was, my desire to really work for the Nationals again, to work for the team that kind of gave me my start. I came up with Montreal, but the Nationals are really they're the ones that I really was able to make a name for myself. And I love the community. When I was here, I was always going to schools, whatever events they needed me to go. I was the first one to raise my hand and say, hey, I'll do it. So knowing that, and always knowing that the fact that I wanted to come back and work for the Nationals somehow, I reached out to them, said, hey, if there's any openings you guys have, let me know. And they forwarded me over to their youth academy out here in DC. So I applied for it just like any other person would job, and I got it. And
some good recommendations, probably.
I want to see what that process was like when they're like, all right, Danny Rouillet, that pile, Grant Paulson, that pile, Chad Cordero. I know that name. No, it's not the same guy. Wait. 2005.
Baseballreference.com/
This is him. So, yeah, that's very, very cool. So
that is neat.
Clearly a passion for helping the youth and educating the masses here, because I know you had been in Hawaii the last couple of years, you were telling me,
right,
coaching softball.
Right.
So then now you come back to DC and you're going to be the full-time instructor over at the Nats Youth Academy for their hustle baseball and their Nike RBI coach.
Right.
And then you'll get to do obligations and fun things like this with the DC Grays, where I guess you just go out and give them a little pep talk and chat them up and coach them up.
Yeah, it's a chance for me to kind of give back, like I said, to give back to the community and help out the kids out here and hopefully help get them to where I was fortunate enough to get to. It's so far. I mean, I've been here for about a month now, and it's been awesome. The reception I've gotten from fans and who've reached out or have seen me over at Nationals Park, because whenever the Nationals are home on the weekends, I'm there on pretty much every game and just kind of hanging out and meeting people and stuff.
Are you in the crowd? Or are you sitting? Where do you with the?
I sit in the crowd. I'm just like a normal fan. Yep. Oh yeah. So every now and then I'll go up with Charlie Slows and sit up in the broadcast booth and just kind of enjoy that view from up there. But for the most part, I'm just kind of walking the concourse, and if I have my hat on, people recognize me. If I don't, they have no idea who I am.
Just
It's
totally
great.
incognito. That's
Yeah.
crazy. So what do you remember about that time? 05, 06, 07. In the annals of baseball history, a team that won 81 games in that first year and then was a few games under 500 the next few doesn't sound that remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were here, you kind of knew. I was a DC baseball kid myself, and so all I ever wanted to do was play baseball in Washington, D.C. And we didn't have a team. So it was this, felt like a more special relationship maybe to that point. And that's kind of probably come back at you a little bit here as you've made your way here again.
Yeah, I mean, because those first couple of years at RFK, they were special. Having a chance to bring baseball back for the first time in, what was it, 30 years or something like that, I think it was. To be a part of that it meant a lot. It meant a lot to me. I know it meant a lot to the other players, but RFK, it was old, but there was just something special about being in that ballpark. It was very intimate. There was security, but there wasn't as much. So you're able to kind of mingle with the fans a lot more than you are at Nationals Park, which isn't a bad thing. But at RFK, you were able to actually grow relationships with the fans and talk to little kids and talk to the older families who waited generations for a brand new team. And there's a lot of season tickets holders that have been here since day one in 05 that are still here that I've kept in contact with over the years. And whenever I don't have any obligations, I'll go down and sit with them at games. It's great. It's to build those relationships and be able to stay in contact with them for almost 20 years now. It's a pretty special thing.
RFK at that time was old and kind of run down. I mean, we're still talking about that site on the show day in and day out, as the Commanders are hoping to build a football stadium there ultimately. But now it's dilapidated, and they're going to eventually bulldoze it. What was it like as a ballpark? I remember as a kid being in the crowd. I know that experience, but from a playing standpoint, like the clubhouses, some of the resources you guys had, what was it like?
I mean, it wasn't as nice as other ballparks were, but I mean, it was still, for me, I didn't mind it because I was still playing Major League Baseball. I was in a Major League Baseball clubhouse. It didn't matter how small it was, or if we didn't have some of the other amenities that a lot of the other ballparks, the newer ballparks had. For me, I was just felt lucky enough, and I was just happy to kind of be able to be there, basically.
And you were a young guy, 23, that first year in DC at RFK, in your third year in the big leagues, but it would have been your second full season. So what do you remember about that transition? You guys are leaving Montreal. Baseball takes over the team. They're coming to DC. There's still a lot getting sorted out in terms of ownership and whatever, but nobody really knew if it was going to work, what it was going to be like. What do you remember as one of the veteran key cogs on the team about those early days and your expectations?
It was excitement for a lot of the guys. They're trying to figure out, okay, where are we going to live? What's DC like? A lot of us had never really been out here before. But like you said, nobody really understood if it was going to work or not. Nobody knew what kind, if the fans are going to come out, because it is a transplant city. There's not a whole lot of people who are from DC more now. But trying to figure out what's our fan base going to be like, and it showed. They were our fans. They came out and they supported us. I mean, we still every now and then would have at that first year would get, depending on who we played, we'd get more out of city fans than DC fans if we played the Mets or the Cardinals, who always travel well. But for the most part, I mean, the Nationals fans, they came out and they supported us. We always saw the curly W in the stands, the old Nationals logo that was everywhere on t-shirts and jackets and stuff. And so we knew after the first couple of homestands, that we were going to be able to build a fan base here, which is going to be great.
Chad Cordero's with us, one of the OG Washington Nationals. Was there another All-Star with you that first year?
Yep, Levon Hernandez.
Okay, because I've been saying you were the first Nats All-Star, but you two together,
right?
Represented the team in that first year. But the first game back in DC that they answered all the trivia questions, you just heard the highlight, Charlie on the call, was Thursday, April 14th, 2005. So you guys started on the road and you played 9 road games at Philly, the Marlins, and the Braves. And then you come back to play the Diamondbacks. So take me back to that day. It's Levon Hernandez, Javier Vasquez. what do you remember about the first game in DC in 35 years? Which it's funny to think about, Danny. When I was a little kid and I heard they'd been gone for 34 years, it felt like it was 100. Like 34 years is that's my life.
It's multiple
I mean, it's like
generations. Yeah.
you blink and the team's back. But to me, I'm thinking it's like getting a team for the first time. But there were plenty of grown-ups as a kid at that time who remembered the team getting ripped away from them.
Absolutely.
The emotional day. It had to be crazy.
It was. I mean, you could feel the excitement in the air. And I remember what really kind of introduced me to how the fans were going to be was the first time I saw the stands bouncing up and down, which was nuts for me. I had never seen that before. I'd never experienced anything like that before. So seeing that, especially in the ninth inning when everybody was jumping up and down, the RFK was rocking and rolling and literally shaking. It was pretty exciting. But talking to the fans before the game, having a chance to go down the third base line, signing some autographs, talking to some people, there were quite a few of them that had tears in their eyes, and you can really feel and sense the joy and happiness that they felt finally having a team back.
You played big time college baseball at Cal State Fullerton. You sleep, by the way, Grant, on Kirk Sarloos, his teammate from back in the day, who was, I believe, a first round draft.
He was the one
right?
who introduced me to the flat bill.
Oh, was he really?
Oh, yeah.
I remember Kirk Sarloos well. I think he got dealt to the Orioles at one point.
He was filthy.
Years into his career.
But so I've heard the story before for our listeners who maybe haven't heard it. The story of your bullpen. When people are when it's like, hey, here's some scouts, here's a GM that's going to come see Chad Cordero to see if we're going to draft this young man to be one of the future building blocks of our organization.
So this is when the Expos are scouting you.
This is right. Yeah.
So this is when they had already drafted me. So they had
already drafted you.
They had already drafted me. And first round pick, which I think a lot of people were already shocked enough that I was a first round pick. I mean, I didn't look like it. I was 5'11", didn't throw very hard. But here I was, a first-round pick. So they flew myself, my dad, and my brothers out to New York to go watch the Expos play the Mets at Shea Stadium. And they wanted me to throw a bullpen. And it'd been about 2 weeks probably since I picked up a ball because we had the College World Series. I took a little bit of time off to kind of just rest my arm a little bit. But they told me I was going to throw a bullpen. So I was a nervous wreck. I was meeting Frank Robinson for the first time, who I knew everything about. And my dad made it a point to make sure I knew who he was, and so having a chance to meet him already made it even 10 times worse. And so there I am. Yeah, Frank's out there, Randy St. Clair's out there, the GM, a couple of the front office guys are just standing behind me at Shea Stadium watching me throw a bullpen. I think I threw 20 pitches and 19 of them were in the dirt. And I think so my dad overheard Frank Robinson say, "This is our first round pick." So I was like, I thought right then and there my career was done before it even started.
Brutal. But you go on to have all the success. And as I said, pitching to a 180 ERA year one in DC, you're already established. And you were a workhorse too. You don't see this as much anymore, but you had a couple of years in a 3-year stretch where you were pitching 75 times.
Oh yeah.
Which is just uncommon now.
Yeah. I mean, because at that point, Frank was using me really as both a closer or as a setup man and a closer for the most part.
How did that work? Like you were the A closer and the B setup man or something? Or
that's pretty much how it was. I remember there was a game in Cincinnati where I think we were tied going in the 8th inning, and he had me go 8, 9, 10, and in a tie ball game, which as a closer you'd never really do.
You threw 3 innings.
Through 3 innings, yeah. Yep. And I think even in 05, I think at one point I'd thrown 11 out of 13 games. I think as well.
So what's your philosophy on the arm problems that we're having now? Because you just said how many out of 13?
11 out of 13.
So like if Davey uses a guy 3 days in a row, I'm screaming, and I'm like, why don't you just go out and rip his arm off? If I mean, you just might as well. How have we gotten here? A lot of people say it's velocity. Maybe, but then you have people who get upset at Boston, as an example, who right now are having everyone throw more breaking balls. And there's old school GMs, and I've talked to some of them who go, you can't have a guy throw that many sliders, that many curveballs. You're going to blow his arm out. And I'm going, well, it can't be both. It can't be that it's guys are throwing too hard and that they're throwing too many breaking balls. So what do you make of it?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it could have something to do with the fact that everybody is throwing a lot harder now. It does take a huge toll on the arm. I only threw 88, 89, so it wasn't really a huge I didn't hurt my arm as much as other guys. So I was able to go out there and throw a lot more. But guys, it's max effort on almost every pitch. So, if you're going out there, even if you throw 15, 20 pitches at max effort, it's going to take a big toll on your arm. So you're not going to be able to go, 2 or 3 days in a row anymore. You might only be able to go maybe 2 tops, 3 sometimes, but not as much as as they used to back when, in the days when I was playing.
Was your 88, 89 max effort?
No,
So you could have thrown harder.
I could have, but
What could you have consistently thrown at max effort?
probably 92. So not much harder than that.
Okay, but don't you agree, Danny, that if there's 3 miles per hour to be had right now, someone's just throwing 92 max
Well, that's
effort?
what they're doing now. And the point that you and I always make, and I've made this to Grant a million times, Chad, is we lose the Chad Cordero because you can't make the travel team, you can't make the high school team, you can't make the college team, you can't get scouted. There's no Maddox, there's no Glavin, there's no craftsmanship to it. It's, do you have enough RPMs? Are you 96 as an 18-year-old? If not, we're wasting our time.
Were you a spin rate guy?
I had no idea what spin rate was at that point.
Right.
Nobody had really talked to me about it until I started coaching with the Reds a couple years ago.
But I wonder, because like 89 plays like 91 if you're a spin rate
Because guys
guy.
didn't hit him hard. You know what I mean? Like there was something was going on that was like my 89. I couldn't throw 89, but if I could throw 89, I would have gotten tattooed, and you weren't getting hit. Like
From what
the
I
way
was
it played.
told, I hit the ball very well.
Yep.
So I think Michael Barrett at one point told me he was like, you throw the invisible. You guys can't pick it up until it's too late. I think Jack Wilson was telling me that too when I played with him with the Mariners. He was like, I knew you were only going to throw me 88 mile an hour fastballs, but he's like, you can't. He's like, I couldn't pick it up. So I think it was something how I hit the ball, which helped me out, because 89, doesn't play that like it used to anymore. If you throw 89 down the middle, like we were talking about earlier, it gets hit 500 feet.
And you mostly threw fastball exclusively.
Yep.
More often than not, if you come in and throw 15 to 18 pitches, you're throwing all fastballs.
Right. I threw about 99% fastballs. And I remember, I kid you not, so my junior year in college, I don't know what made me do it, but I went back and counted how many breaking balls I threw my junior year in college. And back in 2003, I threw 10 breaking balls the entire season at Fullerton. That was it. Everything
And you
else,
got drafted 20th overall.
I did.
Sitting 88
off a 50-win College World Series bound team.
Yep.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
So I know I'm not asking at 42 years old today, could you go out and get big league out? But could a guy who's 21 out of State Fullerton or wherever, throwing 89 fastball only with some deception, locating, thrive in the big leagues today or no? Because you don't even get a chance. Like, and I'm guilty of this. If I saw the Nats debut some guy they called up tonight who was like 89, I'd be like, all right, who's the next guy? Like, and I know that's not fair, right? But could someone do that? We don't have relievers in the sport that do that.
I think so. They might not have like a super long career, but I think somebody can come up and pitch for a good, 3, 4, maybe even 5 years and have a decent run. But nowadays you do need to have that, that extra something special where you can maybe hopefully touch 94, 95. If you just consistently throw 88, 89, it might be a little bit tougher, but I think they could. But they just have to learn how to pitch, locate the pitches in and out, up and down. Because for me, the way I look at it, if you can do in, out, up and down, that's 4 different pitches right there off of one fastball. That's it. So I think if you can do that, if you can locate and not worry about just trying to blow it by guys, I think you can have a decent career.
What was your key? In other words, I'm trying to throw this thing straight and true. Were you trying to, sink it, cut it a little bit, try to ride it? Like, in other words, when you go, I'm feeling good today. This is doing what I want. What did that look like?
For me, it was just if I was feeling really good, honestly, that was a bad day for me because I was going to try to overthrow. So the days that I felt, or the days that I threw the best, were the days where my arm just felt terrible because I went out there. I didn't try to do too much. I just stayed within myself and just trusted my ability to throw to dot it on the black.
Because you usually hear that about sinker guys, right? If they're too fresh, they throw through the sinker. They don't get the run. They don't get the dip. So that's interesting for a four-seam guy to feel that way.
Yeah, because it's if you try to do too much, if you try to throw too hard, your mechanics going to get out of whack, and you're going to tend to throw a lot more pitches down the middle of the plate. It's just like golf. If you try to hit as hard as you can, it's going to go all over the place. It's for me, it's the same thing as in pitching. If you try to rear back and throw it 100 miles an hour, you're probably going to throw it maybe 91, and you're going to leave it middle, and you're probably going to get hit 500 feet like Andrew Jones used to do to me.
Not often enough that all-star season. Chad Cordero, a closer with the Nationals back in their early days here in DC. I want to talk about getting the Nats Park in 2008. Also, I want to dive into the idea moving forward of an electronic strike zone and some of what's going on in baseball with rule changes. You didn't deal with pitch comms, right? And the voice in your ear going, fastball, low away. So we'll get into all that with Chad Cordero, who's hanging out with us in studio on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated made 100 bold predictions for this NFL season. 2 of them about the Commanders. Said Jaden Daniels would win Offensive Rookie of the Year and that Frankie Louvu would make his first Pro Bowl in year 1 here in D.C. We'll react to those proclamations coming up in just a few on Grant and Danny. We're winning off the field end of the hour, blitzing right at 4 o'clock when we're giving away tickets to go see Old Glory Rugby in D.C. But right now, we are chatting with the Chief, Chad Cordero. I got a text from a buddy of mine who asked, is he still wearing the hat flat-brimmed low over the eyes? And I said, absolutely.
It's a brand thing at
It
this
is a
point.
brand. Yep.
Yeah.
In
I
fact,
can't wear it anybody else.
No. Well, why would you?
Like, did you ever try to curve it?
I did once, and I hated it. I can't see anything. And it's felt very weird.
All right, so this is not going to sound great. This is not meant as any kind of an insult at all.
Oh boy, here we go, Chad. This is a tough start.
It's a bad start to a question, but I feel like you might have a larger than average head.
It's pretty big.
Do you think that's a factor in
I
the
think so.
brimage?
Well, for me, honestly, it's mostly because I have to hide my eyebrows. They're
Yeah.
super thick, so I have to pull down a little bit more.
Okay,
so I can hide them.
You're not bigger than 7 5/8.
No, I'm a 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm a 7 5/8 guy.
Really?
My head's bigger than Chad.
Well, you're a
Cordero.
5/8 guy?
7 5/8.
That's tough.
I think honestly,
So's Toby Altizer.
if I was pitching today because of the pitch comm stuff, I'd probably have to go 5/8. I think.
Yeah.
Get a size bigger, which would have been really, really awkward. But
So I wanted to dive into some of that stuff with you. The Chief, Chad Cordero, is with us, but I'm going to post a video because people have been asking,
Mhm.
is he still rocking the hat style? The video is of you coaching up our guy, Ryan Clary. Ryan explains it all.
Mhm.
He's trying to get to the big leagues. Now he's starting at 24, so it's going to be difficult.
He hasn't played since high school.
Right.
Right.
And he didn't pitch in high school.
No, he didn't.
But he's trying to pitch in the big leagues. And you worked with him for a short time, and you said he's got no chance in hell, I believe was the quote.
I might
Something
have
like-
used some other words too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he said, "Stop wasting your time." I think is what he said.
My favorite part was the easiest part of it all was, hey, Ryan, show me your 4-seam grip. I thought that would be fine. And he shows it to Chad, and Chad's like,
He cringed.
no, we got to tweak that. You felt good about your 4-seam grip, Clary. What happened?
I mean, I felt pretty good about it, Chad. I feel like we can kind of work on this. I think I can get to the big leagues eventually. I just think I'm one of those guys where I may have been overlooked back in the day, but I think the time is now to make it to the bigs.
You should probably learn how to throw a knuckleball instead, though.
Okay. We could do that. You could teach
It's easy. You just do it.
Dickie's knuckleball. Yeah, why not? So how old were you in 05, by the way?
I was 6 years old.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And when you were 6, how steamed up did you get for Chief?
I mean, Chad Cordero was my guy back in the day. I mean, like legit, I grew up watching Chad Cordero, which I'm sure that probably doesn't feel great to many out there. But I mean, I grew up going to RFK Stadium in the burgundy and gold seats, seeing the Chief come out. I mean, I was getting real sized out there.
They were in orange seats at that point?
I mean, there was burgundy and gold up in the nosebleeds.
Gotcha.
Where the
Up in the upper
players were,
tanks,
yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, we were in
you
the
were
orange
headed
seats.
up top.
Yeah, we were up top.
Chief was sitting in the bullpen. There was also this clock, like a baseball clock that's the only thing I remember about RFK that never worked.
Right.
It like never actually told the time, but it's the one thing about that ballpark I remember. It was a nubby ballpark. That was tough. What about when you guys moved to Nats Park in 2008? I was there opening night when Zim hit the homer. You were on that club that season for at least early.
Yeah, because that first game is when I got hurt. I got hurt
Did
playing
you get hurt
catch.
in that game?
Before the game is when I got hurt. Yeah.
Well, I don't remember that.
Yeah. What was
Wow.
the story? Sorry.
So just playing catch before the game, and all of a sudden I just felt a sharp pain go from my shoulder down to my elbow.
On
And then-
opening night.
On opening night.
That
yeah.
is brutal.
Yep.
First
Yeah.
day in a new ballpark.
Yeah, my velocity had gone down in spring training, but didn't think anything of it. Just thought I was probably dealing with dead arm and stuff. But once I felt that pain, I was like, yeah, there's something wrong.
You remember this neighborhood that night? I mean, what was here of it? I mean, now you're walking down Half Street picking the restaurant or bar to go to. It's crazy.
It's nuts. Like it's crazy the transformation this area has made over the last 4 years or 5 years since I threw out the first pitch of the World Series. It's changed a lot. But since that first day in 08, it's night and day. It reminds me of the Gaslamp District in San Diego, right behind Petco Park. It's the same type of thing.
Mhm. It's obvious you love the game and you're in it now and you play it at such a high level. What's the thing the way I've thought about this, and I've talked to Grant about this a million times, is I love baseball. I'm willing to put up with certain changes that I may not love, is sort of to grow the game for the greater good. What's one of these changes? The newfangled way, maybe like a guy hits a single down 11 runs and he's got to do like a choreographed dance with his bench, or replay, or pitch clock, or whatever. What's one of these changes you go, you know what? I still love baseball, but man, I can't get on board with that. What's one that you're like, I'm out?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't mind the changes. Like the pitch clock, I was kind of like iffy about, but I get it. They're trying to speed up the game. But for me, like what I especially when I started coming to the games again, when I first got here, I was like, I noticed like after every ground ball or every ball that's hit in play, they have to get a new one. I'm like, they never did that when I was playing. And that to me, it's like if you get a ground ball as a pitcher, you want that
like
ball
you
back.
earned that, right? Yeah.
You want that ball back because you never know. There might be a couple scuff marks you might be able to use, but now the minute that ball is put in play, just like a foul ball, it's a brand new ball. And I to me, that's weird.
I don't know how prevalent spider tack or any kind of sticky stuff was during your time. You could speak to that, but now you can't use anything. And guys are even getting suspended if they're over rosining. If you're super sticky from just sweat and rosin, it's curtains. Pitchers are still upset about that. What was it like back when you were throwing?
I mean, guys use some stuff, but it wasn't anything.
Was it mostly like sunscreen or?
Yeah, the sunscreen. I never did because I didn't like it. I just was all natural with just using my sweat and that was it. And
88 coming at you, baby.
Exactly. Because to me, if I was going to use anything, I tried it once in college, but I didn't like it. I lost all my control. I didn't have a good feel for it. So for me, I never used it.
Chad Cordero, you mentioned throwing out the first pitch of the World Series. Which game was that? I'm trying to remember. I know you did it. But...
It was the first game here.
So game three.
Game three, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. And how did you do on the first pitch?
I threw a ball.
Did you?
Yeah, I was nervous, man. I was.
You were nervous.
Did you go from the rubber?
No, in front. I was in front because
on the mound or on the grass?
I think I was on the grass. I think.
And you still threw a ball?
I threw a ball.
Chad.
Yep.
That's tough.
That's upsetting.
My hands were sweaty. I was nervous. I was more nervous doing that than I ever was closing out a ball game at RFK.
No way.
Oh yeah. I remember on the flight over, my whole arm was shaking. My hand was sweaty. I was a nervous wreck.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was like your first trip back in a while.
It was.
Too.
Yep.
Who were you? Do you remember who caught the pitch?
Oh yeah, it was Brian Snyder.
Oh, of course.
Yep.
Now I remember them doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was the original crew.
Yep.
And Schneider had the easy job. He just gets the crouch back there and
tried to frame it up, but couldn't sell it.
He tried to. I mean, he is a phenomenal framer.
He was great.
It was that was a tough pitch to frame.
Pitch clock thoughts. Were you a fast worker, or would you have had a problem with that?
No, I was always quick. The minute I threw the ball or threw the pitch and I got it back, I was right back on the rubber anyways. So I mean, the pitch clock for me wouldn't have really mattered to me.
As a fan and as a spectator, what do you think of it? It seems. I got to be honest. I was very skeptical initially. I didn't love the idea. It sounded dramatic and over the top. I love it as a consumer. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's great. That you get a super quick ball game now. I think now games are 2.5 hours long. I think it is. I remember when I was at the game with Michael Connor a couple of days ago. We were joking around that we were already in the 7th inning. I felt like the game had just started. But I think it's great because I think it keeps it moving, and I think that it keeps the fans like engaged a lot more.
Who are some of the guys you mentioned, Mike, that you keep in touch with from that era?
So Mike's a big one. Joel Hanrahan, Dimitri Young every now and then. But other than that, that's pretty, Nick Johnson I see on Facebook, posting whatever he posts, and then Snyder. So
Danny sleeps on Dimitri Young.
The meat hook? Come on,
you
stop
sleep
it.
on Dimitri.
You sleep on Nick Johnson, probably drawing walks wherever he is right now.
I sleep on the fact that he had to. There's never been a leadoff batter who looked like him, other than him. Like whatever he looks like is the opposite of what a leadoff batter normally looks like.
High stirrups, old school, right? Just drawing base on balls and not running fast.
I'm thinking more like 30 runner, like not the best baseball body.
Yeah,
but guy got on base.
Yep, he was a good hitter. He knew the zone, and I think that's why Frank put him at. Or was it Frank? It would have
been, yeah.
I think it was Frank. Either Frank or Manny Act. I can't remember who it was. But yeah, they had him leading off because he drew walks and he was able to get on base. He wasn't a huge home run guy, but he got on base and he was just a phenomenal hitter. Like awesome guy, but just very unconventional. But he got the job done.
Darius, I'm gonna need a drum roll here. This is the big moment to see if me and Chad are gonna become best friends we're going to lock arms and go get cheeseburgers together, or if we're going to be at odds for many years to come.
I actually don't know what's coming, Chad.
There's some talk that an electronic strike zone, challengeable balls and strikes, could be coming to the major leagues very soon. Former all-star closer Chad Cordero. How do you feel about helping umpires call balls and strikes with technology?
I'm not a huge fan of an electronic strike zone. Because for me, I like the human element of it.
The calls being wrong.
Yeah.
Mistakes.
It's to me, it's part of the game. You're gonna make mistakes, you're gonna have some errors. And that's for me, I don't mind it. Obviously there's some calls that are
wrong,
pretty bad.
Yeah.
But the close ones, if they miss it, I'm okay with that.
How about the challenge system, though?
Mhm.
Because there was a time where it looked like we were going to go fully electronic, automated ABS. And I do get, even though I disagree, I get people that go, that's a little extreme. But the challenge system's pretty awesome, if you've seen it, where they put it up on the screen, the fans get to interact, they're in the mix, very quick, you tap your head, we get it right. If it's a big spot, now instead of walking a guy, I struck him out, like helps get the game result correct. Could we get you on board with a challenge?
I can see that. I can understand that. But as far as an electronic strike zone, still on the fence about it.
All right. So you still, let's just have Blue back there. And if he has a bad day, he has a bad day.
Yeah.
There was an ump the other day. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Schilt maybe, but one of the managers was in his face and he's like, you've been bleeping awful all day. And I think John Boy did a breakdown and the umpire was looking at him. He goes, I've been S today, man. And he was just like, I've been awful. I've had a really bad day. And it's like the saddest umpire ever. He's like, yeah, man, I have been total S. And like, that was just a conversation.
I'm still going to throw you out, but I've not been good.
I did eject you, but just know you're right. I have been horrible.
And honestly, if an umpire says that, okay, like I get it. Everybody has a bad day. If they admit, okay, I missed that call, I can live with that.
Did you ever get into it with an umpire?
I never had an
I don't think you ever had
opportunity
one,
to.
right?
Yeah. I mean, as a closer, I can never really afford to hit a batter on purpose or get in an argument with an umpire because, for me, I was a closer. I was the last line of defense before the game was over for the most part.
Did you mind guys pimping home runs?
I mean, if they hit, like, if Andrew picked a home run off of me, I would not have minded it because he
Andrew
earned it.
Jones.
Yep. Or Chipper Jones.
But what if it was a nubber? What if it was like me, first big league homer, a guy that looked like me, just a big fat nobody? You would be so mad.
Not really. I mean, I'm very competitive, but at the same time, like, the guy hits a home run off of me, like, I mean, hey, he earned it.
And we're at a place now where you can pretty much do whatever you want as long as you're looking at your own dugout.
Right.
Because it's viewed then as like not showing somebody up, essentially. MLB All-Star Chad Cordero here on Grant and Danny, back in D.C., mentoring young athletes ahead of a June 23rd D.C. Grays game. And in terms of long-term here, sustainability, more importantly, now a coach over at the Nats Youth Academy involved with the Nationals organization, which is amazing. So before we let you go, your role both ahead of the game on June 23rd coming up in a couple days, and then remind people what you're doing at the Academy and if there's any way they can help you guys out with what you're doing.
Yeah, so on this coming Sunday, I'll be out there speaking to the Grays and along with a local little league team before, and just kind of hopefully just getting some pointers and hopefully be able to kind of just help them and get them to where their dreams are of being an amazing baseball player or even a college baseball player. And I'll be able to answer questions they might have, and then as far as the RBI program, yeah, I'm there Monday through Thursday
at the
academy with the RBI team and coaching them up and hopefully mentoring them and helping them not only be great athletes but even better people off the field. I think to me that's the most important thing, is making sure they're going up to be good citizens and doing the best they can to be the best person they can.
That RBI program's a reviving baseball in the inner cities.
Mhm.
Major League Baseball's done such an incredible job with that.
Well, it's fantastic. And even locally for the Nationals and that youth academy, from an area that had nothing in terms of baseball or access, you've now got little league teams that are winning regionals. You've got multiple kids that are going on to play in high school and now multiple college players. Again, a totally underserved area. It's fantastic.
Chad, thank you for coming in. This was a blast.
Cool, man.
Thank you.
And if you need any help, I know there's a lot of kids to coach up. Ryan will probably, if you need a pitching coach, you can take Clary with
hit me
you.
up. I mean, for me, I'm giving lessons as well out here. So if anybody needs lessons, hit me up on my Instagram and stuff. I'll be more than willing to help.
Clary, you got your guy, you and Chief. There's Chad Cordero with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We will win off the field next, right here on G&D. It is time for our double play, which on Friday means winning off the field, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stopping for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. I'll start.
Oh, would you mind? Go ahead, please.
Just got to spend a casual half hour with a guy that I grew up watching play ball and thoroughly enjoying on the mound, Chad Cordero. Therefore, I am. I said, therefore, I am. The nerve of you, Bruce.
Bruce, I thought you were.
One more time.
We're doing a thing, Bruce.
I said, therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
I knew he could get it.
He's a little bit asleep at the wheel, old Brucey. I got an example, if you don't mind. I'll just throw mine in.
Go for
it. So this morning, the half went to Starbucks, right? She asked, does anybody want anything? The kids did. They got their scone, this scone, croissant, that, whatever. I said, no, I'm good. I don't need anything. Well, she ordered a breakfast sandwich from Starbucks. And when she got home, she's like, they actually gave me two. There was an extra sandwich. And it was kind I'd never had. It was a wrap sort of thing. It was in a tortilla, like a breakfast burrito type thing. I didn't even know Starbucks did that. I had it. It was pretty damn good. Therefore, I am. Winning off the field. There you go, Bruce. Right on cue.
So a scone and a tortilla?
No. That the kids got their scones and stuff.
Okay.
So it was a tortilla with eggs and bacon and a little bit of cheese, a little breakfast tortilla type situation.
Are you a Starbucks guy?
In general, I prefer the like independent coffee shop. I'm a bit of a hipster in that way, but Starbucks, there's a reason there's a trillion of them. You know what I mean? They know what they're about.
There is no establishment on this planet that gives me more anxiety.
Well, you're not a coffee guy.
I'm not a coffee guy. They have their own coffee language. They've decided they need their own lexicon. And it's also, there's like a club. You have a card. You're a carrying card member for this club when you go into Starbucks that you speak their language. And they don't really like outsiders.
They don't have, there's no time.
So when I go up there to get my wife a coffee, because I'm not getting a coffee, so I'll get myself an unsweet tea, but they need me to call it a black tea. They're just a regular tea or an unsweet tea doesn't work. But when I say my wife wants a coffee, there's
you have to read off the thing. You're like, grande, no whip, frappuccino with
14 follow-up questions. There's very specific ways on how everything needs to be done with X number of pumps. It should just be easier. It needs to be easier. So I'm not comfortable. And then you come off like such a buffoon. Like,
yes,
how dare you not know? Because every other person in there, it's their third day in a row. It's their fourth time this week. And so they're looking at me like, this guy's never been to a Starbucks. Well, no, if it wasn't for my wife, I would never come here. I don't like the smell. I don't like the taste. And the kids love it. My whole family are a bunch of marks for presents and holidays. I get my wife gift cards and she enjoys, and the kids they get like these kid hot presses, and the dog gets a foam thing for some reason. Like they're all the way in all the time. When they're not with me, like right now, they're probably at Starbucks.
Great chance at Starbucks.
There's a 52% chance right now they're in a Starbucks line. But when I'm there, we're not doing that. We're going another place.
I get it.
Because I'm just not comfortable.
So it is if you are not, I'll try it this way. You're there for a coffee situation most of the time. I don't have any time, and I'm part of the problem here. I've got no time for the looky-loo. I've got no time for the tourist. Yes. I'm there because I need the coffee. You follow me? I'm not there to dawdle around.
Starbucks?
Of course I can. I don't need to. I know what I'm getting. I'm not doing a half calf whip, cool,
no, but
2-shot red eye, whatever.
And you say, hey, I'd like a large coffee.
Oh yeah, I know what to do.
They won't accept that.
No, I know. I know. It's a little much because like they're by the way, they're just 3 words for big, tall, grande, venti. It just means big. There are 3 different ways to say big.
But why do they have to do it that way?
They insist upon it, and it's a branding thing.
Let people say, my wife wants a coffee with some sugar and cream. If you say that, oh man, you've done it.
Well,
you've done it.
I'll push back a little bit. I'd like to know what size we have. We have small kind, large kind,
regular.
But yeah, fine.
Medium.
Large. Now, here's the thing. I don't have time for the looky-loo. Right? That's a coffee establishment. There's no time for the novice. There's no time for someone to be like, oh, can you describe what a frappuccino is? Move. Not now. Now's coffee time. You have to get out of the way. I need this. You want this? You're trying to do something, and that's fine. I'm here because I need it. I feel that way also about traffic patterns. because we live in a place that people want to come to in the Washington, D.C. area, and there's some wonderful tourist attractions, people that don't know where they're going need a special designated lane or aisle or place for them.
I think that's true. You're also an extremely
Impatient, insufferable,
aggressive, bat out of hell driver. Like it's unbelievable how desperate you are to get where you're going.
Yeah, that's the whole point of going.
I know, but like when I'm following you out of here,
Mhm.
it is comical.
It's not
how quickly you're
No.
somewhere else.
No.
Dude, it's unbelievable.
It's efficient.
You do the thing. You're comfortable. Like we got this little 6-lane 395 situation, mixing bowl area where you can go down and go to like Main Street, or you can wrap around to the left for the 14th Street Bridge, leaving here. And you're like whipping all the way across to the right to haul ass all the way down to get over in some shortcut you know about. Everyone else is just sitting here and you're flying up at the last second. You just do wild, crazy things. You're a wild, crazy guy.
No.
When you're driving, dude, I'm not even doing a bit right
No,
now.
I'm very efficient.
I don't know if we've ever talked about this.
Well, you've never gone this hard.
You are a bat out of hell when you drive. Can you admit that?
No. I wouldn't say that.
What does your wife think about how you drive? Has she ever mentioned it? Would she say I'm crazy for saying this? Or does she understand what I'm talking about? Or another person that knows you?
No, I think you're a little bit overshooting your assessment.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't remember where we were going one time when you're like, hey, just follow me. And I was like, there is a 0% chance I can follow this guy. And quite literally, within 50 yards out of the parking lot, just you rode through a yellow 82 miles an hour. And I'm like, well, that's done.
I guess that's all. Maybe I'll call him.
I mean, seriously.
When I get close.
The other one I always remember is you had this thing you did over by the monument.
Yep.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but it had to do with which two lanes are
Yeah.
slowing down. And
I know
so
exactly what you're talking about. I
you
know exactly what he's
whip
talking about.
into these other lanes that
Yep.
we're not using those lanes.
Right.
But you just like, oh, these people don't know what I know. And you just fly up, and I'm like, just little me over here. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed
I should
to do?
probably wait in line. Yeah, I know.
You are a wild and crazy guy.
See, but that sounds like I'm endangering people and I'm unsafe.
I don't
don't like that categorization.
Okay, I'm not trying to say you're crashing into anyone.
I'm incredibly efficient. I'm always
Yes.
head on a swivel. I'm maximizing.
Unbelievably efficient.
So and we've talked about this before.
But
I know.
Can I say this real quick?
Go ahead, please.
To you, getting home 30 seconds faster is important.
Yes.
That's insane.
Right. I can sense when that car ahead of me isn't ready for that green light. We've talked about this before. You know what I'm talking
Will
about.
you honk at them?
Of course.
Case closed.
You can't. It's time to drive. It's not cell phone time. It's not other things time. These are all distractions, and that's great. That's good for downtime. This is driving time.
So I get what you're saying.
You're affecting everybody else. You can't do it.
Yesterday, I'm in the left lane on 395.
Yep.
Going probably 70, 74, whatever it was. There is a person that was going like 59. And I'm coming right up on that bumper, and I'm just saying, hey, flicking the lights like, let's go, lady. We're moving. Move it or lose it. Here we go.
You're doing a little light flick?
Oh, yeah.
You're doing a little flick? Yeah.
Now, I wasn't right behind him. I'm coming up.
You're in. Yeah.
And clear. I get. And I'm like, okay, I'm going around them. And I go around them, and I have to look over.
You
make
have-
eye
yeah, 'cause you have to
contact.
see.
And I literally,
Who's
in
doing
my
it?
car, think about how stupid this is. I looked at her and I go, you aren't allowed to be here. Just like that. It's like, you can't handle what's going on out here. Like, I did that.
Whoa.
And then I got over. I pulled a full Rouye. But my point is, she was going 59.
Can't have it.
You're just doing stuff like that when people are going like 67. Like, you're next level. So are you efficient? Unbelievably so. No one will ever get you anywhere faster than Danny will. I agree with that statement. But you were doing
That's a point of pride.
wild
Thank you.
stuff. Like
Wild?
Dude,
I'm
out
not going
here,
on curbs.
Short of that.
No.
Guy, you are out of here.
Yeah.
You're like up on a wall.
I'm riding the rails.
Dude, it is insane
it.
what you do.
It's not.
If you said, I'll give you $1 million, you've got to stay on Danny's bumper for 40 minutes. That money would be gone within.
You could easily do it.
No,
you couldn't,
chance.
because you'd be checking your phone. Where did I drop my keys? Do I still have my
Guy,
charger?
It ain't like I'm getting 33rd in a NASCAR race. Okay. I'm team get where I'm going too. I like to make moves. I just can't do it like you do. You are a wild and crazy guy.
No, that's too extreme. Efficient. I streamline.
Efficient's a friendly way to put
That's
it.
a friendly way to put it.
I'm going to give you efficient. But the stuff you do in this city is unbelievable.
Because I know where I'm going.
I know, but you take so much pride in it. It's very much like I'm going to do this and jump over
Now,
here. And
I
do
recognize that that's a lot. That insists upon itself. That's a little bit too much for people to deal with.
The amount of times where we get off at the same time.
Yeah.
And I'm like still in traffic near the Pentagon.
And I'm like, I just got home.
And Danny's like, I'm in Mantua. I'm like, what? I'm like, I'm literally looking at the Pentagon, and Danny is in Fairfax. How is that possible?
And I'm eating dinner.
Because you took 2 shortcuts and you did something where you like Batmobiled over top of a car, and then you went underneath of another one. It's insane.
Yeah.
You ride on a ferry at some point. You are a wild and a crazy guy. The Beltway Blitz is next. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to go out to Old Glory Rugby, DC. Saturday, June 29th, they are taking on NOLA Gold. This is a week from Saturday at the Maryland Soccer Complex. Good luck to those dialing, and congrats to the winner right now. Let's go blitzing. We will cover the Commanders and the Nationals jammed into this segment on The Fan. And to get things started, we are joined by our pal Dave Jagler out west. The good guys are in Colorado to take on the Rockies tonight. Jags, I need this lineup to get going. No better way to break out the bats, I suppose, than going to Coors Field, huh?
This ballpark has cured many offensive woes. If they can't cure themselves here, then we may not have a solution. But this is the perfect ballpark to hit in. A struggling pitching staff in the Rockies, so this is your chance to get right. Because right now Lane Thomas is going a little bit, Jesse Winker's really going, but you got to get everybody. You got to get a few other guys going because that Arizona series was really, really disappointing offensively, considering that Arizona barely threw 100 pitches in any of the 3 games. I think they got over that mark once in 3 games. Very quick outs. Fortunately, Winker had the big home run in the middle game, so they didn't get swept.
Jags, what are you hearing about C.J. Abrams and the cyst on his wrist, which sounds like it's a Dr. Zeus thing? Is he going to go tonight? What are we hearing?
Well, clubhouse isn't open yet. Lineup isn't out yet. I mean, I think the fact that he was able to swing the bat a little bit yesterday gives you some hope, but I would tend to think he's not in there. It's kind of like if you're feeling better today, well, let's give it one more day just to make sure it's okay. And what we saw yesterday is that without him in the lineup, it really did not. The opposite of lengthening, shrinking the lineup would be, I guess, the proper term, because you had Rosario hitting 3rd, Ruiz hitting 4th, and it was kind of an HOV lane through the middle of the lineup for the Diamondbacks starting pitcher, Ryan Nelson. So, yeah, they're missing CJ. Hopefully sooner rather than later he'll be back.
Yeah, 1 for the rest of the lineup from 3 through 9 yesterday for the Nationals as a starter with an ERA over 5. Went through 7 innings on just 70 pitches. In fact, I saw it was the first time in 2 years in all of Major League Baseball that a team saw only 87 pitches over the course of the entire game. Dave Jagler was with us on our Beltway Blitz. So it sounds, Jags, like Josiah Gray is going to get at least one more rehab start, probably just this one final AAA start. Do you think there's a chance they go 6-man rotation if DJ Hurst throws well? Or do you think they would then maybe have to decide on Hurst versus Corbin in terms of who's taken out of the rotation?
I think more the latter. I mean, I think it's too early in the season to go with a 7-man bullpen, and you're in a stretch now between here and the All-Star break. We only have one more off day, and that's traveling cross country from San Diego to Tampa in the middle of this road trip. Then you have a pretty long homestand and a road trip into the break. So you need an 8-man bullpen going into that, and if you go 6-man rotation, then you're going 7-man bullpen. So I think that decision day is coming, and it comes 5 days after Josiah Gray makes his next rehab start.
At the plate, Keibert Ruiz. I thought he was maybe out of this, Jags, but it just doesn't. It seems like some of his at bats over the last week plus, whether it's swinging at early breaking balls or not putting the A hack on things, it just doesn't seem right. And I know his year we had this huge setback with that illness that really derailed everything. But I don't really know what to say other than he's got to get out there and try to find his way out of it. But what are you seeing from him?
They need him to be better, and that's defensively as well as offensively. I mean, the defensive metrics are not kind, and the pop times. I mean, the amount of stolen base, the amount of caught stealings that they get is few and far between. I'd like to think that he could be better defensively, and the offense. Sometimes that comes and goes. You're going to go through hot streaks and cold streaks. You'd like the defense to be consistent, and obviously these guys' careers aren't linear. I mean, we were down defensively. Last year at times on C.J. Abrams and definitely on Luis Garcia, and both have taken big steps forward. I mean, Garcia got himself in much better shape and is playing a quality second base. I mean, I think Ruiz has had a down season compared to last year, but the season isn't over, and it doesn't mean he can't have a good season the rest of the way or next year. He needs to step it up for this team to get where they want to go, because you've got to be strong up the middle. You feel like you've got the answer, either here or in the minor leagues in center field. You like what you have at shortstop. Garcia's improved at second base. You need a strong catcher to be strong up the middle. So he's got to improve. But to me, it was almost a team-wide thing, Danny, in this last series. What was weird is, the Nationals have gone through these phases where they chase pitches. Arizona, they weren't chasing pitches. Arizona's game plan was to throw fastballs in the strike zone. And literally, it's like they were not afraid of damage. And early swings and early contact can be a good thing if you're doing damage. I mean, Winker homered early in a count. Thomas homered early in a count. But if you're getting fastballs down the middle and doing nothing with them, that's not a good sign. So hopefully in this series, they can get on the fastball. And if Colorado's going to follow that same plan and attack in the strike zone, you've got to do damage. And Ruiz is one of those guys. He's an early count hitter. And if he gets an early count fastball, he's got to do damage with it and not put a defensive swing on it.
Jags, Jesse Winker's homered in a couple of straight for the second time this season. He is first on the team in batting average, second on the team in slug, first in on base, the only guy on the team who's got an OPS over 800. He's been their best offensive player probably this year when you take into account he's the team leader in walks. Two-parter, I guess, just give us a thought from your vantage point, perched high above Nats Park, of his season. And then secondly, is this someone playing his way into maybe being able to net them something decent at the trade deadline?
Well, and I think that's certainly a possibility. Or you're looking at when, if James Wood is knocking on the door here and is going to be in the outfield, then I think Winker becomes your DH option, considering that Meneses is pretty well entrenched at first base. So right now, considering how they're struggling offensively, it'd be tough to think of him not in their lineup if you're looking to deal him, if you're in contention come around July 31st. So I think he has had a good season. I mean, what we heard about him was that he was not a strong defensive player or base runner from folks we talked to at Cincinnati. I think the opposite has been true. I mean, he's had 5 outfield assists. He's stolen 11 bases. Now, he got a little bit aggressive and maybe reckless. I think he's dialed that back. But he's in much better shape and he's healthier. I think the last 2 years he just wasn't healthy. So he lost some weight. His back is feeling better. So he's played a more athletic brand of baseball. And I think, Mike Rizzo put it best. We were talking about this team the other day. He plays with his hair on fire. And those are the kind of guys that Rizzo likes. And I think he sets the tone with the intensity that he plays with.
Jags, thank you as always. Enjoy Denver.
All right. It's a great golfing trip. Just let you know.
I had my doubts, but I don't anymore. Thank you, buddy.
You never had your doubts. You never had your doubts.
That is correct. Thanks, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. How about Nick Ashew, Bet MGM tonight to discuss that very group. Nicholas, what's a reasonable expectation for Jaden Daniels in year number 1?
I think it's
We're going to throw Nick on hold here. His phone dropped before we could put him on hold.
Yeah, because it wasn't bad on hold.
I love Nick Ashew. That's my guy. Who's my guy?
Nick Ashew.
Nobody's phone botches more on this program than Nick Ashew's. And I remember because he always does the thing like, phones can do everything except make phone calls. So he'll say
that's one of his lines.
Watch.
And I'm like staring at his eyes
he's
when he
gonna
says
say
it.
I guarantee he's going to be like, man, phones, they can do everything except make phone calls. It's so annoying. But anyway. And then he's going to move forward. But just know, my guy's phone hates this show.
They doesn't like it.
I think he likes the show. From what
I think he
can tell.
tolerates the show.
Tolerates the show.
Likes
He's
us okay.
Extremely handsome. Smells really, really good. Smells great even.
Yeah.
But that phone is not the best. Nick, are you there?
First off, here's the thing. I got plenty of cell service right now, so I think it's on your end. I'm going to blame your equipment there this time because it makes it a lot easier.
I'll allow it.
We'll allow.
Okay, fair enough.
Where were we?
I was like, what's a reasonable expectation for Jaden Daniels in year number 1?
And then you went,
All right. Well, we can try again here. It's great that we can't count on phones to do normal things for us, but we can start our cars and food and all those other things. Look, if we're looking at Jaden Daniels, we got to have reasonable expectations, and it's an understanding that he's going to make some mistakes, but we also want to see on those mistakes throughout the season. I mean, I know it kind of sounds broad when I say it, but I think just seeing growth throughout the season and watching things that maybe he struggled with early in the year, sort of the middle of the field passes, some of the things that he was we know he's a great deep ball thrower, was one of the best in college football last year. So that's certainly there. And quite frankly, somebody that knows how to slide. For the love of God, please don't take the hits that we saw in college, because I think we're all still scarred from 2012 and beyond, and nobody wants to ever see that again.
Connor Rogers of SI predicted that he's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year last night. Give him a legitimate chance to do that?
I mean, it's certainly possible. Hell, if they get Brandon Ayuk, that'll only help his chances, right? I mean, it's going to be tough given what Caleb Williams' upside is, and quite frankly, all the weapons that he's got up there in Chicago to throw the football to. I think the one thing, and we talk about this a lot on our show in terms of like these awards markets, is it tends to be a narrative-based award as well, right? Like there's already a lot of hype around Caleb Williams, and if he throws for 3,500 yards, 23 touchdowns, and like 8 or 9 picks, like what does Jaden Daniels have to do to surpass that? Like he's really going to have better numbers than even that. And again, I'm just throwing out a hypothetical here, but it's tough because of the hype around somebody like Caleb Williams and what the Bears did this offseason and the weapons that they added there. But I wouldn't rule it out because the one thing we do know is quarterbacks that are very mobile early in their career catch a lot of defenses by surprise. And some continue to do that like a Lamar Jackson throughout their entire career. But you get a lot of that very, very early where defenses don't know a lot of the tendencies, a lot of the habits. And if he's able to use that to his advantage early, I mean, it absolutely gives them a shot there. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all.
Nick, thank you as always, buddy. Miss your face. Your musk is intoxicating. Have a great weekend.
You guys are the best. Sorry about my phone. I hate technology. Goodbye.
Don't you worry, you handsome devil. If I was your phone, I'd be jealous of you too and ruin all your conversations.
Right?
Because of how
Talk to me.
You are.
Talk to me. Talk in my speaker.
There was a piece written on ESPN.com yesterday that I saw from our guy Aaron Schatz, as a matter of fact. One last move for every NFL team this offseason. What he said the Commanders should do is not something I've seen many places. So I'll tell you what he's got, and then we'll answer that question. What is the one last move you want the Commanders to make before training camp? We can open up the phones on that as well. On Grant and Danny next on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. It's Friday, June 21st. We are live on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Aaron Schatz, who now writes at ESPN, created DVOA as the guy behind the Football Outsider site originally. Now part of the analytics department over at ESPN, did a pretty good piece, I thought, where all 32 teams were incorporated. He went club by club, division by division, and he gave the one final move of the offseason that every team should make. For the Commanders, this is what he wrote. Extend right guard Sam Cosmi. He says the Commanders' biggest need is a kicker, but there aren't any good kickers on the market now that UFL star Jake Bates has signed with the Lions. So the Commanders' kicker is likely to be someone cut by another team at the end of training camp. In the meantime, they do need to start looking at their 2025 roster, and it would be a good idea to lock up Cosmi long-term. Cosmi was 14th in pass block win rate among guards last season and also above average in run block win rate. He's the best player on the Commanders' offensive line, and his contract is up after this year. So two things there that I find notable. One, he's saying their biggest need is kicker. Now, we could argue over how big a deal it is to have a good kicker. It's not on the same level as quarterback or wide receiver or corner or something. But it is true that right now their kicking situation is in flux.
It is very much so.
And it does seem like they're just expecting it to sort itself out, Ron Rivera style, as they get closer to the season. It seems like that's going to happen. There's probably a lot of camps where two guys are competing who both have resumes and pelts on the wall. So someone's going to get cut. They'll sign that guy, and they'll probably be their starting kicker. But they signed a middle-of-the-pack UFL kicker, and that's kind of what they've done to this point. But I haven't heard anyone say it's a huge need, which it probably is, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what your scale is. If it's we need to compete this year, yeah, you better have your kicker position solved. If you're expecting, like I am, you're going to win. You're a 6-win team that's trying to build something sustainable with a roster that's going to turn over again and really, maximize the quarterback. If I lose a game because a field goal kicker does, to be 7-10 or 8-9, I'm not really that concerned about that. But I understand the principle.
Yeah, but you also still can't, if everything's being done correctly to win a football game, lose games because one guy on the team isn't very good. And when you've got all the money in the world and you could just kind of throw assets at the problem and fix it, you probably need to do that. It also helps with the development of guys to succeed and to win, and to have drives end in field goals instead of punts. If you got a consistent kicker, would help Jaden Daniels. But I want to separate the kicker part because that's not really the what we're diving into here. This idea of one move that they need to make by the end of the offseason, and I love this answer. He says, extend Sam Cosmi. Cosmi's become one of the better guards in the league. I'm trying to remember if it was PFF, maybe, but there was a site, was Pro Football Focus, that ranked him the number 3 offensive guard in the NFL. 64 of those guys start. They weren't ranking him by right or left. They're just saying, you play guard, 64 starters. There are another, 64 backups, 128 of those guys, so to speak, on 53-man rosters. And of the 128 of them, they ranked Sam Cosmi 3rd coming off last season. He's ascending, playing at a star level, and he's going into a contract year.
I love that. I hadn't heard anybody else say that. So good for him for a good discussion point there. I don't want to get into a Brandon Sheriff situation where we're going to pay top of the market for a guard, because it's important, obviously, to have a good one, but I can't do $20-some million for a guard. So you don't let it get to that tag and see what else happens type thing. You try to get that done. So that makes sense to me.
It might be too late if they don't pay him before the start of the season.
No.
Because if he is actually able to just walk, then he can leverage you into a franchise tag. And now that's where you start paying guards the crazy Brandon Sheriff money.
Yep.
Where he got multiple tags before he walked. But yeah, it probably would have been smart. I think you got to wait 3 seasons anyway before you can pay someone. So it's now to be negotiating with him all offseason. And maybe they have. Maybe before training camp, we'll find out they're extending him and locking him up. But he missed 3 games last year. He played every single game for the first time in his 3 seasons this past year when they kicked him inside from tackle to guard. And he's just a different, better player at guard than he was at tackle, where he was very average. At guard, he was obviously well above that. But I thought that's a really good creative answer that's a little outside the box. But now it's time for us to answer the question. And we can open up the phones and have you guys answer as well at 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are yours. 800-636-1067. What is your one last move that the Commanders should make before training camp in late July?
So there is an axiom that I have. It's very simple. They have Jaden Daniels. Maximize and protect. Maximize and protect. This is what should be done with every rookie quarterback. It should not be left up to him to solve everything. Every move you make should be with him in mind, because that's going to let all the other moves happen for you in the future, for your team in the future. It makes the cornerback that you drafted, it makes the defensive tackle that you drafted, the other players that you sign, worthwhile signings. Otherwise, it's a giant waste of time. They have not done that, in my opinion. So they need to add to their offense something else. I would personally love a tackle. I would love even more a bona fide, accomplished, pelts on the wall, skill position player, preferably a wide receiver, to help out this group.
So you gave two answers there. What's your number one?
I'll say receiver, because
Okay.
to me, maximize and protect.
So I will then follow you down the hole here, Barry, in the lead of I'll go tackle with the other of your answers. I'll say left tackle, but I'll save mine for a second. So go deeper into wide receiver. How are you solving that? What are you doing to add a wideout?
So I would have loved to have gone down the Brandon Ayuk road. Who knows if he's available? I think they should have gone down the Keenan Allen road, when he was available, he was traded for not that much. They need to think of this receiver position, not with, hey, there's some guys with some upside here to go with Terry McLaurin, or we believe that De'Ami Brown is a renaissance, or we drafted a glorified fourth rounder who might be a nice story. And again, I like some of these guys, but they really could have used a bona fide number 1A or a solid number 2 receiver, whatever you want, to go with the group that they currently have, to make Dotson a bonus as a number 3, not as a guy you're hoping ascends to a number 2, to make McCaffrey a guy that would be a good story if he catches some passes at times for you, instead of counting on him to be your 2 or 2A or 3 or whatever. So to me, they should have either gone after someone in trade, free agency. It was a pretty thin crop, to be honest with you, but there were some names that moved and they seemed not interested at all.
So I would love to add pass catching talent, because I think right now they're pretty middle of the pack in the NFL, 15 to 20 range, probably in the skill positions on offense. In fact, I saw a ranking yesterday, might have been PFF. They're doing a lot of these right now. Where do you think they would have had Washington? So it was basically non-quarterback and O-line. I want to say it was more like skill help, receivers, running backs, tight ends, and they ranked all 32 teams in skill position.
Yeah, so I don't have it in front of me. I don't have everyone else's roster, but my gut is 22.
So it's not bad. They had them, I think it was 20th on the nose, which feels right to me. If you're telling me Luke McCaffrey and Ben Sinnott are actually going to help a lot and be pretty good pretty quickly, then they're probably closer to 15 or 16, like middle of the pack in the NFL. But that's, I would say, risky to just assume that. That's unlikely that in their first year, McCaffrey, who's played wide receiver for 16 hours, and Sinnott, who's going to play at multiple positions and has a lot to learn and is making a pretty big leap as a rookie mid-round pick, that those guys are just going to hit the ground sprinting. It's more likely they're going to have growing pains. They'll have some good games, some bad games. And now it's McLaurin. What are you getting out of Dotson? Does he bounce back? And look, the positive outlook, I guess, Danny, is McLaurin's Terry. Just himself, 1,000 yards, does exactly what he's supposed to do. Dotson bounces back. The young guys I just mentioned, Sinnott at tight end and McCaffrey at receiver, have really good rookie years. And then Austin Eckler shows that he's still got plenty of ball and is great out of the backfield. Robinson runs really well. And Zach Ertz proves healthy and like he can turn back the clock a little bit. If all that happens, you're at top half of the league producing offense in terms of the skill group. Like now you're in that maybe 13 to 16 range. That's not all going to happen. That's not how it works.
Right. That's the perfect scenario on the back of a napkin.
Best case scenario.
Right.
Worst case scenario is McLaurin gets banged up, let's just say. Dotson does not recover from last year's step back, and it isn't about Bieniemy and Howell, and it's just about him. McCaffrey is a project who gets off to a slow start this year. Sinnott is okay. Ertz is hurt like he has been for much of the last several years of his career and looks just long in the tooth and a little older and not as productive. Eckler has a continuation of the fall off that we saw last year, both health and otherwise. Robinson's a battering ram, but doesn't give you a whole lot exotic in the open field, nothing sexy. And now you're probably 22, 23, 24, towards 25 in those rankings, right?
Right.
So like those are the extremes. So I don't mind if you think they could be up to 14, 15 or as low as 24 to 26, put them right there at 20. which is some of the good happens, some of the bad happens, probably feels about right.
Yeah. So if you got one of those, the time stone that Dr. Strange carries around his neck and you run the 14 million scenarios and there's only one where you win, that ideal one is great. I think the average is somewhere in between.
Totally.
And the drum I'm beating is, let's say two things work out. Eckler's still a good pass catcher and Terry McLaurin does what Terry McLaurin has done over the last several years. Your offense is still unacceptable to me. It's still not where it should have been. And there should be more urgency to say, well, this would be great. It's at 14. Oh my God. Why not? Why aren't we have a ton of cap room. We had resources. Why didn't we do more? Why aren't we doing more right now this minute to say, if this works and this works and this works, we've got a top 10 group now. That seems like there's more urgency from pudgy idiot Danny Rouillet than there is from the org. Their moves or lack thereof in certain cases told you they're pretty confident in what they've got.
Well, also their moves tell you that they are wanting to remain flexible into next year.
Mhm.
And I don't really know why that is, but that seems like the master plan. So I co-sign on a lot of what you just said. I would be doing it sounds like more like the Danny Rouillet plan, because my general philosophy and paradigm is you cannot have enough playmakers. How many do you have? Whatever your answer is, add one or two, because you're allowed to do that. You just can't have enough of those guys. That's where I'm throwing my resources. But I disagree, and we depart on the idea that it's an unacceptable build. I've seen unacceptable. This ain't it. Unacceptable isn't a top 15 receiver with a first-round pick who's got a chance to be an excellent number 3 or a good number 2 with another 2 top 100 picks this year that catch the football with one of the great pass-catching running backs of his era coming over. Like, that is not how you spell unacceptable for me. But I like the answer, and it's certainly high on my list. I'm going left tackle. The question, if you're just joining us on Grant and Danny, is ESPN.com did this piece. Every NFL team, one last move they should make before training camp. So what is yours for the Commanders? 800-636-1067. Danny's going with a wideout.
Yes.
I'm bringing in a left tackle so that I don't need Cornelius Lucas to pan out, so that I don't need Brandon Coleman to be ready faster than is reasonable, so that I'm not assuming one of those two guys ends up being really, really good. Because here's where I'm at on this. Just having a passable left tackle is not satisfactory to me. Like, I don't want an okay left tackle in year one of my rookie quarterback who has a proclivity to hold the ball and takes too many sacks. And that's what we learned from his college numbers and metrics. I want a good left tackle situation. Is there anything out there that gives you that? I don't know.
Probably not right now,
But
right?
I know that David Bakhtiari, as an example, his ceiling this season is higher than Cornelius Lucas's. Now, he might be banged up, and now it's worse than Lucas. He might not ever get back to playing at the level he did as a former annual Pro Bowl All-Pro type in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers. To me, the juice is worth the squeeze. This is a risk worth taking. The other guy that's available is DJ Humphries. I don't know where he's at in his recovery, because I'm pretty sure he had a torn ACL he's coming off of, pretty serious injury, something that he's rehabbing from. Bakhtiari's 32. Humphries is 30. They're out there because of injury baggage, but the apex for both exceeds that of the two guys you have on the roster. And because you have a rookie quarterback, to your point on basically surround and elevate, I need to try to be really good at that position. And I think I got an easier path there in September, October, if Bakhtiari's healthy and Humphries is healthy, than with what I got on my roster. So I would sign one of those two guys that's still out there.
Because it's been picked over. The draft happened, it
Very
came and
picked
went,
over.
and the dudes that are available now have been available all along, and they're still available for a reason.
Although, would you would agree with me, I would think. Like, of all the guys that were available, for the most part, Bakhtiari has played at the highest level.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
You're banking on that not happening. That's why you're not signing him, a lot of these teams. But I'd like to get the tires and see. I mean, he's out there saying he wants to play 2 more years. He feels the best he's felt in a couple of years. That's what you say to get signed. I get that. It's probably worth giving it a try.
I'd like to investigate that.
Work him out, see what's what.
Mm-hmm.
What is the one last move you'd make if you were running the Commanders ahead of training camp? We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny. What song is this, Darius? I get sized.
It's called "The Best Day of My Life" by American Authors.
Okay. Is this in a movie or is this in a commercial?
I think it's in a movie.
Why do I know this song?
It's definitely often in commercials. I can't recall what movie it's from, but it definitely wouldn't surprise me.
It's very like montage, romantic comedy. Somebody's like having a great time in New York City. They go outside and they're spinning around. They got shopping bags. You could see it. You can picture it.
I like it. It elicits good emotions in me, but it makes me think it's in a movie that I like.
One of the Trolls movies, I'm sure they sang
commercials. Lock, it's in commercials because I can just hear the chime. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. 6 o'clock tonight. We're taking you up to 6:30. It's the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Little ask us anything, something you want us to discuss that we did not earlier in the show. You'll be able to dial us up at that time for the G&D's Tony's mailbag. We got Fair or Foul coming up top of the hour. Darius will lead us through some of the burning topics in sports. I'm looking forward to that as well. Let's put a bow, though, on our Commanders conversation. One move they need to make before the start of training camp. Danny's adamant they got to go get a wide receiver. Follow-up question on that. What about quantity over quality? Like if they signed another guy like what they've already signed.
That doesn't do it for me.
Doesn't help.
Because we've got
you want a stud.
Yeah. There are 5 guys that I put in that. I don't know if there's actually 5, but there's like a handful of dudes that are in that De'Ami Brown, Dax Milne, Olamide Zaccheaus tier of I'm not interested. You could find that guy at any time. And they did. They found a bunch of those guys. And they're hoping that somebody from that tier emerges into somebody legit. I'm not playing that game. That's nice when you've got Pat Mahomes and you're like, man, let's try this guy that's been out of the league for a year, or let's trade for Kadarius Toney. Let's try anything because we have a couple of high-priced guys in Mahomes and Chris Jones and Travis Kelce. We need something like that. This is a rookie quarterback trying to get his feet wet in the NFL. This needs to be a far more secure thing for me. And I put the line in that same category.
Yeah. I am going to side with you that I want a stud wide receiver as well. But I would prioritize left tackle. I think they've still got to fix the offensive line. I think about this sometimes because we're all hopeful that this front office is really good and that they're better at evaluating talent. And there's certainly a path to them being right. But what if Ron Rivera did this offseason exactly what Peters did on the O-line? Think about that.
Because we just went through that exercise, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically what he did for all the years before that. But if this was the Rivera group and they were now going into a Jaden Daniels at number 2 overall led season where they had a left tackle competition between Lucas and a guard tackle they drafted they like more than a lot of people, where they have a left guard who was a backup for the Kansas City Chiefs, kind of like an Andrew Wiley scenario, I suppose. Then at center, they signed a guy from the last team that Rivera worked for that he knew pretty well from Carolina. That's Biotish in Dallas with Quinn. Cosme's the one guy you don't have to worry that much about. And then they rolled the table and rolled the dice again with Andrew Wiley at right tackle. We would be destroying them.
That's right.
If Rivera and the Marty Party was still here and this was their O-line plan, we would be eviscerating them every single day, just annihilating this plan. And I don't think it's hypocritical or problematic that we're not doing that for Peters because it's a different group. They're different evaluators. And if they got Biotish right, Allegretti right, their set of eyes on Wiley in a new offense, the way that they're going to do it, could be a very different player than the one last year. By the way, he had a pretty decent second half. So you give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm just saying that we're giving him a really big benefit of the doubt that after a few years of realizing the last group couldn't do it, we did not give them.
Yeah, so I've been yelled at a bunch for this, and I don't mind on the old social medias. I'm happy to wear it. There's a difference between, hey, I disagree with them about this because I think they have made a mistake here. I do. I think Peters and company have not gotten this correct. They certainly think they have gotten it correct. Now, the difference between this group and Ron and the Martys was at least I know for a fact that it's thoughtful. In other words, they've got a plan. They have an idea. Whether I agree with that idea or not, I think is the beauty of sports debate. I don't do because this person said it, I rubber stamp it. I try to think critically about whatever message I'm being delivered. The previous group we've seen the articles. You read them all. Everybody knows it was whichever way the wind blew. It was the new philosophy, the new paradigm of the day was something else. It's lack of leadership and a guy that was overwhelmed and shouldn't have been in the position that he was in terms of Rivera. So, but I disagree with Peters and company, their actions to this point on this part. I love 90-some% of what they did this offseason, whether it's coaching staff filling out, whether it's Lance Newmark, whether it's I don't know, go down the line. I think they've done a really, really good job on a lot of things. I disagree with them on their assessment of the tackle position and the wide receiver position. They think they're good. Otherwise, they would have done something else. I think they have work to be done here. And if they're right, that's awesome because they'll be winning more games and the offense will be good.
Yeah. By the way, the best front offices that get everything right at a higher clip than most are wrong a lot. So I don't play the in so-and-so we trust as it pertains to never doubting them or never questioning them game. Be a critical thinker. Think for yourself. I think there is such a thing as giving benefit of the doubt, understanding when somebody's good at this, understanding that it's okay to think differently if you know what you're doing. I trust Adam Peters implicitly right now. That'll change if he's wrong a lot. But I certainly trust him and Newmark a lot more than I did the last group. But what I don't do, the bit that I just don't play, is the same thing. The same people now that go, how dare you question them, are the same guys screaming at me for questioning Rivera 4 years ago. Or it's the same thing with quarterback people that are all in or obsessed with Heineke or on to Wentz, and then they're on to Howell, and now they're on to Daniels. It's the same group, yeah? And I will think for myself. I will watch and evaluate for myself. I think everyone should do that. Like, you don't have to make up your mind on June 21st. Let the games play out. Let's see what happens, yeah? But there is something to be said for they are very similarly addressing the line as to how the last group did it in terms of resource allocation.
Yep.
I think they're smarter and they're banking on we got it right. The last group got it wrong. So because they got it wrong, I'm not going to assume this guy's going to or this front office will. But it's not that different to just bring in a familiar interior lineman, to grab a guard on the cheap who was a backup. That's what they've done. To neglect the tackle position more than we wanted them to. That all sounds pretty familiar. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll hit some big topics in sports, fair or foul next, with Darius at the controls navigating us through those waters on G&D. As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm of Condori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction and help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. They'll give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. Your last chance to win tickets to Old Glory DC Rugby is going to come your way a little bit later on this hour. So stay tuned for details. It'll be the last ride here for this week for those tickets to Old Glory Rugby in DC. But it is time. 5 o'clock, 90 minutes to go in the week before we are done and headed home here on Grant and Danny. A little fair or foul. We bring in producer Darius Dameron to guide us through some of the big stories in sports.
Happy Friday, everyone. Let's start with the UFL. The UFL staying the same. They have confirmed that they'll be back for a second season after merging the USFL and the XFL together last year. They will be returning with 8 teams, same cities. There's going to be no expansion, no changes of any sort. Fair or foul on the decision to run it back without any changes?
I think that's fair. I think if you're actually going to do something, one season doesn't necessarily make or break things. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some tweaks. Maybe they'll change a rule here or there, but the constant shuffling where it's like the Arena League, where it's like this year there's 14 teams, next year there's 4, Ted Leonsis owns 3 of them, makes it seem illegitimate. If you have something that's stable, you can start to build a rivalry. You can start to build rosters and have people in the cities that fans kind of come to know. I think it's the right call.
I'll go fair on this as well. Maybe not as bold or underlined as you. I think that they probably should do some type of a relegation situation, to be honest.
Oh,
because first of all, there's intrigue. And I don't mean in terms of record as much as attendance. I actually think that'd be really cool. Like, you want your team in the UFL, don't be bottom in attendance. You cannot have the fewest people come see you because there's other cities that we can choose from. There were a bunch of cities that lost teams when the XFL dropped, when the USFL dropped. And I think there should be something they could look into in that regard. This year, St. Louis averaged 34,000 per game, far and away the most. DC was second of the rest of the 8 teams. They were the best. And they also all play in stadiums that don't make it possible to have 34,000.
Sure.
St. Louis has a dome, but I think they would still outdraw. Their home gates, by the way, 40,000 plus, 31,000 plus, 32,900, and then 32,400.
Man,
that's unbelievable.
That's ridiculous.
DC in their home games, 14,400, 15,052, 16,000 in week 5, 14,000, and then 12,000. But the bottom of the barrel in terms of the average was Houston at 7,100. They had a game where right around 6,000 people came. Like, I would think about something like that moving forward, where if you're dead last in attendance, you're out for the year.
How about it?
You can hop back in, but you're out for the season. I think there could be something fun there.
We just witnessed Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars get a hefty contract extension. Next up could be Tua Tagovailoa. Tua is going to get a market contract over $50 million a year for the Dolphins. Fair or foul?
This is fair. He's going to get it. I would not give it to him, and I don't think they should, but they will. When you play at the level that he has, statistically, you get paid. And he is, even though, in my opinion, he's a product largely of the staff that is there, led by Mike McDaniel, who's excellent, and the playmakers around him, led by Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, among others. He has put up some monster totals. He's played in the regular season specifically at a very, very high level. So when you're a 4,500-yard passer, when you're throwing 30-plus touchdowns, you don't walk. It just doesn't happen. There's no precedent for that in this sport. McDaniel has also, since the first day he got hired, his MO, his entire public statement, what's it called when a company has like a mission statement?
Your axiom, your philosophy, your core value.
Yeah, like his number one thing he sold since the first day was, I'm here to fix Tua. He's playing well. So could you do better? Yeah, good luck, though. It's really hard. I think they will pay him. I say fair. He gets 55 or whatever it is mil per year.
Yeah, they're 19-11 when he plays over the last couple of years. 54 touchdowns, 22 picks. Someone's going to do it. Some team is going to say, we're not doing this and we opt for the abyss, I don't think it's going to be these Miami Dolphins, though. I think they're going to keep running it back, so I believe that is fair. He gets paid.
His numbers, by the way, just looking at them over the last few seasons, they're juicy. He led the NFL 4,600 yards this past season. He led the league in touchdown percentage the year before that. If he's healthy, like he goes out and he puts up monster numbers because the offense is that good. But I think a lot of guys can put up good numbers, but he's very accurate. He does a lot of things well. They're going to keep rolling with him. So it sounds like we're both in agreement that they're going to pay him.
Indeed. JJ Redick is going to leave the ESPN booth and the ESPN studios and possibly the podcast booth to join LeBron James as the head coach of the Lakers.
Does this mean that Toby might get a managing job from Bustin' Loose Baseball? If podcasters are now eligible to be hired as head coaches or managers, could Toby be managing like the Colorado Rockies?
Is he an official candidate? Has he met with anybody?
The door is officially open for podcasters to get head coach jobs. So good for everyone out there who's a podcaster. Fair or foul, LeBron James is going to outlast JJ Redick's tenure with the Lakers.
Ooh, I'm going to say that is fair. This is going to be a short-term thing.
Whoa.
LeBron plays for another couple of years. I don't think JJ makes it a couple of years. This is another fleeting fancy for LeBron because he likes JJ right now because they did a podcast together.
Done? You think he gets fired after this season?
Yeah, they're going to do what they did with Darvin Ham, where he lasts an hour and a half, and what they'll do with the next guy. They're broken. This is a team that's maxed out to try to make LeBron happy, and he can no longer single-handedly will a team to the finals because the West is too deep. B, he's still an all-time player, still incredible, but Anthony Davis won't stay healthy, and they've got a couple nice supporting pieces, but this is just the latest. Is LeBron happy? No, he's only 8 out of 10. Let's make him happy. We'll draft his kid, and we'll get the guy he hosts a podcast with to be the head coach. So, yeah, I think LeBron outlasts JJ Redick.
I'll say foul. JJ Redick will outlast LeBron. He's 39 years old. You don't hire a coach in his 30s without giving him some runway. I would think a minimum of 2, probably 3 or more seasons. LeBron's got, I would think, 2 left in him, maybe. 3 is a max. But I think JJ Redick's going to be a long-term answer as a coach. I don't know how good he'll be right away. But I don't think you go get him if you're not willing to go through some growing pains with him. They're also going to be in a state of transition shortly after LeBron walks. So if that's 2 years from now, then why do you have to blow JJ Redick out then to be a part of the bad Lakers where they're going to be bad? So I think I didn't see how many years is on the contract, but my guess is he's going to have, 4, 5, 6 seasons there.
He signed a 4-year deal. So 4 years to get it right with the Lakers.
Real quick before you move on, because we have not talked about this on the show. I don't know where you're at, Danny, on hiring head coaches who have never coached before at any level. He has 0 experience. He's not the first guy to get this opportunity. Derek Fisher, like an hour after he was playing, was a head coach. We've seen
Steve Nash. I mean, there's a dozen of these guys.
Jason Kidd.
In the NBA, it's a thing.
It really is. Like the recent player, baseball to an extent too. That recent player immediately hops into the coaching ranks. Sometimes they'll go to the minors for a year or whatever. But that is, to your point, there's a hiring process that leads to these types of hires. I just think from the outside looking in, it looks really embarrassing. I'm not saying it's a bad hire. I don't know enough about JJ Redick as a coaching candidate. He seems like a very, very smart guy.
He's a super sharp basketball mind, but there's a lot of those.
I love him on television, but it just looks so embarrassing to me that LeBron started a podcast with a guy, and then he became the head coach of the Lakers. Like, what are your qualifications? I do a podcast with LeBron. Everyone makes that joke, but I mean, really, truly think about that. Yeah. The nuts and bolts of this are JJ Redick, television analyst, did a podcast with LeBron James where they X and O'd and talked about the offense they wanted to run and what the Lakers were doing. And then JJ Redick became the head coach of the Lakers. I'm sorry, but that's super embarrassing for the Lakers. That feels very low brow, low rent. It should be embarrassing to all the LeBron defenders and marks out there that he just bringing his buddy in to be the head coach. I know they tried to go a different route and they tried to make one really good hire and basically were told no, it sounds like. So I'll just reiterate, I think that's super embarrassing.
Well, so it's not just this specific case in general, by the way. I'm generally against it, I would say. Every once in a generation, lightning strikes and there's somebody was born to be the manager or the coach or whatever. But to me, this is kind of an indictment. I don't say indictment. That's probably too harsh. A kind of a window into the current NBA. And what I mean by that is I love basketball. I've always loved the NBA. I like it less now than I did, growing up and even the last handful of years. you have to basically be a person that was just now in the locker room just to relate to the players. And I know there's always going to be some of that where the older guy has trouble relating to the younger guy. But still, if you think about the football coach or otherwise, it's still guys 20 years the senior of a young player coming to the league. It's now somebody that was just there, averaging 13-6 a couple of seasons ago, who's been talking about sports on TV, and now is your head coach. And that's on a one-off. That's ubiquitous now. And I think that's a little bit too much. The pendulum is swung towards you've got to keep one or two stars happy in order to have a chance. I don't love that about the league at this point.
The vaunted NFC East division hasn't had a repeat winner since 2004, where the Eagles won 4 straight. Fair or foul, the Cowboys will repeat as division champion in the NFC East.
Foul. This doesn't happen in this division. The Eagles' demise is much exaggerated. They fell apart last year. I saw it. You saw it. We all saw it. That was an awful, awful stretch of football. A lot of things regressed. A lot of things came home to roost. We have counted them out prematurely. They still have a lot of nuts and bolts, a lot of ingredients, a great general manager, a quarterback that a lot of teams would love to have, good weaponry. I believe they will have retooled. I think they will be back atop this division as Dallas takes a small step back. Give me the Eagles to win it.
I agree with you. This is foul. They will not win the division. I don't think it has anything to do with the history that teams don't repeat. That's irrelevant to this season to me. Won't mean anything come September. I think it's just that Dallas had a terrible offseason. In fact, I was reading Nate Davis's work, one of our buddies who's on the Blitz a lot, in the USA Today. He ranked every team's offseason the other day. And the only team he gave an F to was the Dallas Cowboys, which is understandable because they really didn't do anything other than draft Tyler Guyton, who they added on their offensive line, probably going to start at left tackle. They may have even gotten worse there early on until he gets his feet kind of under him. But their passing game around Dak is worse. There's going to be more on CeeDee Lamb's plate coming off of a career year as Brandon Cooks is a year older. No Michael Gallup. They need Jalen Tolbert to get better. Their running game is worse. Ezekiel Elliott is back. The last time he was there and running the ball, he was terrible. That was 2 years and a bad season with another team ago, and they went back to the well. I don't really understand that. They lost a ton of talent on defense, starters, a defensive coordinator, a top assistant to the defensive coordinator, and Joe Witt. Both of those guys, Witt and Quinn, are here in D.C., obviously. So they lost a lot. They've added almost nothing. They were strapped for cash. They couldn't do anything. They're just not that good to me compared to a year ago, and because of that, I don't think they win the East.
You can call him your Terry. I can call him my Terry. I think he's our Terry.
Our
Terry. He was on SVP last night, and they put up a graphic. They showed he's one of 4 receivers who in the last 4 years has gone for 75 catches and over 1,000 yards. Well, it looks like the sports books have him has his yardage prop for 2024 at 900 yards. Fair or foul, Terry's going to go under 1K for the first time in his career.
Foul. He will absolutely get back up to 1,000 yards as he has the last 4 seasons. That's a great stat, by the way. 4 receivers, 75 and 1,000 over the last 4 years. And he would have been 1,000 5 for 5, Mike Evans style, if he didn't miss the final 2 games of his rookie season. And he was already at 920 yards. I will say foul on this because death, taxes, fast food making you fat, and Terry McLaurin getting his numbers. He will go out. He's going to get targeted 125 times. He's going to catch over 70 balls. And after last year, when he had 12 yards to catch, I think that number goes up this year. He's been working a lot on yards after the catch. You heard Dan Quinn talking about that at minicamp. I think he's back in the 13.5 or so, 14-yard per catch range. And I think he goes for 1050, 1075, 1100 this season. He will be over 1,000. I can't believe his prop is down at 900.
I think it's fair. Stuff happens. This is the NFL. It's rarer to play.
Hasn't happened to him the last 4 years.
No, it is not. That's why you're due to miss a couple of games. Remember, he had an injury at the start of the season. He probably shouldn't have played through last year, for example, with that toe. Stuff happens in this league. It is a league of attrition. You miss a couple of games. You see what happens. His rookie year, he fell, 80-some yards shy. I think he'll still be good. He's still Terry McLaurin. Still love the dude. Still happy he's here. I think counting on things not to happen is a little bit of fool's gold, a little bit of a fallacy because it hasn't happened over the last several seasons.
After the Nats had won 8 of 9, they have cooled off on offense. They start a 3-game series tonight in Colorado. Fair or foul, Coors Field is just what the offense needs to get going.
It's going to be foul. I think this is one of those cold spells. I think the book is out. There's not much damage to be done if you just challenge the majority of these hitters. Lane Thomas can do some things, and Jesse Winker's hitting it well, and that's good. the Rockies pitching staff is a sad face, but you could have a AAA pitching staff right now and pitch to a bunch of guys who should probably be in AAA hitting the baseball. So I don't think the offensive woes continue despite the friendly confines.
It's funny you say that because my first thought was, well, of course they're going to get right. The pitchers they're facing aren't that good. And then I remember that the Diamondbacks have 3 injured pitchers, and they just shoved with a couple dudes with ERAs over 5 against the Nats. But those games were not at Coors Field.
No, they were not.
They will definitely get right. This is what Coors Field is built for. It's born to allow teams that are slumping to feel better about themselves. That is the whole point of Coors Field. Tonight, Dakota Hudson's on the mound, 2-9 record, 4.89 ERA, whip of about 1.5. The boys will battle. They will get on board. They will steal bases. They will score runs. For whatever reason, too, Danny, and I didn't look this up, but I feel pretty good about this year. I feel like they've been just better and more consistent on the road offensively. You know, a lot of their dry spells, I think about that Mets series was terrible at home.
Yeah, they're bad at home.
Diamondbacks. So they've hit a little bit better. Cal Quantrill's throwing in the second game of the series. He's actually pretty solid. Kyle Freeland goes in the third game of the series. His ERA this year, he's had a great year. It's at 13.21. So I think things are going to be okay for the Nationals in this 3-gamer against the Rockies.
200 at home, 500 on the road. They've scored actually right about the same number of runs, but I'm with you. It just feels like they've been different on the road.
Same number of games?
2 more games on the road.
Okay.
So it's about the same number of runs per game. Yeah, it's more a statistically negligible difference.
I just don't remember the maddening approach, the early 70 pitch through 8-inning starter on the road thing.
It feels
happens
like
at
those
home
3
way
games
more
where they score a total of 4 runs happens at home. I'm with you.
The Wizards last night asked everybody to set their alarms for 2:02 in the morning. Now at 2:15 in the morning, they ended up releasing these new photos of their new uniforms that integrates the DC flag into their uniforms over navy blue colored jerseys. Wizards uniforms are a good look and should be worn frequently. Fair or foul?
Very fair. This isn't down the line kicking up chalk. This is a gapper all the way to the wall. 1 run score. There run will score. There run will score.
Are you taking third base? Are you getting a triple out of that?
Uh-oh. This could be a little league home run. Is there a misplay in the outfield? Here comes run number 4. I love these unis. I tweeted about this. I think navy blue and red is can't miss for the DC teams that do that color structure. The Nationals navy blues are my 1 seed. I don't know if you remember. You probably don't, Danny, because you were asleep at the wheel.
Okay.
Do you remember the Washington Valor jerseys at all? The Arena Football League
Yeah.
team?
The blues and then the quadrant things.
They had a white, but they also had a navy blue. The navy blues were just sexy. I love a navy blue kit with red patterning, and that's what these district jerseys are. Now, here's what I hate about them. The of Columbia under district. I don't know why, but it's just so weird. I understand DC is the District of Columbia, so does everybody else. You don't need to put of Columbia. So you saw this, right?
Yeah,
they say in white in the middle, right on the chest, the district, and then the numbers below that. But sandwiched in between in little print is of Columbia. No one needs to know that it's of Columbia. Everybody knows what the district is. Thank you.
You can buy an XL18 flamethrower for $3,450. I don't know if that includes shipping or not. We should do a GoFundMe to take up enough money to get the flamethrower and burn every one of these jerseys in a giant fire of conflagration to this nonsense. This is the most foul thing ever. This is a rotten egg inside of a fart. It sucks. They suck. The worst. Embarrassing. Everyone be ashamed. Please stop. This is not for me. This is for some young person who's like, though, nonsense. Listen to mumble rap with a Casio keyboard, drum kit in the background, and wear these jerseys with your hat sideways.
Why are you attacking Ryan?
This is basically about Ryan. Because he said he loved them.
But, okay,
they are so
what are you
stupid
so
looking.
mad about?
That anyone likes them. No, these need to be we need to stop letting these things happen. If enough people say no, they won't happen anymore. Let's all try so hard. Uniforms are fine. Stop whatever this is. Whatever that is embarrassing. Everyone should be so embarrassed.
What are you embarrassed
They
by?
look so stupid. Johnny Davis is out there throwing up bricks.
You're mad at Johnny Davis. It has nothing to do with the jersey.
It's a huge part of it. He's modeling it. It looks dumb. The jerseys look dumb. They look like pajamas with the sleeves cut off. They're horrible. They are so horrible.
I, for one, am stunned. I would have thought Danny was really excited by this release.
No to this.
I don't know about you. So it's foul.
Foul.
Seems like foul
An
off the bat.
actual chicken. This is a El Pollo. This is the foulest thing ever. No one mistook it for fair. It never had a chance. It wasn't trickling on the line. And the third baseman lets it roll foul. It's going to be 1 ball, 2 strikes. This is in the third deck. Foul back towards us. Oh, almost made the catch. No
Straight
to this.
back to the screen.
No.
I don't know about you, Darius, Ryan. I would have thought Danny really liked these.
The red
unis.
the red stripes that go under the armpit.
Well, we talked about it last night when we were doing a little show prep after recording Bustin' Loose
Oh,
Baseball.
that's true. Me and Darius had just finished Bustin' Loose Baseball, and he's like, they're releasing these. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if Danny wants to talk about that very much.
Let's talk about it at 2:02 in the morning. First of all, that's cool. That's a good idea. You could do it at 2:02 p.m. though. Also,
Yeah, why did they do 2:02 a.m.?
Yeah, that was a bad bit.
I like, by the way, that you like that part, or you're cool. Like, to me, that's the dumbest part of the whole thing.
2:02 makes sense. Like, at least own the idea that this is a DC thing. But
why
they shouldn't
when
be.
everyone's sleeping? There's a 2:02 when people are awake.
I know that's what I'm saying. 2:02 p.m. would have been the superior 2:02.
So wait, are you saying the jerseys don't own that they're representing DC with the big DC flag on it?
And the District of Columbia.
Oh, wait, it's the district. Now I get it. No, they're terrible. Listen, do it at 2:02 p.m. I'm happy to help you guys with this. Don't do these. And if you got another announcement, do it at 2:02
a.m.
p.m.
Oh, p.m.
when people are around. We're on the East Coast time here.
Can we get one clarification?
Yeah.
Please? No matter what anyone puts out, any quote-unquote New Jersey reveal, you're going to hate it, right?
No, not necessarily.
So you would potentially like something. You just want an all-white with a number and a letter and nothing else.
It's possible they're going to be good. I know that what it looks like an equal sign that runs around somebody's armpit looks really, really foolish.
So you're not mad that they're doing this. You're mad that it looks bad in
Yeah,
your
for
opinion.
example, when the Nationals did their, was it City Connect? Is that whatever the catchphrase
Grays
is?
joint, yeah.
The Grays, phenomenal, beautiful, gorgeous jersey.
DC
when,
Grays.
Yeah, when they made their weird T-shirt thing that looks like a cheap knockoff with the blue sleeve and the white, that's a dumb, stupid jersey.
They were yesterday.
When something's dumb and stupid, we say that right there, dumb and stupid. This right there, dumb and stupid.
You're going to hate this.
What's that?
I love the pullover jerseys.
Oh, I know you do.
They are fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
They wore them yesterday.
I know, I remember.
I am all in on them.
Yeah.
It's like the white two-tone with the blue sleeve. Let's go.
Horrendous.
I'm watching a video right now of Jesse Winker rounding the bases wearing them, and they just look so great.
It looks like a knockoff BP shirt that you would get at like a truck stop.
It does, but it's now great. And by the way, I think there are 3 and 1 in them before yesterday. Me and Toby were looking up. They're pretty much
Interesting.
500 in most jerseys. There's one.
There's one where
What was the one, Tobe, that they were horrendous in? There's one where they're like 3 and 17 or something crazy. Like, maybe stop wearing that.
The white script Nationals.
He kept saying that. I don't know what that means. The white jersey?
Yeah, the white jersey with Nationals going across it in kind of like cursive.
So the normal jersey.
I guess that's technically our normal jersey now,
Yeah.
since they don't do the white curly W anymore.
By the way, they're so bad in that. It's their main jersey. You should just do all the other stuff.
Well, I'm going to have a flamethrower for these Wizards jerseys. I can burn them too.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. I'm stunned that Danny was not in on that. We talked JJ Redick being hired by the Lakers. Should coaches be given opportunities with zero experience? We could tackle that as we continue on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 on this Friday. The Nats play late night baseball out in Colorado. Not as late as it'll be later in this road trip, I guess, when they're in San Diego to take on the Padres. 8:40 start this evening at Coors. I'm just watching a crash that I just saw online at Watkins Glen. Looks like a road course where guys are kind of going around the bend. Check out this car. Flies off the track, goes across to the wall.
Oh,
and
God.
Completely goes up in the air. That's petrifying.
Horrifying.
You know who's got all the stones are race car drivers.
100%.
Not just NASCAR, which is definitely a thing, but any kind of F1. You got to watch the show Drive to Survive, by the way.
It's terrible,
But have you ever seen it in these documentary series is when like the wives or the girlfriends or the moms are sitting there watching their loved ones compete and how excruciating that is. It is just exhausting, I'm sure, mentally and physically, as they're just gritting their teeth and puncturing holes in their fingers with their nails.
Well, do you remember? I think it was season 3. The driver eludes me. I think I may have this right. I think it was Roman Grosjean.
Okay.
Does that sound correct to you?
I don't
Is that
remember
possible?
that.
It was either him or like pure gas. I can't remember who it was. But when everybody's like in F1, they know the wrecks are serious. Guys flip because those cars are so light and it's dangerous. I mean, they do the best they can with safety stuff. But however it happened, he smashes into the wall and it looks like a fireball.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, there's some burning, there's some smoke. A fireball. And you don't see him get out. And everyone's going, that dude is incinerated. And he made it out, thankfully. But it's like the scariest thing you've ever seen.
Do you think that if you're a driver on a Sunday in NASCAR, they've made so many adjustments to improve the safety of those cars since the last tragedy when Dale Earnhardt died?
Mm-hmm.
But do you think it crosses your mind at some point before the race, you could actually die racing that day? Or it doesn't even have to be NASCAR, like F1
yeah,
or IndyCar. I only really watch the Indy 500, but I know that that's a circuit that is, they have races every weekend. I guess what I'm asking is, do you think that those drivers even think that way, or can you not?
I think they're so good at that mental process of blocking out bad and only, enhancing the good.
Yeah.
Right. For their own performance. Cause that's such a focused sport more than anything else. I mean, obviously incredible amount of skill and dexterity to be able to do these things quickly, but that is such a confidence essential thing to go in there and feel like you're invincible.
Yeah.
I bet they all are so good at blocking that out, but yeah, I mean, it's impossible not to have your mind wander every once in a while about how I just took that turn at 194 miles an hour. Like what?
The technology now in these cars too is incredible. These engineers that build some of this stuff that keeps these guys safe. Like the wreck I just showed you from whatever qualifying or whatever's going on today, where this guy went up in the air and the car's just spinning around and then lands on its side and he just hops out the window. By and large, like 90+% of the time, these guys just walk right out like nothing happened. After these unbelievable crashes where they're in the air, spinning end over end like a football sometimes. There was a race, might have been the Daytona 500 a couple years ago, but it was one of the super speedways where Joey Logano is one of the more famous drivers, won a title, really, really good driver. His car went airborne and literally went like end over end down the super speedway.
Unreal.
And he just walked out and he was like screaming about how he's like, we got to think about how we're doing this. And he was clearly pretty mad about it. He's like, we got to talk about this. And I'm like, well, two things. One, you might be right. Two, you're opting into this. And also, somebody's doing something right because you don't have a scratch on.
You just walked away from that. Yeah.
It's insane. But football's the same way. Do football players think about what could potentially happen every time they take the field? I have talked to guys about this, and it's gone both ways, where somebody will tell me, I will never think about the risk of being paralyzed or not walking off the field or something terrible happening to me. Other guys say, I think you have to acknowledge that every single time you play. It crosses your mind. I'm sure everyone's a little different, maybe. I would probably be the person where the only way I can allow myself to do it is if I compartmentalize and just put it to the side. Rather than coming to terms with it, I can't operate moving forward the same way. I probably have to go, it just doesn't happen. 0.0001% of the time, I'm going to be fine. That's the way I would think about it. But I'm sure players do both, where every game you play in, might be extreme to say putting your life on the line. Luckily, that has not happened. Knock on wood. But the DeMar Hamlin situation was obviously very different. That was a 1 in a million kind of contact to the chest at the perfect time. But I'm thinking more like real legitimate injuries. And there are a long list of guys, tragically, that have been paralyzed and their lives changed. Think about Ryan Shazier and so many other players like that, where your career ends like that. Remember the former Redskins safety who played with the Texans after, Matt Stevens, who's been, doesn't move around, can't walk
Right.
ever since. Like, there's a list of those guys. We don't even know their names all off the top of our head, but they're out there.
So this is nowhere near as severe, or the stakes of it. But when I was 11, a guy named Billy Heiler, who went on to pitch at Cornell, threw kind of sidearm, threw pretty hard. Ball hit me just above my left eye, so under the helmet, where the bridge of the helmet kind of covers like a hat, and then it goes over your left ear. But it caught me right above the eyebrow, right? So obviously freaked me the hell out. I had to leave the game and go to the hospital. Ended up, it was, not too bad. It wasn't even a cracked orbital bone or anything like that. It was still really, really scary, really traumatic. It took a while to get out of the idea that I might get hit in the face again. Do you know what I mean? Like, I had more at bats. I was able to play with a week later, but I wasn't real comfortable for a little while.
Well, how about Bryce Harper? Same exact thing. So he got hit in the face a couple of years ago. I think this is a decent pull by me. I can't guarantee this, but I'm pretty sure it was Genesis Cabrera who hit him. It was like a lefty who was pitching for the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
Bryce Harper, just about 2 weeks ago, was in the box, and twice a pitcher came up and in. I think it was Kyle Harrison, the young lefty for the Giants, and came up, bridging up around the nose. And Harper backed away. And the second time, he basically was looking out at him and about to charge the mound. And then when you slow it down and John Boy does his thing where he figures out what Bryce is saying, he basically said, I don't want to be hit in the face again. I'm fine. I just don't want to be hit in the face again. It's exactly what you're talking about. It probably takes a long time to mentally get to a point where you can stand back in the box and you can be Bryce Harper again after you just got beamed with 97.
So, yeah, and again, this is little league stuff, and I was fine, but it was one of those things where that fear or that tentativeness was there for a while, and it took, enough at bats and enough times for everything to become routine again, where it ended up becoming, as I said, routine again. But you think about the much higher stakes of somebody like, yep, I'm just, this time, someone else is trying to, at the fraction of an inch to get past me at hundreds of miles an hour in a machine that I really don't have control of. That takes chutzpah.
Connor Orr of SI made 100 bold predictions. 2 of them were about the Commanders. If one of the 2 comes true, which would it be? We'll pit those against each other next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Chad Cordero was on the show earlier today. If you missed that interview, you can podcast it when we're done at thefandc.com, grantanddanny.com/audio. If you want to see the Chief, Chad Cordero teaching our guy, assistant producer Ryan Clary, some of his pitching ways, some pitch grips. You can go to my Instagram at Grant H. Paulson and check a video I posted of Chief as our pitching coach for Ryan out at Instagram. Again, Grant H. Paulson. We are taking you up to 6:30. G&D's Tony's Mailbag right at the top of the hour. We will be giving away tickets at the very end of the show, about 6:20 or so, to go see Old Glory Rugby in D.C. It'll be the final 4-pack we're giving away this week on Grant and Danny. A couple of things before we get to the mailbag at the top of the hour. Do you have any problem with the Lakers hiring J.J. Redick with zero experience to be their head coach?
The problem is probably too strong. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't go down that road. But I know what's happening. I mean, they want LeBron to stay. They want him happy. They're going to do what makes him happy. This has always kind of been the cost of doing business with him.
I agree with you on that. I would not have hired him. I would not hire coaches without experience to coach at the highest level. I know that's a crazy concept.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the relatability of being a former recent player. I think you could sit on someone's bench for a year or two and pick up a lot of how to be a coach, good and bad. Learn from someone, doesn't matter if they're that good, what they do and what you would do differently and better. So I would not have hired him. He may well be very good, just like when Derek Fisher and Jason Kidd and Steve Nash and others were hired with no experience. It didn't mean it was a bad hire. It's just not the way I would go about it. Do you think J.J. Redick would have been a candidate if he didn't do a podcast with LeBron James? And before you answer, it is not that uncommon that TV personalities like Van Gundy, he was a coach before that, but I'm thinking about Mark Jackson, Steve Kerr.
Yeah, Kerr had some experience, went to TV, then went back.
See it all the time.
Yeah.
Aaron Boone was an ESPN baseball analyst, got the Yankees job. Like, that's not that abnormal. What's his name that with me at MLB Network Radio? Eduardo Perez does the morning show on our 24/7, baseball channel that I'm on. He interviews for managerial jobs just about every single year. That's not that abnormal, but I don't think he would have been the favorite, certainly, and I don't think he would have gotten the job if not for his relationship with LeBron.
No, it enhanced his Q rating in the NBA circles. I mean, I think that's indisputable. By the way, that's not crazy to me. You get a great chance to show your acumen. You get a great chance to show what you would be like in the X's and O's room. Whereas if you're trying to explain, they're switching on defense to me, the unwashed masses, during a playoff game, very different than that in-depth, incredible, knowledgeable, blow-by-blow breakdown as to who, what, where, when, and why teams are running certain actions and what you can do against it. I mean, that stuff is crack for hoop heads.
The other thing that we teased, I want to pay off really quickly. Connor Orr of SI ranked 100 bold predictions on the NFL season in 2024 coming up in September. 2 of them were Commanders related. He said he thinks Jaden Daniels wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. He also had Frankie Louvu making the Pro Bowl in his first season in D.C. If one of those was going to come to fruition, I would actually roll with Frankie Louvu being a Pro Bowler. I think Daniels has a chance to be excellent, and if he puts up the numbers that he's capable of, I think he's going to be in the hunt. But Caleb Williams has better supporting cast in Chicago. They should be a better team this year. I think some of the rookie receivers, including Marvin Harrison Jr. in Arizona, Malik Neighbors with the Giants, are going to get a lot of targets and catches to factor into that conversation as well. There's not as much bad generally. Like a drop doesn't equal to a bad interception or whatever with a wide receiver. I just think it's harder for Daniels to do it than it would be for Louvu when the ceiling is just that you need to make a Pro Bowl. He's coming off 5.5 sacks. They're going to turn up the heat a little bit in terms of what they ask him to do as a rusher. He had 7 sacks 2 seasons ago, probably easily could have made a Pro Bowl. I think he has 6 or 7 sacks, and he's talked about a lot more now. He's well known in Washington after getting a bunch of money this offseason. I do think Frankie Louvu could make a Pro Bowl. So I would side with that.
I do too. So let me just do a little devil's advocate for Daniels. The path is fairly clear. All it would take is Caleb Williams missing a couple of games or being disappointing anyway, and a quarterback that plays a lot that's going to run a whole bunch and have a decent system around him with potentially some options. You could see a year that may not be quite as strong, and quarterbacks always kind of get benefit of the doubt in those award seasons more so than other guys.
Next on G&D, the stretch run of the show, our final segment of the week. It's Friday at 6, so it's Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. This is an Ask Us Anything. You can fill up the phones now at 800-636-1067. You can tweet us your questions as well. Could be sports, could be non-sports, something you wanted to hear us talk about this week we didn't get to. Now you set the agenda for us. Our G&D's Tony's Mailbag. Ask us whatever you want. Next, right here on 106.7 The Fan, we are taking you up to 6:30. The Nats are in Colorado tonight at 8:40 on The Fan.
Here we go.
Stretch Run, Grant and Danny, the exclusive sponsor of this show, is the law firm of Kondori and Murrah. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. Score a discount. kmlawyers.com. It is 6 o'clock on Friday. It's the final segment of the week. We like to let our hair down, have a little fun, and peel back the curtain for you. It is time for the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Darris has the voice of an angel.
Every time, on pitch, on time. When he does it live like that, I get chills.
Fergie and Jesus.
Chills.
Darris, do you ever, singing this live, have you ever had like a rough voice that day and you were worried that it was going to cut out on you?
Yeah, there are times you come in here on a Friday because it's always going to be on a Friday.
Yeah,
that's when we do the segment.
Sure.
And you just got to tough it out though. You drink the right things. You drink some hot tea, put some honey in there, get you warmed up.
Get that. I saw him in the green room with a pitch whistle a couple minutes ago.
He's like, hey,
you weren't supposed to see that.
Tell me I'm singing
All right, Darris, get it going. Let's do this thing.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
First up, 800-636-1067. Ask us anything, sports or non-sports. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. You could call us at 800-636-1067. Derek's in Manassas. What's up, Derek?
Yeah, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
You guys have been together for 10 years. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What city or what kind of a job opportunity would actually take you to what's your dream team or dream job to cover that would actually break you all up and you would understand it for the other person?
I like that. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
So this is the market. What is the dream market or so? I mean, I grew up in the DC sports market, even though a lot of you guys don't think Virginia is part of the DMV. I'm from Virginia, and they claim DC teams where I'm from in the Northern Neck in King George County. So DC guy through and through. The DC teams are my teams. I would not want to do this anywhere else. Doesn't mean I wouldn't. I just wouldn't want to. The teams that I care about and would watch night in and night out as a fan are who I watch for work. That's what makes this what I call a get-to job, not a have-to job. But if I was like doing radio in Pittsburgh, having to cover all those teams, that would be a little bit more of a have-to job in the sense of, having to break down the Pirates and the Penguins.
It's good work, but it's still work.
Right, it's still fun, but not the same. So the dream market is this one. I've said this a lot. I talk about this all the time. I mean, at this point, honestly, with 3 kids and a family here, I'm not moving or going anywhere, ideally, unless, we get blown out and have to, unless I'm getting some kind of cool play-by-play gig. So I want to call games. I've had a lot of good opportunities doing that. I'm in a weird place where it's hard to get the experience I need to get right now without taking a big step back to go get it. I'm just not going to do that. So the right opportunity is just going to have to present itself at some point. But for me, the answer would be play-by-play, getting to call something either at network level or for a team, something like that.
Yeah. So I echo your sentiments about this marketplace. Like I could do sports radio somewhere else, but it would be like to follow the Cleveland teams. I wouldn't have the zeal and enthusiasm for them. I just don't. That's not built in. I care about these teams. I care about the 4 teams in this town. And I grew up where college basketball mattered and a bunch of other stuff. So in terms of of sports radio, there are probably more markets where we can make more money at some point, which would be nice. But there's nothing necessarily in terms of that would tear me away. To me, it would be something like a high profile TV thing, right? Where it's like your talents are, we know sports, but you can also, be funny, do characters or kind of whatever else. That kind of opportunity came along. That'd be one of those things where I go, Grant, it's been great. Thanks so much. I'm out.
Let's go, Darris, back to the well here. Another one on the phones.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Jay is in the District of Columbia. Very important to say that second
You got to say
part.
Columbia, yeah.
What's up, Jay? How are you?
What's up, you guys?
Hey, buddy.
I got like a behind the scenes question. Want to know for you guys. I want to know the art of an interview, how you guys get prepared for it, what makes a bad interview, and basically, I just wanted to know your top 5 like worst interviews, whether it was the person or it was you guys.
That is a great
That's
question.
a great one.
So there's a bunch of things I would say about the interview. You want to ask short questions, not long questions. Generally, the longer the question, the worse the answer. Not always going to be the case because sometimes you have to explain things, but that's the first thing.
Yeah, that's my worst habit, by the way, what Grant just referenced. I do this. You see, I know something, and here's my long, meandering way of getting to it. What do you think about that? And that's something I'm always cognizant of trying to work on to be, how can I make that more succinct and let them shine a little bit? So that's definitely a thing.
Yeah, the shorter, the better with a question. I don't know that it's necessarily a fault of yours or anything. I just think in general, when people, especially young people in broadcasting, inexperienced people, they try to tell the person on the phone what they know. You don't need to do that.
Yep.
You get 3.5 hours, the rest of the show to do that. Hey, I think the Commanders are going to be pretty good. I think they have a chance to win 9 games. What do you think their record's going to be? The first part is so irrelevant. You got this person on, ask them the question. What do you think their record's going to be? Nobody cares what your opinion is. The next segment, you could give your opinion on that. So that would be just a couple of like tips or pet peeves in terms of interviewing structure. As far as bad interviews, there aren't a lot coming to mind right away. We did an interview one time with John Wall that was dreadful.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually did other interviews with us where he wasn't bad, or even, I would even say good. I don't know if you remember this at all. We were at a media day, if I remember correctly, at like the practice courts at Capital One Arena. You remember doing this?
Yeah,
with
of
Wall?
course. Yep.
And he was like scrolling his phone the entire time. Didn't look up from his phone. The energy was literally like this.
There was an iPad in front of him, and he just picked up the iPad and started fiddling with it and playing with it. And we're like, "Hi, how's it going?
Anytime you're ready."
Yeah, we got to
right
talk
here.
to you.
And I like John Wall a
I'm
lot.
a huge Wall fan.
We did a bunch of interviews with him over the years. That was the only time I remember it being quite like that. Like that is one particularly terrible interview that stands out.
Which Wizard was it that yawned?
Oh man,
who yawned? Was the point guard? Was it Monte Morris?
Monte Morris.
Yep.
Yes,
that was tough.
2 times he yawned during the interview. He could not have cared less about doing it. And I have no relationship with him, so I'm not trying to be mean. I mean, the guy was nice enough to come on the show, but he didn't want to come on the show. It didn't seem like, and that was just like so off-putting. That was terrible.
So I've got 2. Well, if you're pondering,
I have one more guy that we had to say goodbye to, the John Rothstein.
Yep, that's one of my 2.
Situation. You could tell that one.
So John Rothstein, college basketball fanatic, analyst, knows everything about everything.
Star.
I mean, he's usually great on air. Marcus Smith, how long ago this was? Marcus Smart still at Oklahoma State. There was an incident where he goes into the stands and pushes a fan, gets in a fracas, whatever it was specifically, but I'm not really concerned about. Not to rehash it. So we had a college basketball expert on the show to tell us what's going to happen. How's this going to work? What's going on? And we were literally like, okay, what's the punishment going to be? He's like, I'm not here to talk about that. We want to talk about Oklahoma State's chances without him. Here's what they could do in the Big 12 tournament. What do you think's going to happen to Marcus Smart? Guys, I don't know about that, but here's what they can do in terms of their offensive sets and things like what's going to happen to Marcus Smart? And he wouldn't
like,
answer
if you
the
guys
question.
don't want to talk about basketball, then we don't need to talk or something.
And we went, okay, thank you so much for that, I guess. Like we brought on someone that knows the most. As far as I'm concerned, he knows the most of anybody that I follow or whatever that we had easy access to. And he had no interest in talking about the topic that was on everybody's mind in the country at that point. That was tough. Another one for me, I only met him one other time. Seemed like a very nice guy. Adam Carricker, former Redskin, defensive lineman.
Oh, I loved Adam Carricker.
Seems like a really good dude. He talks about Nebraska football now an awful lot.
But nice guy.
So we are 90 seconds into an interview where he'd already been kind of gruff and already been kind of disinterested and seemed annoyed that we were bothering him. Right? He was on to talk about the Redskins. He had just finished playing.
Adam Carricker.
This
is shocking.
And
to
so
me.
I asked Adam Carricker, what's the key to winning this weekend for Washington? Right? Just as softball a question as you could possibly have. Establish the run, be physical. You could say whatever the hell you want, and it's all fine. He literally goes, whoever scores more points. And I said, okay.
He was probably trying to be funny.
Mm-mm. I know the difference. And he went, and I went, okay, thanks so much. And I stopped doing the interview after 90 seconds of talking to him. Again, seemed like a really nice guy. Maybe bad dad. I don't know what was going on in
I was
someone's
on
life.
the beat at that time. I covered him. He was a really good dude.
Seemed like a mensch.
Yeah.
Really good marks from you, and others have said that was out of character. Totally fine. You're allowed to have a bad moment. I've probably had dozens and dozens, but that was the worst interview I ever personally did.
Oh, that's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Darius, warm up those pipes.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
KLD on Twitter wants to know what's going to be a better movie, Spaceballs 2 or Happy Gilmore 2? I hated Spaceballs. I think it's so overrated and terrible, and sitting through it's a miserable experience. So I'm going to go with Happy Gilmore 2. I loved Happy Gilmore. I'm actually interested to see Happy Gilmore 2. And if things work out for me in my life, I won't be seeing Spaceballs 2.
They both shouldn't be made, but Spaceballs 2, because it's probably got a better comedy team of writers and folks behind it. I haven't looked, but that's my bet.
Spaceballs is the one where he wears the big helmet, like
yeah, it's not for you.
Yeah,
it's because
it's very much.
Well,
not for me.
it's a
satire about Star Wars.
Yes, it's satirical about Star
So
Wars
I
and
already hate
other
Star
stuff.
Wars,
Right.
and then you're adding like unfunny satire to it. That's
So,
tough.
hilarious and brilliantly done. So the first one's a classic. The second one shouldn't be made.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
G wants to know, how do we feel about people not using their blinkers? I think people should use their blinkers.
The drifting into a different lane without notifying people that you're coming, I can't have it. You got to signal to people your intention.
Now, I will say, I don't think you have to use it every single time. Like, I'll tell you what's more annoying. If there's someone that's 100 feet back, you see him in the rear view, or you see him in your the side window, and they're far back, and so there's an opening to get over, and I could just get over without a blinker, and it's not going to impede their progress at all. Not the end of the world. That's fine. But the guy who speeds up and takes personal affront, takes it personally that you got over in front of him, not cut him off, not that he had to slow down. He's just 20 feet behind you, and you just get over to the left maybe last second, or don't put on the blinker or whatever. That guy being mad and angry and speeding up to ride your bumper now, worse than not putting on your blinker in that situation, in my opinion.
So
Maybe a hot take.
If you're in the right-hand turn only lane and you're up at the traffic light waiting, okay, you don't need a blinker. But everywhere else, let's signal. Let's show our intent. Let's let people know around you it's safer that way. That's how I feel.
Right turn only, no blinker.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're there and you're going to turn right as soon as you're
I got
allowed.
some context clues.
I know what you're doing. That's fine. And you're looking around. You're going to go right when you can.
Are you a blinker guy?
Yeah,
because I know you're a wild and crazy guy.
I notify people what I'm doing. You know exactly what I'm doing.
Doing it at that pace?
That's right.
I hope you do, you wild and crazy guy.
Get out of my way.
Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
PJ is in Reston. What's up, PJ?
Hey, how you doing?
Somebody.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm just running out of this Chipotle real quick. But hey, I wanted to ask you guys, what are your 3 favorite actors and 3 favorite actresses? And I thought Donald Sullivan, rest in peace, is amazing. Would you consider him one of the greatest American actors? Happy Friday, y'all.
Great question. Yeah, rest in peace, Donald Sullivan. What a career. Unbelievable arc. Finding incredible roles throughout. Just vastly different here, there, and everywhere. But then as President Snow in all the Hunger Games films that kind of cap off his illustrious career. Favorite actors for me, off the top of my head, I think Tom Hardy's incredible. Whatever Tom Hardy does, I'm basically like, if he bothers to make it, I should bother to see it. I love him. I love I love him so much, I'm blanking on his name. The also from Peaky Blinders, plays Tommy Shelby, Cillian Murphy. I think that guy's amazing. And my third other dude that I'll put in that group, give me Tom Cruise.
So are we going best actors or our favorite
Favorite.
actors? Okay, very different list to me.
Mhm.
Like best actors, I think Benedict Cumberbatch is an example. Unbelievable actor. I think
Mhm.
Daniel Day-Lewis, incredible actor. My favorite actor is Denzel Washington. I wouldn't say he's the best actor. I think he's a really good actor, but he is my 1 seed. Anything he's in, I will see, bar none. That's number 1. Another guy that I really like, again, not a particularly great actor, this guy, Mark Wahlberg. I love Mark Wahlberg.
Appreciate your support, okay?
Big fan of him. Whatever he's in, I will take it. I also like a lot. I'm debating between a couple guys. I'll probably go like Ryan Reynolds next. Again, not a great actor, but kind of my speed. I like him.
He's awesome.
Sneaky right off my list. I'm a big Michael Fassbender guy, but I would put him more in the
Dude,
category
he's
of,
good.
like, best actor.
Yeah, he's really good.
Sean Penn, Bryan Cranston is on my list of best actors. By the way, You Sleep on Your Honor, which I just finished season 1, and it's incredible. But yes, those are some. Now, actresses we have not hit on. I'm going to go with Sydney Sweeney. I'm a big Sydney Sweeney guy.
How come?
I think she's incredible.
And what?
Acting.
Acting.
Other actresses I really like include, let's go with Jennifer Aniston.
Okay.
Always been a fan of Jennifer Aniston. I like Scarlett Johansson. Or is it Johansson?
Johansson.
Marcus Johansson.
Mhm.
And then Jennifer Lawrence. Big Jennifer Lawrence guy. But primarily Sydney Sweeney. Danny, back to you.
This is a weird thing about me. I don't really have a favorite actress in the sense that, like, where I go, Tom Hardy's making a movie. I care about that.
Yeah.
If, like, Jennifer Lawrence makes a movie, I'm like, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but I'm not like that excited about it.
How about Emily Blunt? Emily Blunt is in Bangers.
Emily Blunt.
Also gorgeous, by the way. If I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah, who knows what the rules are? But again, I'm in favor of whatever I'm supposed to be in favor of and opposed to things I'm supposed to be opposed to.
I also like Margot Robbie. I think she's got a great catalog.
But it's not like if any of those ladies are like the headliner in a movie. Like whatever, what's the latest one? Fall Guy, where Emily Blunt co-stars with Ryan Handsome Face. Gosling. I didn't care about that. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm not moved.
Alicia Vikander. I've always been a fan of her work as well.
I think she was in Ex Machina. She was great in that.
Really, really good movies. The best actress, because those are my favorites.
Okay.
The best actress, Amy Adams, is always very good in everything.
I think Julianne Moore's really good.
She is very, very good. Best actress. But who like, do you go, is this even her? You know who's incredible? Jodie Foster.
I like that one.
Jodie Foster is a great actress.
I agree with that.
Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
My guy Resh on Twitter says, 4th of July party, what is the one food or beverage you're making and bringing that you know no one will do better? What a great question.
Ooh.
Now, there's quite literally nothing I'm making.
I can't make anything
that satisfies that question. But my wife has answers, and there's things that I will request that she makes. My wife does a great job with deviled eggs. We're probably bringing that. I would go with my brother-in-law's ribs and or mac and cheese on that list. My mom makes a bunch of things amazingly well that I would say, hey, this is something I would add to that list. But if there's just something 4th of July that I have to provide that I'll probably bring a good bourbon and feel good about that.
Okay.
I'm not making it. I'm not distilling
You
it.
didn't. You're not the maker.
But I'm just bringing it. And you know what? I'll make an old fashioned.
There you go.
People can have old fashions on their pal.
That's a good answer. I don't have, because my wife makes a bunch of things incredibly well. Her crab dip is a 10. It's like one of my favorite foods on this earth.
Does she do a good crab
She
dip?
does a great crab dip. She does a great one. But is that a 4th of July situation? I don't know. I mean, I suppose you could have it on the 4th of July. There are no rules against that. But does that scream 4th of July to you? I don't know. I don't have a great answer for that. I would say I would get her on mac and cheese. I would say, wife, let's be the people that made the great mac and cheese this year at the July 4th party. Let's be known for that.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Danny Aaron wants to know what's better, ice cream or cake?
Do I get to choose the kind?
Sure.
The best thing we have is yellow cake and chocolate icing.
Oh, boy.
That's the one seed.
Ice cream always over cake. Good
Then
sir.
ice cream.
Vinny wants to know, could either of us complete the 999 challenge?
Not anymore.
1,000% no for me. Like, I eat poorly. I can't eat in huge amounts. Danny eats an unbelievable amount. He's very, very good at it. But you don't drink alcohol at all.
Right.
So I don't think you could do 9 beers, as you have not done a beer in a very long time.
In my 20s, I could do that. I know it sounds like a tough guy thing. Like, I could do that when I was younger. I actually legitimately think I could. I ate like a wild animal, and I could drink more than like half an ounce of alcohol before I passed out. So yeah, I think I could have done that. Now, not even close. I couldn't do that with like 9 hot dogs and 9 sodas right now. I could do that. Think I could do that? 9 hot dogs, 9 sodas? I could do that, right?
No, there's no way.
You don't think I could?
No, I don't think you could. You don't really drink soda either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you could actually.
What's the beverage I could do?
You could eat 9 hot dogs for sure. 9 hot dogs and 9 waters.
I think I could do that. I could do 9 hot dogs.
9 iced teas.
Yes.
1,000%.
I could do that. I could do 9 hot dogs and 9 iced teas. Not Long Island's, regular iced tea.
Darius?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
James says, why don't G&D start a WNBA segment every Wednesday? We talk about the WNBA when there's kind of national major appeal within.
Oh, like W Wednesday? I get it now.
W Wednesday.
Mhm.
Talk about the W on the W. We've talked a lot about Caitlin Clark. We've talked about Angel Reese. I think when kind of relevant, we try our best to do that. We're not like breaking down the Mystics. By the way, have the Mystics won yet? And I'm not joking. I really don't.
Or
know
do
the
they
answer.
remain defeated?
I believe they've probably won because it's been like 2 weeks since I checked, but they were over at one point. But my only answer to that is we're not going to like bookmark it to do it just to do it, to break down the standings or whatever. 'Cause there isn't probably enough appeal for our daily audience. But when something major's happening, we have talked about it. And it's been cool to get to do that this year with a lot more interest in the W. They're 2-13, by the way, 2 wins for the Mystics. So they're killing it. They got 2 wins in the last week. 2 wins in their last 3 games, in fact.
How about that?
Like the Nats taking a series against the Braves. One more, Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Early in the show, someone sent this one. I told you we would do it.
Oh, yeah.
Favorite fast food place, favorite fast food item.
My God. My God. I was hoping you'd forgotten about that. I've been thinking about that all show. You go first. You got to go first.
This is so hard.
This is the hardest question anyone's ever asked.
Even though I don't go here that often. Like I go to McDonald's the most by far. I think some of that is proximity. I also love McDonald's.
Sure.
My answer is Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is so well run. It's such a well-oiled machine. It's so efficient and fantastic that Chick-fil-A is my number 1 seed in terms of fast food establishment because it's just on a level, a cut above everything else in terms of the experience, the service, the please and thank you, pleasures, mine, all that stuff. They're like, they got people standing in the parking lot. You're paying before you get to the window. Everything's ready. Never get anything wrong. So I just got to give Chick-fil-A that love, if you don't mind. Item? That's probably going to be a quarter pounder. I also sneaky love Wendy's. Wendy's is really good burger. You know what? Let's just keep it OG. McDonald's French fries. That'll be the 1 seed for me in terms of fast food item. Because I think fast food is out a window. That is my definition.
Okay, so I was going to ask you, can I include Five Guys?
Chipotle? No, absolutely not.
Oh, my God.
Can you stay in your car and be handed something through a window? That's fast food to me. Otherwise, it's fast casual.
Fast casual. It's lame, but I think my answer is McDonald's French fries too for my 1 seed. But my favorite fast food establishment, it's more regional. This is your Whataburger. You got to be in Texas for the most part. They're kind of in the Southeast. I'm telling you, they got the same vibe as Chick-fil-A where they're so happy to have you there and they're nice to you and you order it and you're like, what do I do? And you just, no, we'll bring it to you. Sit your fat butt down right over there. Get your sauces, get your dippings, all the things that you're going to want. Load them up. We'll bring this right over to you because we're happy to have you here. And it's great.
Somebody wants to know if you had a nickname as a kid.
Ruse.
Mine was Jeeps, Geepz. Yeah, that was my nickname as a kid. Do you have any there? You want to go real quick?
Yeah, this is a good one for you. Grant, how is it possible for Han Solo to complete the Kessel run in under 12 parsecs when parsecs is a unit of measure and not time?
Because of the Jedis and the Force.
Well, that's you, sweet summer child, you. Come on.
Anything
Because
else?
of the Force, Grant.
Because of the Force.
Okay. Should Disney remake Star Wars episodes 4, 5, and 6 to attract a younger crowd, similar to what they did for Dune? Drew Shady wants to know.
No.
That is correct. What
should
Grant
not.
said is correct. You've already messed up enough. Leave the joy alone. Leave it alone.
Did
Thank
you like the new Star Wars you were talking about a week ago?
The Accolade? Dude, we need an entire show.
But just elevator pitch me, 10 seconds, good or bad?
Bad.
Really?
Yeah. They
Terrible?
Not terrible. They swung and missed.
Okay.
They missed it.
Swung and missed like Joey Gallo, swung and missed like Foul tip a little bit.
Gallo.
Ooh.
Head out. Probably needs to go on the DL.
Oh, boy. Doc Walker's got overtime tonight coming up right here on the Fan. We owe a couple of guys thank yous. Garrett Stammer and Ryan Clary on the production. As always, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You are winning a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby Saturday, June 29th against NOLA Gold at the Maryland Soccerplex. For Danny Huhe, I'm Grant Paulson saying so long. You got a nice little weekend planned ahead?
We had a whole bunch of soccer, but it got canceled. I am playing in a charity pickleball tournament tomorrow, my friend. My partner Alex and I, we got a shot at winning this damn thing.
Good.
We're one of the top 3 seats.
I will look forward to hearing if you get the win.
I'm going to overtalk about it if we do.
Can't wait.
I'm going to bother you.
Kind of hoping for an upset in the semifinal at this point. I'm kidding. Come on. We're all rooting for you. See ya. Thanks for listening. We're back Monday at 2:00.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.